Our main character today is a top gamer in a game that is about to be officially released. Sung Woon topped the rankings for 12 consecutive months, defeating dozens of opponents in thousands of games. But terrible things begin to happen when he is drawn into a real-life game, setting off a tough journey where he bets his life on a fierce competition. Everything he will experience is no longer a virtual world but a cruel reality where every decision can determine life and death. Although he enters a world where divine power becomes reality, where he can rule, build, and destroy civilizations as he pleases. But he also has to face fierce challenges and competitive strategies from other gods, deadly battles that affect not only his life but also the lives of the creatures in this world. Every decision can lead to prosperity or collapse, and the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Will Sung Woon have the guts to become the only almighty ruler of this planet and bring the living creatures here to a new level? Let's follow along in the Happy Stories videos. The screen lights up, the Forgotten World opens up. This is an early access simulation game that Sung Woon really enjoys. He not only likes it but is also very good at it. In the Forgotten World, there are 32 players participating as gods to develop different races like humans, elves, and orcs into modern civilizations and fight each other to win. Last year, Sung Woon only topped the leaderboard occasionally, but this year, he has won continuously and topped it for 11 months, a record in this game. If Sung Woon maintains his ranking until the end of today, he will be undefeated for 12 consecutive months, so he is very eager to play the last match of the day. Sung Woon's faction is a human army with combat strength leaning towards science and technology. However, they also have deep faith in their patron god, Advance, in the name of god Nebula. Nebula is Sung Woon's name in the game. While the human army shouts the slogan to defeat Hegemonia, their opposing army, the giant and brave orc warriors, only respond with a resounding roar. Hegemonia is the name of the patron god of this orc army. After playing for many hours, Sung Woon as god Nebula and his opponent, god Hegemonia, are the only two players left, so the battle between the two armies becomes even more intense and fierce. Sung Woon continuously types on the virtual keyboard to give commands. In the Forgotten World, players are in a position even higher than kings. They are the gods. They can intervene in any matter of the race or nation under their rule through commands and choices in the game. The orc warriors take advantage of their physical strength to repel the melee attack of the human vanguard, but a group of gunners in the back quickly intervene with heavy firepower. On the other hand, humanity also uses cannons to fire upon the orc army, not only causing damage to the front lines but also threatening Hegemonia's rearguard. However, the orc mages quickly use magic circles to stop the cannonballs flying towards them, creating a fairly stable defensive barrier. Although the orc army has blocked the humans' heavy firepower, Sung Woon still calmly dances his fingers on the virtual keyboard with a mocking smile. Is that all you've got, Hegemonia? Immediately, he continues to mobilize the power of science and technology, using the air force to attack the enemy from above. Planes take off quickly, bringing a rain of bombs down on the opponent. Hegemonia, of course, does not give up easily. He keeps pounding his hands on the keyboard, urgently issuing powerful commands. In a blink of an eye, dozens of lightning bolts strike from the sky. The human army and even the fighter jets cannot avoid the damage. Sung Woon and Hegemonia are like two people facing each other on a tactical board, where they not only have to maximize the power that they have carefully nurtured for their followers, but also have to guess the opponent's intentions to come up with a timely solution. The battle becomes more and more intense. Fighter jets and even ballistic missiles have been deployed by Sung Woon, but Nebula's side has not yet dominated the battlefield and the orc warriors are still fiercely resisting in one way or another. Feeling the pressure he created is not enough, Sung Woon thinks for a moment, then quickly types a few times on the keyboard with a decisive look. It's time. A system notification immediately pops up on Sung Woon's screen. In the name of God Nebula, do you allow the use of a nuclear strike? Please choose yes or no. Sung Woon does not hesitate to press yes. On the screen, he can see the ICBMs carrying dozens of nuclear warheads from his nuclear missile base all rise up at the same time. The nuclear missiles are launched simultaneously and fly towards the enemy country. Using the eyes of the avatar, a feature in the game that allows for better target location, Sung Woon's nuclear-tipped missiles advance towards the center of the enemy palace. When the orc warriors hear about the nuclear missiles being launched towards the center of their country, they are all shocked and terrified, looking up at the sky. However, Hegemonia is very calm. A nuclear attack. The reason he is so calm is not because this is just a game, a virtual world, but because in this world, nuclear missiles are not something to be afraid of in his eyes. Hegemonia twists the symbolic magic staff in his hand and laughs arrogantly. You think I haven't prepared for this situation, don't you, Nebula? Unexpectedly, several intercontinental ballistic missiles are launched from Hegemonia's nation, powered by magic instead of science and technology. Hegemonia's missiles successfully intercept some of Sung Woon's nuclear missiles before they reach the sky above the Orc Emperor. But it's all part of Sung Woon's plan, so he just clicks his tongue and murmurs, intercepting missiles, the technology of faith, seems like you've prepared well, huh? In a blink of an eye, earth-shattering explosions occur, a corner of the sky glows brightly as the nuclear warheads are destroyed, the already tense atmosphere becomes even more suffocating, the nuclear missiles are intercepted at a high enough altitude so that the living creatures on the surface are not affected, and when the missiles explode, balls of light appear all over the forgotten world. The missiles simultaneously disappear from the sky, leaving only thick layers of dust extending for miles. The air in the upper atmosphere is severely polluted and visibility becomes blurry. But the opponent's missile interception system cannot keep up with Sung Woon's scientific technology. Another nuclear missile is launched, this time it shoots straight up into the sky instead of flying in an arc. As the nuclear missile flies up to the atmosphere, it suddenly stops, hovering in mid-air for a moment as if lost. Then, the missile suddenly breaks apart into multiple parts, the warhead is propelled forcefully by a jet engine and it falls straight down into the atmosphere. The target of this warhead is still the Palace of Hegemonia, located in the center of the Orc nation. The unexpected appearance of a warhead falling from outside the atmosphere makes the Orc Emperor panic. When the Orc Emperor hears about the nuclear missile about to approach, he kneels down to pray in a temple in an underground bunker, with the symbol of God Hegemonia raised in his hand. Not only the Emperor but all his subjects are sincerely praying, their murmurs resonate with each other like thunder in the temple. Sung Woon is still monitoring the nuclear attack through his avatars scattered throughout the world and witnessing the warhead getting closer to the palace. The Orc Emperor and his subjects are still persistently praying with unwavering faith in their patron god. Of course, if this were reality, praying would be useless. But this is the forgotten world. Hegemonia sees his followers praying so sincerely, then calmly rests his chin in his hand, looking at the falling nuclear warhead. He has chosen to accumulate as much faith as possible instead of investing in other skills while Sung Woon focuses on developing his nuclear capabilities. The goal of the gods in the forgotten world is to make their power worshipped by the race they choose, and be widely known to the other creatures in the world, attracting more followers. The faith of the followers then becomes a resource called faith, allowing players to create miracles to protect their followers and keep them safe. It takes a lot of energy to stop a nuclear warhead falling from the atmosphere because it generates a lot of heat, and soon, in the moment the warhead is stopped, the nature of the Orc's faith power in God Hegemonia is revealed. Hegemonia sees the warhead being stopped and laughs triumphantly. Haha, this is it. The powerful embodiment of the Orc's faith resembles the silhouette of a bipedal creature but is hundreds of meters tall. Amidst a large cloud wrapped in fierce winds, thunder continuously crackling, the air being compressed causes the warhead to be captured and swept so strongly that it can no longer be seen. This is what Sung Woon is worried about. The opponent used the Holy Orc strategy. He knows this strategy well. Orcs were chosen by Hegemonia as the main race to worship him because orcs can quickly increase their population. When the number of believers increases, faith resources are also quickly collected. This is a good strategy that continuously receives high ratings because of the large amount of faith accumulated and the large number of orcs giving players an advantage in war. Now that the sky was Hegemonia's domain, he laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, do you see it now? My choice of the sky as my territory means I've acknowledged and considered your choice of developing science as a skill. My choice of territory has prevented you from using your nuclear strategy in the second half of the war. If technology related to aircraft and missiles were employed without significant interference, Sung Woon could have easily won by using nuclear weapons. However, Hegemonia had gathered even more faith after blocking all nuclear missiles, anticipating a counterattack using natural disasters like lightning, tornadoes, and storms. He proudly declared this as the optimized Holy Orc strategy. Confident in his upgraded strategy, Hegemonia, the second-ranked player on the server, laughed arrogantly. Halfway through the war, do you want to admit defeat yet? Sung Woon, undeterred, clicked his tongue inwardly. Well, he has a reason to be confident. Recently, the Holy Orc has been the meta with the highest win rate. I also used the Holy Orc after the meta version was released. That's how I could easily maintain my top position in the game for months, but from that, I also realized some flaws in this strategy, and now is the perfect time to use my understanding. Sung Woon understood better than anyone why Hegemonia chose the Orc. In a real-world society without a hierarchical system, a ruler praying to a god might be considered ridiculous or pathetic, but that wasn't the case in the Forgotten World. Hegemonia's power of faith had grown rapidly based on the impressive population growth of the Orcs. He had secretly prepared both religious technology to counter Sung Woon's science and technology. In addition, he made efforts to create a spirit messenger to support the embodiment of faith, making it easier to intercept nuclear missiles and ruining Sung Woon's missile attack strategy. However, Hegemonia's actions were too obvious and predictable for someone as experienced in using the Holy Orc strategy as Sung Woon, so, he was not afraid at all, and had already prepared a countermeasure long ago. A long time ago, Sung Woon had moved something special to the highest possible place, above everything else, precisely 2,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. This special thing was one of Sung Woon's manifestations, utilizing a militarized satellite made from ancient relics. Even if a god acquired a vast sky, they couldn't possess it entirely. At best, they could only claim the sky directly above their followers. The cosmos didn't belong to the world of gods, and that's precisely where Sung Woon's satellite was placed. After all, the sky still remained within the atmosphere. Although it was a militarized satellite, no ballistic weapons were loaded, only a few tungsten rods were present, but that was enough. 3 giant tungsten rods, weighing 10 tons each, began to fall. Hegemonia, like a stern god ruling the sky, gazed down below, oblivious to what was above him. He exuded confidence until he was shocked to discover the special gift Sung Woon had sent from space. Hegemonia could hardly notice the falling iron rod while focusing on dealing with the nuclear missiles. Even if he had noticed, a miracle from heaven could only slightly deflect the iron rod. This was the power of kinetic weapons that made Hegemonia panic. At first, the iron rods were so slow that it was impossible to tell if they were moving, but then, they turned red and tore through the sky. Hegemonia could only scream in desperation, "Stop it, at this rate, it will hit the palace." Seeing his opponent's frantic expression, Sung Woon chuckled mockingly, "Have you heard of the Lord's Rod?" The tungsten rods continued to accelerate, glowing like furious comets plunging from heaven. There was no sound, no warning, only the deadly silence of the pierced sky. No one could stop them, no defensive weapon could withstand their absolute power. Hegemonia was frozen, his eyes glued to the terrifying, blazing lights hurtling down at unimaginable speed. Even the manifestation of faith could only reach out helplessly. He had faced all kinds of dangers in his life, but never thought he would encounter this, a weapon that required no gunpowder, no nuclear energy, just the Earth's gravity and immense weight. As the tungsten rods hit the atmosphere, friction turned them into blazing fire. The faster they went, the more devastating their power became. The whirlwind of force and heat swept through the air, creating heat waves and an ethereal but perilous light that pierced through the manifestation of faith. One final blinding flash before everything collapsed, before the palace became a giant crater, before Hegemonia's empire vanished from this world. The tungsten rod pierced through the roof of the Orc royal palace, as well as many floors, but even that couldn't slow its descent even slightly. The tungsten rod penetrated the bunker and fell into the underground temple, right below which was the Orc emperor praying, now crushed. A moment later, the royal palace and the underground temple beneath it began to collapse. The destructive power of the 3 colossal tungsten rods was beyond imagination. Sung Woon didn't use this divine weapon from the beginning because he was curious about his opponent's plan. His opponent, Hegemonia, was ranked second and a well-known player with rapidly climbing rankings and scores. Hegemonia lost a crucial avatar, namely the Orc Emperor. The underground temple, capable of holding the largest amount of Orc faith, had completely collapsed. Although Sung Woon couldn't know the exact amount of faith his opponent had lost, it seemed not enough to sustain Hegemonia's manifestation as a cloud and wind embodiment. As faith and belief vanished, his manifestation quickly lost shape and eventually dissipated into nothingness. It was clear that Sung Woon's nuclear missiles could no longer be stopped. The spirit messengers of the wind scattered, flapping their wings in disarray before disappearing. The capital, major cities, and infrastructure of the Orc Empire exploded beneath Hegemonia's feet. Finally, Hegemonia surrendered, but only after things had become terrible. The system announced that Nebula was the victor. A friendly remark escaped Sung Woon's lips. Hegemonia, you did a great job. As he looked at the scoreboard, Sung Woon smiled even brighter. It wasn't because of the score difference, but because the next month had started according to Pacific Standard Time. He had been at the top for 12 consecutive months. Not only was this a unique record in the game to date, but it was also a record that would be difficult for anyone to surpass in the future. As Sung Woon was about to exit the game, Hegemonia sent him a message with desperation. No, Nebula, I demand another match, because now is when I've just started my winning streak. Come on, please, just one more game, Hegemonia pleaded, but Sung Woon's gaze remained indifferent, focused on the flashing green screen. Hegemonia sent a challenge request again, but Sung Woon didn't even bother to reply. He simply pointed his finger and pressed decline when the system asked, "Do you accept the challenge?" Sung Woon didn't accept, not because he disdained his opponent, but because he had achieved all the achievements in the game. There was nothing left that he felt the need to conquer in this game. It was unbelievable that the only way to unlock all achievements was to be at the top of the leaderboard for 12 consecutive months. The game company was criticized by achievement enthusiasts for creating such a ridiculous achievement, but since the achievement existed, and Sung Woon had worked hard to achieve it, he felt that this challenge was justified. He had failed many times, such as losing his winning streak in the 5th month, so he was even more proud of having conquered it. Sung Woon stretched contentedly and relaxed his body, intending to take a break for a few days. At that moment, a notification sound came from the game. He glanced quickly at the screen and saw a message waiting for him. He instinctively clicked his tongue and grumbled, "Ugh, who's bothering me at this hour?" Despite his annoyance, Sung Woon still opened the notification. A system message popped up on the green screen. The notification displayed a message congratulating Sung Woon on his incredible achievement. It stated, "To date, you are the only one to have achieved all the achievements. Thank you for enjoying the Forgotten World game for the past time." Sung Woon clicked on the next message with suspicion, wondering about the fate of the game. Are they going to shut down the service? That can't be right. The system message continued, "Thank you for enjoying the Forgotten World. The Forgotten World is currently in early access. It is scheduled to be officially released as a full game. Player Nebula can enjoy the game before the official release. Do you want to play?" Sung Woon glanced at his watch and continued to speculate. Is this just a coincidence, or was the official release planned to happen when a player achieved all the unlocked achievements? The system asked Sung Woon, "Do you want to start?" He squinted at the green screen for a moment, a brief hesitation passing through his mind. He had maintained the top ranking for 12 consecutive months and successfully achieved 100% of the achievements. This gave him an invigorated mood. If there was a new challenge, it wasn't time to sleep yet. His hands were just warming up and ready to play on. He quickly clicked on the yes response. Immediately after, Sung Woon's figure flickered in front of the computer screen. A hazy feeling enveloped his mind, with the image of the god Nebula appearing and disappearing. He thought he had collapsed and fallen unconscious from staying up too late, but that wasn't the case. A few seconds later, Sung Woon slowly opened his eyes. He felt like he was wearing a mask, and the surroundings around him had changed in an instant. The familiar room with the computer was gone, and the space before him was glowing brightly. As Sung Woon's vision became clear, he realized he was standing in a different space. Stars twinkled as if he were in the middle of the universe, and a few bright blue planets caught his eye. However, his vision was mainly focused on a temple. To be more precise, the place seemed like the ruins of a temple. Rough, stylized stone columns were reminiscent of ancient Greek temples, and the floor was also made of gray stone. It seemed like these ruins were located at a relatively high altitude with similar structures lining up behind the pillars. What was strange was that the sky was pitch black, although the horizon was still visible. There was no atmosphere, no transmission of light. This led to a lack of light scattering, making the sky appear black even at sunrise. Obviously, people wouldn't be able to breathe without an atmosphere, so Sung Woon assumed this was just a vivid dream. Right at that moment, a voice suddenly boomed from behind Sung Woon, as if it could read his thoughts. "This isn't a dream." Sung Woon turned towards the voice with a dubious look. A stranger stood there, wearing a cloak like the ones medieval monks wore, his face hidden by a hood. He continued, "You are also the chosen one, Nebula. Allow me to welcome you," the man said. "My name is Aldine." Sung Woon was still feeling a bit dazed. He leaned forward slightly to see if he could get a glimpse of the man's face, but all he saw was darkness. Sung Woon blinked, before he could ask how Aldine knew his name or what Aldine meant when he said Sung Woon was chosen. Something even stranger caught his attention. Aldine had just said Sung Woon was chosen too. As if reading Sung Woon's thoughts, Aldine raised his arm and gestured towards the surrounding space. Sung Woon turned his head to follow the direction of his pointing finger. Shadows that Sung Woon had not seen before suddenly appeared before him. He was slightly taken aback, but he knew they were the silhouettes of ordinary people because the shadows were also looking around as if in awe, just like him. Sung Woon was still unsure if this was real or a dream. He looked intently at the faceless figures with growing confusion. What in the world is going on, he wondered. Aldine walked towards the center of the temple and continued speaking, but this time, not just to Sung Woon but to all the shadows. You all come from the same world, Earth. Since there's a chance you know each other, we've concealed everyone in the shadows to have a fair game. Sung Woon only now realized he was in the context of a game, but he remained skeptical. The others felt the same, so Aldine began his explanation before a barrage of questions could be hurled at him. I'm sure everyone is curious, so I'll get straight to the point. Aldine raised both arms high, and everyone's gaze instinctively followed, looking up at the space above his head. Aldine was pointing towards the planet above his head. It was a blue planet that seemed very similar in structure to Earth. Initially, Sung Woon and everyone else thought the blue planet was Earth, but they quickly noticed some differences. The scenery of this planet was unfamiliar yet familiar. Sung Woon and the shadows present had seen it many times before, in the Forgotten World. That also meant the ground they were standing on was the surface of the moon in the Forgotten World. This was why the scenery was so surreal. Once again, as if reading everyone's thoughts, Aldine dramatically stretched out his hand towards the blue planet. Indeed, the game you've been playing, the Forgotten World, is based on a real world. And countless battles were training games for the real game, which is about to officially begin. While Aldine was delivering his introductory speech, Sung Woon remained skeptical about everything and silently observed his surroundings. The other shadows seemed to be acting similarly to him. They turned their heads, looking around and towards the blue planet. A sense of incomprehension and uncertainty was undoubtedly their shared feeling now. Finally, Aldine's most valuable statement was uttered with great fanfare, like a slogan that NPCs recited in all other games: you will all become true gods in the Forgotten World. Sung Woon couldn't hear the shadows' voices, but from their movements, he could clearly see they were talking to themselves, not knowing how to react, or they were talking to Aldine. Sung Woon couldn't hear any sound, but he could sense everyone's panic. He was also in a state of confusion himself, but it was a normal reaction that anyone would experience in this unexpected situation. After a moment of silence, allowing everyone to regain their composure, Aldine continued the game's narrative. I'm sure some of you are familiar with the story of the Forgotten World through the game. It wasn't just a virtual world that existed only in the game. A planet like that truly exists. On that planet, brilliant civilizations flourished in the past, and many different races lived in harmony. Each race, guided by the patronage and guidance of the divine, pursued different paths of development and prospered in their own way. However, for an unknown reason, the gods left and never returned. Now, the unfortunate creatures who have lost their gods are living in misery, wandering the wilderness aimlessly. Now, these unfortunate races desperately need a god to lead them. That's why we've been searching for suitable candidates to become their gods and guide the races living in the Forgotten World. After settling in this world, I created the Forgotten World game to simulate the life and setting of that planet, with the most realistic portrayal possible of the environment and all the races living there. In other words, the Forgotten World game was created to find candidates for the position of deity who would lead the races of that planet on the best path to development. With that, Aldine's narrative ended. A question arose from Sung Woon shortly after: what will I gain if I accept the challenge and win? Aldine immediately replied: simply by accepting the challenge, you can become a god. It's essentially the same as what you've experienced in the Forgotten World game. Only low-level creatures will believe in you at first, but if you succeed in increasing the number of your followers, you can become the only god of this planet. Aldine spoke with more enthusiasm than before. Sung Woon was also more eager and no longer felt the initial confusion after hearing Aldine's emphasis: that world will become yours, and you will be able to do everything you want. Aldine wasn't just saying this to Sung Woon, but he was also motivating the other players with a similar statement: if you become the only god of that world, all your long-held dreams will come true. Sung Woon silently nodded, but he felt there was something Aldine wasn't mentioning. He thought that with such a large reward, there must be a corresponding consequence for those who fail or give up. After a few seconds of contemplation, Sung Woon cautiously asked Aldine, "What if we give up?" Aldine explained without hesitation, "If you want to give up this opportunity right now and return, you can choose to do so without anything happening, it's just that your memory of this place will be erased." Sung Woon noticed the phrase right now and felt there was still a point to clarify. "I understand that I can return if I give up right now, but what if I want to give up after I've already accepted the challenge?" Aldine shrugged and replied, "During the course of the challenge, you won't be able to give up." Sung Woon's eyes immediately lit up with a sharp gleam at those words. Just as he had predicted, things weren't simple. The next question popped into his mind. Sung Woon continued asking Aldine, "What happens if I'm defeated by the other gods?" Aldine suddenly hesitated at the question, as if he didn't want to answer it. After a few seconds of silence, Aldine found a way to describe the fate of the loser as gently as possible. "You will have a divine ending." Sung Woon understood what divine ending meant. It was an ending where the player's death was considered a sacrifice, or a death sanctioned by the divine. It could imply that the loser, even in death, would have a sacred meaning, like an act of sacrifice to achieve the world's salvation or to serve a greater purpose. If it was a game where the winner could gain everything, Sung Woon thought it was reasonable that participants would have to risk their lives. It was a game where there were both gains and losses. Sung Woon couldn't help but laugh with glee. This was the answer he had been expecting. If this battle was for a real world, it was only natural that people would have to risk more than just their lives. He actually felt more excited than scared. Sung Woon thought about the life he would live if he returned to Earth. There were reasons why he had immersed himself in the Forgotten World game. There was discord among his family members, and all he had were debts. He wouldn't say that Sung Woon had no hope for his future, but if the calculations he had made in his head were correct, he might be happier staying here and becoming a god. It wasn't a difficult decision. He was good at the Forgotten World, and he wasn't just good at it, he enjoyed it, so there was no reason to give up. Sung Woon still had many questions he wanted to ask, but Aldine raised his hand and stopped him. "You've all saved the world hundreds and thousands of times through playing the Forgotten World. The game interface that you're all familiar with will be provided. However, this is no longer a virtual game. The creatures on this planet are very real, and therefore, there will definitely be many changes. Now is the time to choose. If you want to give up, tell me now." Sung Woon asked again, "What about those who want to accept the challenge?" Aldine replied while laying out 32 face-down cards on the table. "If you agree to participate, you can stay right where you are and choose a card from this altar. That card will determine your starting area. Just like in the Forgotten World game, you'll begin your journey by choosing a sub-region." As Aldine spoke, he spread the cards out evenly and pushed them forward so that the players could make their choices. Sung Woon couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It's really just like in the game. Choosing a sub-region to start is based on luck like that, but it doesn't really matter too much." Sung Woon was confident in his ability to adapt to different environments and contexts after thousands of intense battles he had experienced in the Forgotten World game, so he paid more attention to how many people would accept this challenge. Soon, there seemed to be shadows moving their mouths. They must be asking questions or declaring that they wanted to give up. Then, as the shadows began to vanish here and there, Sung Woon simply stood silently and silently counted the number of people leaving the game. The figures disappeared quickly, as if they had never existed in this space. Sung Woon calmly stood there observing. Reducing the number of players also reduced competition, which was not a bad thing for him. The result was that 5 people escaped the challenge before it even began, but that was all. There were still many others with the same desire and ambition to rule a world like Sung Woon. Sung Woon knew that the 32 people here were all originally high achievers in the game, so they could join this Forgotten World version of reality, so he was really looking forward to there being someone will continue to leave. But unfortunately, after the 32 shadows were reduced to 27, there were no more people talking about giving up, so Sung Woon would have to compete and bet his life with the remaining 26 people. It was quite a fight, fierce competition right from the start. After the player list was finalized, Aldine pointed at Sung Woon and cheerfully extended his hand towards the cards. "All right, we'll start choosing from you." Sung Woon shrugged, a little surprised. The order of selection didn't matter as the cards were chosen randomly like in the game. However, it seemed they had considered his top ranking with the highest achievement in the Forgotten World. While thinking randomly, he picked a card from the middle. Luckily, Sung Woon had successfully dealt with all 32 subzones in the trial version, so he wasn't too worried. However, there were a few zones with a slightly higher win rate. His vague thoughts stopped as he looked at the card he had drawn. Sung Woon furrowed his brows, a curse escaping his lips. Damn it, it was a natural reaction for anyone drawing the card he held in his hand. When the card was flipped, Sung Woon was immediately transferred to his zone without any further explanation from Aldine. His image vanished in a blink, like a layer of white foam. Sung Woon hadn't even had time to sigh about this terrible start when he was thrust down to the green planet. The Forgotten World was divided into 3 large continents, and even though he had chosen a subzone, Sung Woon still didn't know where he would be landed. As he saw his landing spot, Sung Woon was struck by another blow. The continent he was transferred to wasn't great. It was a peninsula located on the east side of the 3rd continent. Although the 3rd continent was the largest, it didn't have as many resource reserves as the 1st continent or as good a climate as the 2nd continent. Instead, many races and monsters lived here, and there were numerous ruins where special abilities from the Forgotten World game were offered. Depending on how they were used, they could be an advantage or a disadvantage. However, Sung Woon couldn't do anything to change this harsh reality. Sung Woon tended to spend more time trying to escape unfavorable situations rather than complaining about the cards he had been dealt. Therefore, he immediately started exploring the land. He soon realized he could move in the air at will or zoom over the surface of the planet. Not omnipotent, but Sung Woon felt like a true god. He quickly scanned the land given to him to identify the species and tribes. After identifying the territory and land, players had to decide on their first species and tribe. In the Forgotten World, there were many non-human species, and tribes with different population sizes. Initially, only small tribes could be chosen. Sung Woon's avatar was now a small butterfly flying around, surveying the tribes. His attention landed on a group of frogs. These aquatic amphibians really preferred eating insects over other species on this land. But this time, even with a butterfly hovering in front of them, the frog didn't care and focused on catching the fish he had been stalking for a while. The frog Sung Woon was looking at lived in the southwest of the wilderness. The biggest reason he was interested in them was that they actively ate insects. Other species would also eat insects when forced to in extreme situations. However, most had a cultural aversion to insect consumption due to the bacteria and parasites one could contract, but the frogs, with their high resistance, didn't fear it. Humans could easily get food from livestock. Similarly, insects were useful for frogs. However, cultivating insects requires quite a lot of technology, and it seemed these frogs had evolved to a stage where they weren't too enthusiastic about insects anymore. Sung Woon's scouting butterflies quickly returned to his side after exploring the area. He would have to start choosing the first tribe he wanted to conquer as his followers. Sung Woon carefully reviewed all the collected images about the terrain, environment, climate, and notable species. Currently, 2 tribes were in his sights. To make the right choice, he had to reconsider his situation. The subzone Sung Woon was stuck with was insects, not insects in the narrow sense, but a category encompassing arthropods and crustaceans. Among the 32 subzones that could be chosen upon entering the Forgotten World, insects weren't highly valued and actually had the lowest win rate according to the actual data. Sung Woon thought it was because players gave up right away when they got this subzone. His current situation didn't allow him to quit, so he told himself to try his best with whatever he had. After thinking deeply, Sung Woon looked down at the planet with the insect card in his hand. He finally had to sigh. He didn't expect the start to be so bad. Sung Woon considered his starting point near the easternmost part of the 3rd continent. This peninsula had disadvantages in development, but on the other hand, the early period could be considered a safe zone, with less attacks from other gods. He thought it would be better to start a little further west. However, Sung Woon wasn't too worried. Although there was a slight difference, his win rate was good regardless of whether he started in the subzone or any other region. Insects were just a little more difficult than popular fields like minerals and livestock. Getting minerals was quite advantageous at the beginning of the Bronze Age. One could start the Iron Age civilization easier than any other subzone. Everyone knows the power of iron. Livestock was also a great choice. The meat supply could easily increase, and a large amount of grain could be obtained by using livestock. Gaining faith through livestock sacrifice was also a bonus. Putting aside unnecessary comparisons at this point, Sung Woon started thinking about the builds in his mind. Compared to the average playtime of 4 hours in the Forgotten World, he had a lot of time to consider. The first tribe that caught his attention was the frogs. These aquatic amphibians really liked eating insects as a snack and often as a main dish if the caught insect was large enough. Insect farming could be done at the cultural level of the Bronze Age, and bases would begin to be established in lakes and rivers, where civilization would develop. However, the frogs here were a large tribe with 500 mouths to feed. The frogs' reproductive ability was also very good, but it was a disadvantage if they were chosen as the first tribe to conquer. It was also rare for anyone to choose such a large tribe from the start. Besides, aquatic life wasn't necessarily a strength. The frogs wouldn't be able to make any progress in places without water until they reached a high level of technology. The idea of choosing the frogs began to fade in Sung Woon's heart. As he glanced at his 10 faith points, the thought of skipping the frogs became even stronger. Although he was a god, he only had a little power like this at the beginning. Even a god couldn't do whatever they wanted. In the insect subzone, faith points could be used to create or control insects as a miracle, while using them to scout targets didn't require points. In the Forgotten World, gods could only affect the creatures on the planet by passing through a filter called the causality rate. Faith was necessary to overthrow the causality rate. The initial 10 faith points were all Sung Woon had. He had to use them well to make the species he chose trust and rely on him. It was the only way to earn more faith points and summon more miracles. Faith depends on the level of trust of each individual, how much they believe and entrust their hearts to the god, and whether they truly rely on the god. The larger the group, the less attention small miracles receive. It might be advantageous to get a large tribe from the beginning, but there's also a risk of wasting those first 10 faith points in vain. That's how Sung Woon finally skipped the frogs and moved on to the second tribe he was interested in. Sung Woon's gaze fell upon a group of lizards. Their skin was blue and mottled. They were small and thin, as befitting their species. There were 30 people in this group of lizards, too small to be called a small tribe, and they were likely all related. All in all, the first and most important reason Sung Woon was interested in the lizards was that they ate insects, and they also had a high resistance to this type of food. According to Sung Woon's observation, the place where the small group of lizards was moving out from was an oasis where a tribe of the same species had built a settlement. There were about 150 people in that tribe. However, Sung Woon was more interested in this small group, and it wasn't out of compassion. The smaller the group and the more they needed help, the easier it would be to make them believe and follow a god. In this group of only 30 lizards, there were many injured, sick, and elderly. In the back of the small group, there was a young lizard who was injured. He had been scratched by a saber-toothed tiger, and the wound couldn't heal due to malnutrition. The wound irritated him with every step he took, and his walk was slow due to his weakness. Seeing this situation, Sung Woon had a rough idea of the characteristics of the small group of lizards, why they were separated from the larger tribe, and how they survived and relied on each other. Sung Woon guessed that this group of lizards had been driven out from a larger tribe due to internal power struggles. Those who couldn't survive well would be expelled as a natural consequence in herd behavior. The more this group of lizards was rejected and shunned by the world, the more they suffered and needed a point of support, a strong belief to hold on to survive. A little when hungry is better than a lot when full. Now, Sung Woon just had to give this group of lizards a small miracle, and they would surely be grateful, cherish him, and worship him as a supreme god. Their faith would also be more stable compared to the faith built under normal circumstances. Furthermore, these lizards' souls and hearts seemed fragile and easily broken, but they cared for each other more than others. It was this affectionate nature that would help Sung Woon in gaining their faith. Sung Woon narrowed his eyes and thought carefully for a moment, repeating the previous judgments once more in a logical sequence to find the right choice for him. Finally, he decided to choose this small group of lizards to be the first followers he had to conquer. To do that, he also needed to observe their lives for a few more days. Sung Woon's avatars were not only butterflies, but also beetles, the most common insects in this barren land. The beetles were tasked with being Sung Woon's eyes and ears, secretly following the group of lizards from above. The tribe of around 30 lizards struggled to survive during their journey through the desert due to the heat and scarcity of food. Along the way, there were even scattered dry bones of many species, proving how harsh the environment was. Luckily, as they walked in despair, the lizards at the front of the group suddenly saw a bright ray of hope in front of them. "Look, it's a gazelle." The cry of a lizard instantly brought excitement to the whole group. The lizard stared at the heavily injured gazelle with hungry eyes. The gazelle limped and tried to get up and run, but its body had no strength left. It had probably been stuck here for a day or two. unable to walk properly, so its body was thin from hunger and thirst. The group of lizards charged towards the gazelle like a storm, causing the animal to panic and struggle desperately. The strongest lizards in the group quickly caught their prey and gathered around, tearing it apart. They couldn't endure the gnawing hunger in their stomachs anymore. The lizards were so busy sharing the prey that they didn't pay attention to the lizard who was injured in the shoulder and the other weak and sick people. For those who were weak and couldn't participate in the hunt, they could only sit in a corner with a sad face, not daring to complain or demand anything. The injured lizard thought that this was obvious. It was clear that those who hunted should eat more meat because of their efforts. Those who couldn't hunt should even be grateful if they were given leftovers. He didn't say a word of complaint, just looked sadly at his festering wound. The lizard people with better health soon ate the antelope down to the bones, except for the rotting flesh in the antelope's wounds. Every part, including the internal organs, had been completely eaten away. At this time, a few vultures, who were originally waiting for the antelope to die, now had to fly away in regret because there were no pieces left for them. It was already noon, the sun was shining brightly, shining straight down on the hot, dry ground, but the group of lizard people with full stomachs temporarily no longer paid attention to the harshness of the weather. A few burps echoed as the lizard men looked at the gazelle's skeleton. They chatted among themselves while sucking on the bones. Hee, there's no meat left, right? It wasn't bad though. The lizard man with the injured shoulder and the other weaker ones hadn't gotten any food yet. Suddenly, one of the lizard men who had already eaten thought about how the bone marrow of the prey was also nutritious and valuable for those who were lacking nourishment. They excitedly suggested breaking the bones to eat. However, before the greedy lizard man could put the bone marrow into his mouth, another lizard man snatched it away. The greedy lizard man looked at the person who had taken his bone and exclaimed, "What? Why?" The lizard man who took the bone was a woman named Zale. She was the leader of the group, based on an unspoken agreement among them. When she looked at him with determination, he was immediately intimidated. Zale told everyone, "These should be given to the sick and the elderly. For those who are weak and cannot hunt, it's a blessing to receive these remaining bone fragments after all the meat is gone." Zale then collected the bones with marrow inside and brought them to the weaker lizard men who were sitting in a corner. The weak and sickly lizard men were delighted to receive the bone fragments. They could have abandoned the weak and injured to reduce the number of mouths to feed, but they hadn't done so, at least not yet. The weak lizard men devoured the leftover bones with gratitude. They had been abandoned by the larger tribe, so not being abandoned by this smaller group was enough to make them grateful. The lizard man with a severe shoulder wound also ate some of the marrow. Zale's actions weren't just out of compassion. The recently injured lizard man had been named Rakrak, meaning the injured one, and some people in the group owed him a debt. Of course, not all the lizard men in the group were grateful to Rakrak. The lizard man whose bone was taken by Zale grumbled and questioned her. "Come on, are you sure about what you just did?" Zale tilted her head and looked at him. "What do you mean?" The lizard man crossed his arms and looked at Rakrak with discontent. "Old or sick isn't the problem, but that guy, you know he's about to die, right?" Another lizard man chimed in. "Yeah, his wound is necrotizing. He should have been dead long ago. I don't understand how he managed to keep up with us." Zale ignored their complaints, silently sighing at their ingratitude. Rakrak was the only one who dared to face the saber-toothed tiger when everyone else ran away. Thanks to Rakrak, the group only suffered his injury. If not for him, many people would have died or been injured. In the worst-case scenario, the whole group could have been disbanded. They were already a group of people who were chased away from a larger tribe because of their old age and sickness. Therefore, without Rakrak, they would have struggled to survive. Despite his severe injury, Rakrak had survived longer than anyone expected. Yet, some people began to think it was wasteful to give Rakrak only the leftover bones. Zale became increasingly angry. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and glared at the ungrateful group. "You are shameless," the grumpy lizard man retorted stubbornly. "What? I'm just telling the truth." That night, before falling asleep, Rakrak pondered a lot. He thought that maybe dying back then would have been better. He started to hate himself for being a burden on everyone. The desolate land was vast and lacked enough food. Not everyone could survive, and it was natural for the weak to be eliminated. But strangely, Rakrak's steps never stopped, even when he thought it was his last step. The strength to keep going appeared from somewhere. With these hazy thoughts, Rakrak quickly fell asleep with the rest of the lizard men. They slept curled up on a relatively flat piece of land. The night temperature dropped so low that most people slept close together, except for Rakrak, who lay alone in a corner. In the middle of the night, the pain in his wound tortured him, preventing him from sleeping. He woke up groggily but remained lying down, hoping the pain would pass. At that moment, Sung Woon's butterfly manifestation fluttered before Rakrak's eyes. At first, he opened his eyes to look at the butterfly, but didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until the butterfly hovered for a while in the same spot in front of him that he felt something strange. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Rakrak decided to sit up and see what the butterfly wanted. As soon as he moved, the butterfly flew away, but at a very slow pace, as if calling him. Rakrak watched the butterfly fly away, but it flew a short distance and stopped. It hovered motionless, as if waiting for him to get up and follow it. Although Rakrak didn't know what the butterfly wanted, he decided to follow it out of curiosity. As Rakrak got up to follow the butterfly, the selfish lizard man from earlier morning heard the noise and woke up. He shook his friend beside him. "Hey, look," the sleepy lizard man yawned and grumbled before opening his eyes. "Calm down, I was sleeping well, what's wrong?" Seeing Rakrak going up the nearby hill, the selfish lizard man whispered to his friend. It seems like Rakrak finally left the group on his own. The sleepy lizard man immediately opened his eyes and sat up, but his friend quickly stopped him. "Let him go quietly." Rakrak continued climbing the hill, not paying attention to the whispers of the others. His ears were sharp enough to hear what they were saying, but he didn't care. He couldn't blame them either, because he knew that was the law of survival in nature. No one could carry a dying person forever. Even Zale noticed that Rakrak was leaving the group, but she didn't say anything to stop him. She just silently watched him go. After all, she knew it wouldn't be easy for a weak group like them to protect a dying man. The group's well-being had to be prioritized. Rakrak climbed very high up the hill, relentlessly following the fluttering butterfly that guided him. With his vision slightly blurred from exhaustion, Rakrak looked at a small hill with a questioning gaze. Although he was diligently climbing higher following the butterfly, Rakrak's gaze towards it was full of doubt. Could this just be an illusion caused by my weary mind, he thought. Am I the only one seeing it? No one reacted when it flew past them, so it must be an illusion. When Rakrak stopped to catch his breath, the butterfly also stopped flying. It had patiently waited for him during many such stops while climbing this hill. Clearly, its actions had to mean something. Rakrak was eager to know what it meant, even if it was just an illusion. He wanted to find out what his subconscious was thinking that it created such an illusion. So, Rakrak continued walking, tirelessly climbing to the top of the hill with unsteady steps. Looking up, he vaguely saw what seemed to be a black mist on the top of the hill. The tail of the mist disappeared on the other side of the hill. With his good hearing, he could faintly hear something that sounded like buzzing. When Rakrak reached the top of the hill, the mist became clearer. It was indeed a huge, pitch-black mass. However, Rakrak was still puzzled because the mist was buzzing, so he took a few more steps closer to examine it. The moment he realized what the mist was, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide in astonishment. The black mist was actually a swarm of beetles clinging together. Other species would be disturbed by beetles, but for lizard men, beetles were a light snack, and in suitable quantities, they could become the main meal. Rakrak's eyes lit up with excitement, his heart pounding. Food, there's enough for the whole group. He quickly woke everyone up to come to the place where the feast was already set. After a while, the system displayed a notification to Sung Woon. Lizardman Tribe 1102-1 has encountered a miracle. He sighed in relief as he saw the system notification appear before him. Just as Aldine had mentioned, the interface was identical to the one in the Forgotten World game. However, in the game, there were only a few options to choose from, provided by the system. On this planet, however, Sung Woon could control anything he wanted within his sub-region. The beetles weren't mating, nor were they trying to escape from Rakrak or the other lizard men when they grabbed them. It was as if the beetles were determined to become a delicious meal. This was truly astonishing for the lizard men. They were able to eat and drink to their heart's content that day. With their bellies full, Rakrak spent the rest of the time pondering how this happened. This happened repeatedly for several days. Sung Woon noticed that before, the group didn't have an official leader, but then, Rakrak started leading them, and it was practically identical to what happened in the Forgotten World game. He moved on to the next step. After they recognized the miracle, they should also recognize the divinity. Sung Woon continuously created miracles that caused swarms of beetles to appear near the Lizardman tribe. Of course, each miracle was separated by a few days. When the lizardmen became hungry because they couldn't find anything else to eat, the beetles appeared. Each time, Rakrak would realize and lead the group to the food. their health improved significantly because they were eating properly. These intelligent creatures then knew that the appearance of the beetle swarms was a miracle. After many repeated occurrences, Rakrak and the lizard men attributed this miracle to a divine being. Such a situation wasn't random, but inevitable. Sung Woon decided to name this lizard man group Rakrak's herd. He quickly received a system notification. Rakrak's herd has recognized the divine power of the nameless beetle god. Sung Woon burst into laughter when he read the name Rakrak had given him, beetle god, not butterfly god, tsk, and a nameless beetle god at that. However, he didn't feel bothered by it. A good name didn't always have to be present from the beginning. Just like the existence of intelligence that developed civilization and technology, the name of a god also changed. They may have recognized Sung Woon's divinity after the miracle, but it wasn't enough to give him a grandiose title. Sung Woon smiled happily as he looked down at the lizard men who were becoming healthier. To accumulate faith, merely acknowledging the miracles and divinity wasn't enough. If everything went according to plan, he could achieve what he wanted through the next miracle. In the Forgotten World game, there were individuals who were sensitive to miracles. After observing the lizard men closely for the past few days, it seemed like Rakrak was this individual. Sung Woon chuckled mischievously. Rakrak could be very important to me, well then, should also become important to Rakrak. Rakrak found more beetle swarms in the following days. Due to eating heartily for many days, the wound on his shoulder healed quickly. In addition, the lizard men increasingly relied on Rakrak, who was blessed with good hearing and vision and easily found beetle swarms. Some of the lizard men who had spoken harshly to him apologized. Rakrak accepted the reconciliation but simply said that he was lucky. Other lizard men felt ashamed of their attitude towards Rakrak and reflected on their past. Regardless, they had started to have great potential to become a better tribe.
A few days later, unlike the rest of the group, Rakrak began to suspect the strange beetle swarms. Lizard men had lost their civilization long ago, so there weren't many stories about them left. However, among the many rumors about why the gods abandoned them, there was a tale that said there was an evil force that even the gods couldn't stop. It was said that this evil force still existed and sometimes appeared before a tribe to tempt them towards destruction. Although these were just the words of wandering lizard men who were previously chased away from the larger tribe, people who lacked power and often fabricated stories to deceive others, it still made Rakrak suspicious about the appearance of the blue butterflies leading the way and the beetle swarms. Rakrak's genuine suspicion showed his superior thinking ability compared to others in the group. This time, he hesitated, staring at the butterfly without moving. I see another illusion again. There must be another swarm of beetles somewhere nearby. Everyone cheered excitedly at the news. There are beetles to eat. We'll have a feast today. But Rakrak didn't rush to follow the butterfly like he did before. Seeing Rakrak staring into the distance without moving, an impatient lizard man urged, "Rakrak, are you going to follow an illusion?" After a moment's thought, Rakrak concluded that the nameless armored insect god created these beetle swarms to lead them somewhere, and that direction was north. But winter is coming, and while the lizard men can survive winter, the blood of their cold-blooded ancestors still affects them. Their bodies become sluggish in winter, their food supply dwindles, and they can only move during the day when the sun is up. The inevitable result is that some will starve. Therefore, they must at least cross the wilderness to find a forest with plenty of firewood for warmth. Rakrak's group initially headed south, but the beetle swarm led them north. So far, they owe a lot to the beetle swarm. However, looking at it from another angle, the beetle swarm might be leading them into a trap. Rakrak couldn't help but become suspicious inside. If we keep going this way, we'll freeze to death. The members of the group grew anxious upon hearing this. One lizard man suggested, "Then, let's ignore the illusion and continue on our old path." Rakrak pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I don't think so. You still don't understand our current situation." Looking around, Rakrak remarked in a low, solemn voice, "There's nothing else in this wilderness. Even insects are hard to find. What will we do if we turn back and lose the beetle swarm's help?" Rakrak looked towards the butterfly with suspicion and questioned, "Nameless armored insect god, where are you leading us? I truly cannot tell." Ultimately, with no other choice for now but to follow the butterfly's guidance, Rakrak and the lizard men group continued their journey north. Sung Woon took in all of Rakrak's doubts and anxieties. He was slightly worried. It was all because they didn't have enough faith yet. To be more precise, everyone would be skeptical of miracles in the early stages, but it was just the beginning, so there was nothing he could do about it. Sung Woon nervously clenched his fist as he looked at the system parameters. The insect blessing wasn't unlocked yet. The requirement was for the insect sub-area to reach level 2 or higher, consuming 10 faith. In other words, he couldn't use any miracles other than providing the lizard men group with guidance and food. Now Sung Woon can only hope that Rakrak will believe in him and continue to follow the path of the unknown armored god. In return, they will receive a bigger reward in return for that trust. In the end, this is also a bet like in the Forgotten World game. Exchanging initial faith points may gain back the believer's trust, but it may not. Just as Rakrak thought, Sung Woon intentionally led this group of lizard people to the north, but this was a plan to build trust in the unknown insect god, so obviously Sung Woon could not show the way. It's okay. As long as Rakrak's group follows Sung Woon's instructions, they will definitely have an unbelievable future. With his little faith in the unknown armored god, the Rakrak group walked continuously for 2 days, not sleeping at night. The Rakrak carried the smallest lizard man on his back and led the group. After following the flying butterfly, flying up a small hill rising above the wilderness, Rakrak's eyes widened in surprise. The youngest lizard man quickly climbed down from the Rakrak's back. The child smiled eagerly and ran forward as if he had just seen another miracle, not just the beetles waiting for them. Rakrak was stunned for a moment because of the big gift that Sung Woon prepared for them. Then Rakrak turned around and shouted loudly to his group, "Everyone, look! The unknown armored god led us to the Holy Land." Rakrak excitedly stretched his arms forward. Below the hill, a wide stream appeared. Dense bushes and trees surrounded the stream. From there came small waterfalls and streams flow out to form narrow lakes. The remaining people were also very surprised after climbing the hill. They did not dare to believe the scene before their eyes. This land would definitely give them a new, better life. Then, the butterfly circled Rakrak as if it had completed its mission. Cheers. Cheers of joy broke out from the crowd. "We are alive, Rakrak. We were right to put our trust in you. God armor, the nameless coincidence is so great." New notifications from the system flashed before Sung Woon's eyes. The Rakrak clan sent their thanks to the unknown armor god. Divinity level increased, 1 to 2, faith increased, 3 out of 10 to 36 above 50. The insect subzone has been leveled up, 1 to 2. Fully satisfy the necessary conditions. Immediately, the insect blessing feature has been unlocked in the Forgotten World game, which can bestow a special ability on believers who support the god after the player levels up. This is called the god's blessing in the system. For example, if one has the fire sub-district, it can make believers with heat resistance. In other words, the believers can evolve. Blessings will be able to change the appearance of the species, and the change will be passed on to descendants. But there's a problem. A blessing costs 10 faith points per believer. Sung Woon calculates he currently only has 36 faith points, with a maximum limit of 50. There are about 3 types of blessings that are good for each ward, so even blessing one of the believers would consume almost all of his faith. If that lucky individual continued to reproduce, it would of course not be considered waste. However, Sung Woon does not have time to hesitate forever. Rakrak's group needs to be blessed soon to be able to strengthen their faith in God and grow strong, which also opens the way for Sung Woon to collect, gathering more faith. First of all, Sung Woon decided to make Rakrak the high priest, that is a person who can connect with the gods. Appropriate suggestions can be given to the high priest through dreams dream while consuming only a little faith. Sung Woon smiled down at Rakrak and muttered, "Do you want to know for sure what I want, Rakrak? Then become my priest, carry my message to your people." Immediately, Sung Woon blessed Rakrak with the remaining faith points, and from there, Rakrak felt a change in his body. First his scales turned black. Initially he was afraid because he thought it might be a disease, but after shedding his skin, his scales became smoother, and they were softer but firmer than before. Like the carapace of a beetle, Rakrak also grows in body size and is stronger than anyone else in the group. In addition, he has the ability to resist the poison of some mushrooms. These sudden changes are all new, and the group, including Rakrak, were surprised. Rakrak realized that these changes might have been caused by the unknown god of armor, but why did the god give him this power? It was not until a few days later that Rakrak learned the reason. It was one night, quiet. While the Rakrak group was sleeping soundly, a firefly suddenly flew near them. The firefly landed on the sleeping Rakrak's shoulder and a sound was transmitted to his ears that no one else could hear. In his sleep, Rakrak heard someone calling his name, Rakrak, Rakrak, but he did not wake up startled. That's because he heard that voice in his dream. The surrounding space was a magical blue-white color. There was no one else here but him. Rakrak looked around. This space only had flying insects of all kinds, the most of which were butterflies. The magical scene made him realize that this was a dream. The call rang out again. Rakrak immediately turned his head to look around, trying to find the person who called him. Finally, Rakrak saw in the darkness a lizard man with his back turned to him, then slowly that person turned to look at him. He curiously asked, "Who are you?" But the mysterious lizard man did not respond, just stood there quietly looking at Rakrak. The bright sky began to darken, and the face of the lizard man that Rakrak was seeing was also hidden in the darkness. Rakrak tried to catch a glimpse of that face but couldn't. The nameless lizard man slowly extended his hand. Rakrak wondered if the lizard man was offering to help him up, but he soon realized that was not the case. The nameless lizard man was holding out his hand as if demanding something from the Rakrak, but did not open his mouth to make any specific request. The intelligent Rakrak quickly realized that and asked the nameless lizard man, "Do you want something from me?" The anonymous lizard man seemed now satisfied with Rakrak's question and slowly changed his hand position, pointing down at Rakrak's body. The Rakrak's curious eyes quickly moved in the direction the unknown lizard man was pointing, to see what he was implying. Rakrak was startled to discover that, without knowing when, he had a water buffalo skull in his hand. Raising the skull, he carefully observed it and the butterflies began to gather near the skull as if giving a deeper hint. 2 giant horns grew from both sides of the skull, the eye sockets and nasal cavity were empty, the teeth of the upper jaw were still attached. It was a meticulously processed and clean skull. Rakrak still didn't quite understand this suggestion, but he decided to give the water buffalo skull to the unknown lizard man at the person's request. He wanted to know what this skull would be used for. The nameless lizard man placed the skull on his head and held out his hand again. Rakrak looked at his hand, wondering if there was anything else given to him, but there was nothing. And when Rakrak raised his head, the nameless lizard man transformed into a mysterious figure without a form or face, wearing only a water buffalo skull, and then slowly disappeared into nothingness, surrounded by blue butterflies, flying in the mysterious light. Then, Rakrak woke up from his dream with a feeling of excitement in his heart. He was the nameless insect god. Rakrak declared, "We must hunt the water buffalo." Those were the first words he said after gathering his entire group. But everyone didn't understand why he proposed like that, so he immediately added, "The nameless insect god wants us to catch the water buffalo." Suspicious sounds rang out again. "God, have you seen him?" Rakrak nodded affirmatively. "Yes, he appeared in my dream yesterday." After that, Rakrak excitedly told the story of his dream. Anyone could tell that the unknown armor god wanted a water buffalo as an offering, and everyone started discussing Rakrak's dream. Most people agreed with Rakrak's guess. Wasn't it obvious? He wanted us to sacrifice a buffalo. They guessed exactly what Sung Woon wanted. In Faith Primitive, praying to a god at a sacrifice was the most basic foundation. This type of sacrifice could provide a constant supply of faith, and faith could be strengthened through sacrificial rituals presided over by the high priest. To organize a sacrificial ritual, offerings are needed. The more precious and important the offering, the more difficult it is to obtain, thus proving the strength of their faith in their god. How? Thereby leading to the creation of more faith. Zael recognized the risk in this task, so she immediately complained. Wanting to catch a buffalo means having to go deep into the wilderness. That's too risky. The location where Rakrak's group is at is really not good. They're on a peninsula, making it difficult to reach another continent, a large part of which is wilderness, so there aren't enough useful resources at the beginning. To get ahead of others, we have to take risks. The forest they're in isn't big, and it's surrounded by wilderness. Deep in the wilderness, there are saber-toothed tigers, like the ones that attacked Rakrak, and a herd of water buffaloes are prey for those top predators. Everyone began to argue fiercely about whether or not to accept this challenge. "Zael, the one who led us here wants that thing. We can't ignore this request." Zael shook her head solemnly. "I just don't want the whole group to be in danger. To catch the buffalo, all the hunters have to go. If all the hunters go, there will be no one left to protect the rest of the week. The hunters could also get lost. It's too dangerous." Zael's objection makes sense, and she is a large lizard man, the first leader of this group. When Rakrak found the sacred land, Zael officially handed over the leadership to Rakrak without any objection, but her voice still has the most influence in the group, second only to Rakrak. Rakrak doesn't hate Zael, but his blind faith has excluded her opinions, and Rakrak thinks differently from Zael. In the end, he still acknowledges that her concerns are reasonable. But he made a bolder decision than everyone imagined. Rakrak held a crude spear in his hand and said with determination, "I can't let everyone be in danger. So, I will go alone." Everyone was stunned to look at Rakrak because his decision was too reckless, not to mention his strength. The size of the hunter and the prey alone is a big difference. Zael immediately growled in protest. "No, there are many people in the group who trust and follow you. Are you going to split up the group, and how are you going to catch the buffalo alone? Rakrak still insisted. The god appeared in my dream. He wants me to do the work. I can't betray him. Moreover, the nameless beetle god, he has blessed me. Don't you remember? When Rakrak mentioned the blessing, everyone was stunned. Zale didn't understand what blessing Rakrak was given, because his recent changes weren't that special to be considered a miracle. She felt skeptical and continued to ask, what blessing? Rakrak held the spear in an attacking posture. It was only a crude but sharp stone blade tied to a wooden handle, and was his favorite weapon. He walked to the front of the group and pointed to a large tree in the distance. Rakrak began to explain, although this is unbelievable, I've carefully reviewed the signs. When I woke up on the first day we arrived here, the wound was completely healed, while normally it would take at least a month to get like that. Rakrak continued to speak while lifting his injured shoulder and moving rhythmically. Moreover, my shoulder and all over my body are covered by a new layer of scales. It's clearly darker as everyone can see. It's like the beetles. Everyone who heard this felt that what Rakrak had gone through was truly miraculous. Only Zale remained with an incredulous face. After a moment of thought, she still waved her hand to disagree with Rakrak's opinion. I admit that these things are very miraculous, but that's not a reason for you to hunt alone. Those things are worthless when facing a water buffalo. Rakrak had predicted that Zale would say that, so his eyes turned towards the large tree. Yes, but I want to show you this too. Rakrak tensed the muscles in his right arm. The muscle bundles stood out with clearly defined tendons. He began to put force into his arm and drew back for momentum. His voice was full of power. The real reason is this. With that, standing on one leg, he threw the spear forward, aiming for the tree that was as big as a water buffalo. A confident glint appeared in his eyes. The spear's trajectory wasn't a parabola, but a perfect straight line. It tore through the wind and rushed towards the tree as if it would pierce anything that stood in its path. With a loud boom, the spear stuck into the dry, large tree. The tree burst open with a resounding crack. The power of the spear throw was undeniable. It could definitely take down a water buffalo with one hit if it hit the vital spot. When they saw such extraordinary power, the whole group cheered, while Zale remained silent with a dumbfounded face that could not be hidden. The large tree, which was 2 arm spans around, was completely destroyed, leaving only the base. The spear pierced the tree and stuck into the ground, but it was still shaking for a while from the aftershock of the terrible impact. Rakrak looked at Zale and went to the edge of the hill where the tree was destroyed to retrieve his spear. His confident and victorious expression showed who won this argument. The young men among the hunters immediately ran to Rakrak's side with admiration. Rakrak, that was amazing. Did you hide this power all these days? The old and young people in the group were both surprised and overwhelmed by Rakrak's power. The tree shattered with one hit, although it was only a tree, but it was terrifying. The sounds of lively conversations came from here and there. He was just standing on the brink of death not long ago, but now he's so strong. Are you sure that's Rakrak? It's like a different person. Suddenly, a young lizard man exclaimed in surprise when he saw the scene at the foot of the hill. Huh, what is that? Rakrak immediately glanced down to see the scene at the foot of the hill and burst into laughter. Haha, Zale, look, our argument is meaningless before the will of the gods. Then, Rakrak excitedly called for the whole group to come to the side of the hill to observe the scene below. Everyone, come and look over there. That's a whole herd of buffalo. Rakrak's smile reached his ears. He couldn't hide his eagerness when he saw the prey suddenly coming to the door, inviting him to eat. When everyone looked down at the foot of the hill, in the dusty mist, something was approaching at high speed. It was a herd of water buffalo. That's exactly what Rakrak wanted to sacrifice. It wasn't a very large herd, so hunting them wouldn't be a difficult problem. Zale, by this time, had to admit that there were too many miracles here. She exclaimed in surprise. What? No way. It seems that the herd of buffaloes is slowly approaching this area after sensing the water here. However, considering that they have never seen a herd of buffaloes go to this hill, there is no doubt that the herd of buffaloes is also lost. It's strange that a herd of buffaloes, which always move around the same place, would get lost here. Rakrak's eyes lit up with joy as he looked at the herd of buffaloes. This could never have happened without the arrangement of the gods. The whole tribe also cheered when they saw the herd of buffaloes. They were sure that the gods didn't appear in Rakrak's dream to break up their group. However, Zale saw how aggressive the herd of buffaloes was and still felt worried. She didn't want Rakrak to risk going alone, so she hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute, Rakrak. But Rakrak didn't pay attention to Zale's voice, and jumped off the hill. He raised his spear high and shouted with great enthusiasm, anyone who wants to honor the gods, follow me. When Rakrak jumped off the hill, his muscles continued to tense, blood rushed through his body, and his eyes quickly locked onto a prey. Rakrak launched the spear. It flew through the air with the speed of an arrow. The spear stuck into the head of a large buffalo. The spearhead pierced through its skull, causing blood to splash everywhere. The buffalo quickly fell down in panic. It struggled a few times before lying motionless. The other buffaloes running behind were still charging, so they trampled on each other, lost their balance in panic, and a few of them also fell down. When Rakrak led the way to take down a prey, the hunters in the group were also inspired to follow him. The gods not only gave us beetles, but also meat. Rakrak shouted again, 500 brothers, advance. He felt the faith in the nameless beetle god surging inside him. Every muscle in his body was boiling in the fire of will and desire. Rakrak and the group of lizard men successfully hunted down almost 10 water buffaloes. Some people suggested that all the offerings should be presented to the altar, but Rakrak said that there was no need to do that. It seemed that Rakrak understood the will of the gods very well because Sung Woon thought the same way. There would be many more hunts anyway, and it was important for everyone to eat and drink their fill. Rakrak wondered how the nameless beetle god could move the herd of buffaloes, but first, he focused on sharing the meat in front of him with everyone. The first ritual was very crude. A live buffalo was hung upside down and bled. The blood dripped down below, where 4 of the best buffalo heads were placed on top of an altar made of buffalo bones stacked haphazardly. Of course, Rakrak had never organized a ritual, so he didn't have a clear idea about the concept of sacrifice. Luckily, this process didn't really cause any problems. The important part was just the idea of sacrifice. Rakrak's way of offering was seemingly careless and clumsy, and after many attempts, he finally managed to hang the buffalo upside down and successfully collect the blood to have a complete first ritual scene like this. Rakrak and the rest of the group bowed before the altar where the blood was flowing. Simple prayers were spoken with reverence. "Oh, nameless beetle god damp, although not much, please accept our offering." For the lizard men, this was the only action they could think of to show respect for someone higher than them. Everyone was strengthening their faith in the god they had never seen. Even Zael had changed her perception of the deity. She acted respectfully, bowing her head along with everyone else before the altar, pleading, "Please accept our offerings." The blood of the living bull continued to flow down the neatly arranged skulls below, staining them a vibrant red that was somewhat terrifying, but in the eyes of the believers, it was a sacred image. And that was enough. For Sung Woon, what he received through this ritual was not a memory of a beautiful image. The important thing was how much faith was offered to the deity. Sung Woon looked down at the ceremony and focused only on the lizards who were bowing reverently. The ceremony was still a bit sloppy and clumsy, but the only thing that mattered in the offering ceremony was sincerity. The system quickly displayed the results of this offering. The faith gained from the altar. The faith had leveled up, from 3 out of 50 to 162 out of 50, it had even exceeded the current storage limit. Sung Woon was also very pleased with Rakrak for the faith that this lizard offered to the unnamed armored insect god. He had just become the high priest and had already prepared a pretty good ceremony. Commendable. Sung Woon was even happier when he thought about the plan he had carefully laid out. This much was worth the time and effort he had invested. He was not the god of animals or livestock, and the only sub-region he controlled was insects. Therefore, he did not have the power to directly control the herd of buffalo. To lead the herd of buffalo to Rakrak, Sung Woon had to start moving them long before Rakrak was appointed as the high priest. This success was proof that with the good use of miracles, nothing is impossible. Sung Woon used a similar method in the Forgotten World game. He moved the herd of buffalo without much difficulty. It just took a little time, because everything in this world was organically connected. The buffalo moved while grazing, so it was possible to lead the buffalo by directing the location where the grass grew. Of course, Sung Woon was not the god of plants, so he could not create grass at will, but he could summon a swarm of locusts to eat the grass that was already there. The locusts grazed in a way that drew paths for the buffalo to follow. When the buffalo grazed in the direction that the swarm of locusts had created, they would go to the desired destination of Sung Woon. Putting aside his thoughts about what he had done, Sung Woon looked down at the group of Rakrak with a somewhat worried look. Sung Woon was concerned when he saw the group of Rakrak eating the whole calf they had caught. Sung Woon remembered that these guys didn't know how to farm. For example, they knew how to dig roots, but they didn't know that it was better to leave some behind and bury the good seeds together for crossbreeding, or keep that calf alive to find another one to mate and reproduce. Sung Woon was worried because if they continued like this, the food supply here would eventually run out. Creatures that travel in herds consume a lot of resources. Luckily, Rakrak's group knew the basics of smoking meat, so they had stored a lot of buffalo meat, but that was still not enough. Because they wouldn't need to gather food for a while, they could build houses and focus on taking care of their homes. At that time, the number of people in the tribe would increase, but Rakrak's group lived on a small area in the middle of the wilderness. Therefore, they could only survive for a few years at most if they didn't know how to cultivate and raise livestock. Sung Woon wanted to tell them about agricultural knowledge through a miracle or a divine message, but, once again, this worked like in the Forgotten World game. Sung Woon could not impart that kind of knowledge to the lizard with the current amount of faith. That would be a violation of causality in the context of the game, and although it was not yet confirmed, it seemed that similar consequences would also happen on this planet. Sung Woon thought again, well, doing nothing is a way to solve the problem. The process of tribes gaining knowledge is very easy. One just has to wait until an intelligent person in the group comes up with an invention, or agricultural techniques could be discovered by chance. And when that knowledge and technique was passed down to future generations, civilization would progress. But it would take too much time. The tangled thoughts continued to unfold in his mind. There is another way. Knowledge and technology can be passed down when tribes interact in some way, and so another complex plan began to be carried out by Sung Woon in silence. At the same time, because the existence of a god was now clearly proven, he thought it was time to strike while the iron was hot, to continue to bless Rakrak and the members of his group so they could thrive. One by one, Sung Woon blessed the lizards who followed Rakrak and actively participated in hunting, and the blessings were the same as what Rakrak had received. A few years passed. Rakrak and his tribe survived the winter without much difficulty thanks to the spring water source and the small ecosystem it maintained, and many people in the tribe were blessed by the god. Even the children were blessed, making them healthy and strong, but good times never last forever. One morning, Rakrak stood before the altar made of bones. He could barely even remember the first crude altar they made years ago. Suddenly Zael's voice rang out, "Rakrak, you're up early." Rakrak nodded to greet her. "I want to observe the altar a bit. I had a bad dream last night." The altar in front of him was now about 8 meters high. The altar, densely stacked with the bones of dozens of buffalo, and maybe even more, consisting of 3 layers. The buffalo heads decorating each platform looked truly amazing. Zael had believed in the unnamed armored insect god. Now the entire tribe was covered in black skin and had such a powerful body that it was inexplicable without the existence of a divine power. Even the weakest warrior in the tribe could cut the buffalo's throat with his bare hands, and 20 small lizards were born healthy, pushing the population of the tribe to nearly 50 people. That was evidence of the god's help. So Zael was very eager to hear Rakrak talk about the dream. What dream was it? A message from the god? Rakrak shook his head in confusion. "I don't know either, it was pretty vague." Rakrak began to tell about his dream. The altar shook violently, visible from afar. Looking around, he didn't see any fish from the blessed lake surfacing anymore. Moreover, when he dug up the soil, he didn't see any roots either. In fact, both Rakrak and Zael felt the slow decline of this land. As the tribe grew larger, the small stream and lake could no longer support them fully. The fish disappeared, leaving only the roots that had a strong taste. But Zael still comforted Rakrak. "Things aren't that bad yet." Rakrak still had a heavy expression. "Maybe so, but our home is becoming barren. Wasn't the rabbit we caught 2 months ago the last prey we got?" Zael continued to comfort him. "But Rakrak, there's still time. The unnamed armored insect god is still sending us herds of water buffalo. There's nothing to worry about when the god is taking care of us." Rakrak climbed up the altar. "I believe in the god too. He won't abandon us." When Rakrak reached the top of the altar, he looked out into the distance with a somber expression and said, "However, sometimes the God's will is unclear. If we don't understand the God's will, haven't we betrayed the God's will? Don't you think so?" Rakrak's question caused Zael to fall into deep thought. After a while, Zael replied with a concerned look, "Yes, maybe." Rakrak remained seated on the altar, looking towards the horizon with a worried voice. "I'm afraid that's exactly what's happening." While looking at the scenery below the hill with a pensive expression, suddenly, Rakrak jumped up in shock as if he had seen something very alarming. Rakrak urgently called out to Zael, "Zael, come up here quickly and look at this." Zael was also startled by his eagerness. "What?" But Sung Woon didn't explain, he just urged her, "Hurry up." As Zael hesitated, tilting her head while climbing, Rakrak quickly pulled her hand and pointed towards the distance. "Look over there quickly." When they reached the limit of their sight, Zael could recognize something at the end of the horizon. It was a group of something, but she couldn't guess what it was. They were advancing slowly and in too large a number to be water buffalo, and if it was just water buffalo, Rakrak wouldn't have anything to be confused about because it was a very familiar sight to them. Rakrak muttered to himself in a bewildered voice, "Well, now I understand why the altar kept shaking in my dream." According to Rakrak's understanding, It was a sign that some kind of danger was approaching this area. In the distance, the lizards with long snouts, straight backs, and large tails were approaching. It was another tribe of lizards. They had blue skin just like Rakrak's group in the past. Their appearance made Rakrak grumble in annoyance. Those bastards who kicked us out of the tribe before. The lizard Bauer had ruled the blue-skin tribe in the flooded swamp for a long time. Rakrak easily recognized Bauer because nothing about him had changed much since Rakrak was kicked out of the tribe. Bauer was over 2 meters 5 and big enough to make other lizards look like children, a giant from the moment he hatched from the egg. He had the ability to frighten and intimidate other lizards because of his brutal nature. However, his temperament did not help the tribe to survive for long, because being only aggressive and crude was not the quality of a leader of a large tribe of 300 lizards. Looking at the huge group of lizards moving towards them, Rakrak and Zale couldn't help but recall the past in the blue-skin tribe. Bauer was very good at math. He knew that 300 lizards could live well in a small swamp, with an area that could be traversed in about half a day, but it wouldn't be okay when the number increased to 310 or 320, the swamp would gradually run out of resources. And so, Bauer often drove away the weak, sickly, and elderly lizards from his tribe and land. At least 10 people were driven away each time, and at most 30. Of course, the lizards who were driven away didn't easily obey, so there was always a bloody battle. There were also many who attacked him to protest his cruel actions. However, the giant drake, Manon, 5 meters long, always protected Bauer, and together, they killed the traitors. Manon was one of Bauer's pets, although it could not be compared to a dragon. But the drake was considered the supreme creature that no one could face in the wilderness. Manon was so large that it could easily defeat a saber-toothed tiger. An average group of 30 or even 50 lizards would find it difficult to defeat a drake. Manon was very fierce, but it had been tamed by Bauer, even willing to let him ride on its back. Seeing Bauer, fat and old, riding on Manon's back, followed by about 300 lizards, Rakrak immediately felt that their movement was not simple. Based on the number of people, it seemed like they were planning to migrate the whole blue-skin tribe. Zale also said in a worried voice, "This means." Finally, that fat lizard seems to have eaten up all the land belonging to the blue-skin tribe. Rakrak agreed with that speculation. They all understood that with 300 mouths to feed, it wouldn't take long until all the kinds of rooted plants in the swamp were dug up, all the small animals were hunted, and even the bark of trees was peeled off to eat. Rakrak pondered for a moment and sighed. "I'm not sure either, although it will surely happen sooner or later." In fact, Rakrak had thought that the problem also lay with Manon. It ate too much food. Although it hunted its own food, there wasn't much to eat in the wilderness, and if it wasn't for Manon, perhaps the blue-skin tribe would have been able to keep the weak ones instead of driving them away. Bauer had driven away the other lizards because he wanted to raise Manon by his side. Zale looked at Bauer's current chubby appearance and scoffed. Even now, he's the only one gaining weight. Greedy fool. After observing for a while longer, Zale worriedly asked Rakrak, "Anyway, do they know anything about this place?" In fact, Rakrak was also thinking about this. He pondered and replied to Zale, "I don't know either. With the distance between the two tribes initially, they wouldn't be able to see this place. It seems they're just wandering around looking for some land like we were before." Zale nodded in agreement. Besides, with the special terrain of this place, maybe they'll just pass by without knowing anything. At that moment, a loud shout echoed down from the hill. "Hey, you guys! This is the sacred ground in the name of the unnamed armored insect god." The shout came from a group of black-skinned lizards, the guards that Rakrak had assigned to guard the territory. The black lizard people raised their spears high in their hands and screamed to drive away Bauer and the green-skin race. "You guys are from the green-skin race, right? Don't try to advance even one step." Thanks to the screams of the people, the black lizards that the Bauers just looked up at the hill full of dry rocks before them. As soon as Bauer heard about the sacred land of the unknown insect god, he immediately approached with greedy eyes and a sinister smile. "Oh, what is this?" Rakrak sighed, unable to hold back his groan as he saw his guards acting presumptuously. "Oh, yes, I forgot it's yours turn to guard today." Zale also rubbed his forehead in frustration. "If they come here, this land will soon be depleted." Rakrak patted Zale's shoulder reassuringly. "I know, but don't worry, we have the strength to drive them away. They are numerous and have Manon with them, but I believe we will win under the protection of the nameless armored insect god." "This must be the will of the gods," said Rakrak as he stepped down from the altar with a powerful and decisive stride, leaving Zale slightly confused. "What do you mean?" As soon as Rakrak jumped off the altar, he grabbed his favorite spear and walked towards the top of the hill, facing Bauer and the blue-skin tribe. Zale also jumped off the altar in surprise. What? Why are the gods testing us? Rakrak stared intently at his spear for a moment before saying, we were abandoned, but the gods have saved us. Maybe this isn't a test or a challenge, but a mission the gods have entrusted to us. With that, Rakrak started walking towards the top of the hill, but Zale still didn't fully understand his meaning and asked, what mission? Rakrak looked down at the numerous blue-skinned tribe below the hill with fiery eyes. Looking at their entire tribe moving like this, it seems like a similar fate has befallen them. They haven't done anything wrong to us. We need to save them in the name of the gods. We need to let more people know about the nameless armored insect god. Hearing this, Zale expressed his concern. Even if it's the will of the gods, that guy over there, will he understand the situation and submit to the nameless armored insect god, or will he chase us away from this destined land again? Just as Zale feared, Bauer had never thought about the lizards he had driven out to the wilderness. So far, he had chased 5 groups of lizards away from the blue-skinned tribe and hadn't encountered any of them again. He wasn't the kind of person who could be easily driven away, and even more so, he wasn't easily subjugated. At this moment, the blue butterflies controlled by Sungwoon fluttered in front of Rakrak, as if wanting to deliver a message to him. The moment he saw those butterflies, Rakrak's intuition became stronger, further solidifying his guess. He no longer doubted that this was the arrangement of the nameless armored insect god. With a heart filled with fervent faith in the gods, Rakrak affirmed to Zale, this must be the will of the gods. I dare not try to guess their divine intentions. So I will only do what I can. As Rakrak said this, the butterfly circled above his head and began following his every step. Rakrak, spear in hand, walked towards his tribal warriors. He knew that controlling the blue-skinned tribe would be much more difficult than chasing them away. If they had no one left to fight, they would split up and run away. They were more numerous, so controlling all those who fled would also be very difficult. But Rakrak resolutely followed the path he believed the gods were leading him on. His firm steps didn't falter as he approached the cliff, and the entire situation unfolding right now was captured by Sungwoon's watchful eye through the butterfly. Sungwoon laughed with interest upon hearing the conversation between Rakrak and Zale. You know what I want, don't you? Rakrak, on the other hand, this also means Sungwoon had completely controlled Rakrak. What Sungwoon wanted was to combine both tribes. Rakrak's tribe had become stronger through blessings, but their technical and technological capabilities were low. Sungwoon had checked and discovered that the blue-skinned tribe possessed some techniques he considered valuable. Those techniques would be used to sustain the entire tribe and develop their civilization. As Sungwoon looked down from above, Rakrak was leading Zale and some of his comrades towards Bauer. Beside Rakrak, all of them were elite warriors in the tribe and had great faith in Rakrak, because they knew that thanks to his strong will, he had led them to a good life until now. Rakrak's current willpower score was 14. Willpower is the foundation that allows a person to constantly strive and not give up when doing something challenging. The number 14 might not seem like a lot, but it was truly remarkable because under normal circumstances, it wouldn't even be marked in an individual's statistics. This showed that Rakrak's willpower had something special. Sungwoon silently praised Rakrak in his heart, thinking that this lizard was both intelligent and had a strong will. Just as Rakrak had guessed, Bauer and the blue-skinned tribe were led here by him. He had thought his calculation about the number of people in the tribe was definitely correct, but that thought had changed not long ago. The swamp had been attacked by a swarm of locusts. Even Bauer had never seen a swarm like this in his long life. The swarm was large enough to make the swamp sky pitch black and obscure the sun. Initially, Bauer and everyone else thought this was an opportunity to find food, but they quickly realized the threat. The locusts destroyed grass and plants, killing animals that depended on vegetation and even attacking weak lizards. In just 2 days, half the land was wiped out. Bauer's calculations were no longer accurate, forcing the blue-skinned tribe to migrate to the wilderness, where Bauer had chased away other lizards. Other players in the Forgotten World game often dislike individuals with strong willpower. Strong willpower means the individual can act according to their own thoughts, and unexpected actions will lead to trouble in the player's plans. Of course, willpower itself and constant efforts can lead to good actions, but in the end, most players dislike characters who act on their own accord. But Sungwoon thought differently from other players. Having a strong will doesn't always mean someone will act differently from what the player intended. If the player can give reasonable guidance, then willpower will bring more success than if the player takes full control of everything. Faith will also be spread much more effectively. Meanwhile, Bauer stopped at the foot of the hill and looked up at Ur. He pulled Manon forward and observed the young lizard men with a scrutinizing gaze. It seemed he didn't know that these black-skinned lizards were part of the groups he had chased away from the tribe in the past. Bauer sneered arrogantly and asked Ur, "Hey, noisy little brat, are you living here?" Ur, disrespected, immediately roared angrily, "What do you mean, brat?" His comrades shouted back at Bauer, "Yes, this is our land." Bauer smirked sinisterly. Oh, really? Clearly, he was plotting in his mind that if this was a habitable land, he and the blue-skinned tribe would conquer it. Bauer then inquired with a mocking laugh, as if he didn't believe the black-skinned lizards. What could possibly be here? Despite his temper, Ur still recognized his ill intentions and brushed him off. "That's none of your business." At this moment, Rakrak's voice sounded from a distance, attracting Bauer's attention. The bushes, trees, and other life forms made Bauer think that Rakrak had given an easy answer because he was afraid of the numerous tribe behind him. Rakrak strode confidently towards Bauer. He boldly walked straight down to face him directly instead of standing on the hill and arguing. But Bauer, with his thick skin, made a demand. "Great, we're hungry. If you leave this hill, we won't attack." Rakrak flatly refused. "This is our land. We are warriors. We protect our territory." Bauer arrogantly laughed in derision. "I don't know how many more of you there are, but you can't win." Rakrak replied with unwavering eyes. "We can protect our land with just the men you see here." Bauer chuckled upon hearing those words. "Don't you know how to count?" Rakrak nonchalantly shrugged. "And you don't know about the gods?" Bauer immediately looked surprised. "The gods," Rakrak generously offered. "Now kneel down and listen to me, then, I will take care of you according to the will of the gods." Bauer stopped laughing. He began to show the expression of a bully threatening Rakrak. "It seems this guy is just talking nonsense. Well, whatever, get out of here now." Of course, Rakrak and the people in his tribe remained standing and stared intently at Bauer with unwavering and challenging eyes. Seeing this, Bauer kicked Manon in the back, urging it towards Rakrak with its sharp teeth constantly growling, "You're a bunch of lunatics, get lost before I lose my temper." Receiving its master's instructions, Manon began to flaunt its dominance with a fierce gaze towards Rakrak's group, as if they were prey it could simply lick and they would be wiped out. Its sharp, hungry eyes were especially focused on Rakrak, who seemed like a slow-moving worm in its eyes. Not only was Bauer arrogant due to the tremendous assistance from Manon, but he was also very confident that the disparity in strength between the two sides was great enough for him to achieve a decisive victory without much effort. Bauer glanced towards his massive blue-skinned army and sneered, even tapping his forehead to mock Rakrak. "If you're the leader, you should know how to calculate, right?" Rakrak didn't falter because of the faith he placed in the nameless armored insect god. He simply shook his head, expressing his disgust at Bauer's stupidity and arrogance. Then, Rakrak's spear immediately pointed directly at Bauer with a challenging intention. He no longer wanted to waste his breath arguing with him. It was clear that words had no effect on a greedy and stubborn person like him. As Rakrak's spear gleamed brightly under the sun, he boldly declared, "I know what I have to do. I don't want to attack you. I will accept you in the name of the nameless armored insect god." Seeing Rakrak's serious and unyielding stance, Bauer clenched his teeth in frustration. What the hell? Rakrak ignored Bauer and looked towards the lizards of the blue-skinned tribe, beginning to persuade them, "You are all pitiful people who have lost their homes and have no place to stay. But now, you can enter the embrace of the gods, then, the gods will take care of you, just like they have taken care of us." As Rakrak spoke these words, his comrades around him all nodded with forgiving eyes. Looking Bauer in the eye once more, Rakrak especially emphasized that it was the will of the gods and he was willing to reach out to those who were guided to this land by the gods, regardless of who they were. Clearly, it wasn't just a piece of advice, but a threat to Bauer's supreme power within the blue-skinned tribe. Hearing this, Bauer growled even more ferociously, like a mad dog. But after a moment of making a face like a monkey's ass, he suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Saliva sprayed from his open snout, but it couldn't stop his loud laughter. After wiping his mouth, one corner of Bauer's mouth curled up deeply in mockery. "Wow, it seems you really don't know how to count." Rakrak immediately responded with a sneer. "So what? I really don't know much. I only know my god." Even if he appears to believe in him blindly, but his teammates still looked at him with trusting eyes. Rakrak carried his faith and everyone's trust in the tip of his spear. He spun it lightly as if choosing the best angle of attack before gripping it to lock onto his target. Once again, this blatant act of defiance angered Bauer. He was used to bullying others, so when he saw someone with a strong will to resist like Rakrak, he felt extreme disgust. Bauer, losing patience, started to curse, "You're too stupid to understand what I'm saying. Die." With those words, he kicked Manon in the back. Manon's eyes gleamed, and it lunged towards Rakrak with a ferocious roar, its maw gaping open in a bloodthirsty frenzy. As the massive drake charged toward him, Rakrak remained unfazed. Gritting his teeth, he continued to raise his spear high with a prayer echoing in his heart, "Oh, God. Please stand with me." To face the enemy, Rakrak thought as he tightened his spear in his hand. The ground was shaking violently with every step Manon took, but he still stood firmly in a ready position welcome battle. Rakrak knows how scary Manon is, but he believes in the unknown armor god, and even when Manon is only an arm's length away from him, he remains steadfast in his will and faith. "Please give me courage, give me strength." According to the usual theory of faithful believers, when they pray, their God will help them in one way or another. Rakrak was waiting for that help, hoping his faith would be rewarded. Sadly, the miracle didn't happen. A shattering sound rang out, and the spear in Rakrak's hand shattered instantly with a simple flick of Manon's hand. Rakrak was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as the spear turned into shards flying everywhere in front of him. Without a weapon, Rakrak with his current strength of 30 would not be able to withstand Manon with a strength of 87, nearly 3 times higher. Even if Rakrak couldn't see the strength stats in the system, the power disparity between the two was too clear to understand. Seeing Rakrak dumbfounded, Bauer burst out laughing with scornful eyes, "Kakik, you idiot." Immediately after, Manon raised its hand high, ready to crush Rakrak's head like a cockroach, but Sung Woon didn't see anything urgent or difficult about this battle. Ever since he became a god, the flow of time no longer rushed for him. The scene of Manon attacking Rakrak even seemed like a slow-motion film in Sung Woon's eyes. A system window popped up at the moment of impact. Clash of civilizations. 2 different tribes have made contact. XP is accumulating for both tribes. Although time had slowed in Sung Woon's eyes, he still felt relieved that the notification he needed was displayed at the right time. Phew, that was close. Soon after, Sung Woon closed the notification window and checked his stats to see what new abilities were unlocked and the progress of his strength. As the 2 lizard man tribes made contact, a new ability appeared. The system displayed, Divine Level 4, Faith, 482/500, Level 3 Insect District. Until now, you have always paid attention to a specific tribe. Now this tribe will become part of your possessions. Level 1 Lizard Man Tribe Region. You can now use the Divine Control skill. Do you want to use it? Sung Woon didn't hesitate to click yes. In the Forgotten World, after acquiring the first district from the starting card, players can acquire other additional regions. However, tribal regions are different from districts because tribal regions don't have powerful effects. For example, in the Insect District, insects can be created from nothing, but acquiring the Lizard Man region doesn't help create lizard men from the ground. Despite this, acquiring the Lizard Man region is not useless. The Divine Control skill has many sub-skills that can be performed, one of which is Possession. Rakrak had so much faith in the unnamed god of the beetles, so Sung Woon wanted to reward him accordingly. In a moment of extreme danger, a bright light flashed in Rakrak's eyes, but seemingly, no one else saw it. It was the light of a flying object resembling a falling meteor, aimed right at Rakrak's head. However, the star flew so fast that Rakrak couldn't dodge. At the same time, Manon's foot landed on Rakrak's head as the star landed. No one noticed anything strange, they only heard a bone-shattering bop that caused the dry ground to crack into a large spider web pattern. Looking at the long cracks on the ground, Bauer laughed excitedly, "Ha ha ha, you are a fool, god or no god." But the 300 brothers around him didn't cheer or celebrate for him at all. Bauer didn't notice anything unusual until Manon lifted its foot. There was no blood on its sole, not even a trace on the ground, and Rakrak, who should have been squashed like a cockroach beneath it, was gone. Bauer and Manon quickly looked around for Rakrak, and then they saw him standing 10 meters away, his whole body emitting green smoke like a blazing fire. Through some miraculous ability, he had managed to teleport out of danger in an instant, but Rakrak's eyes were no longer normal. Possession is a simple skill. True to its name, Sung Woon had descended into Rakrak's body. He looked down at Rakrak's body. The black scales, the sharp claws longer than his knuckles, and a long snout appeared in Sung Woon's vision the moment he successfully possessed him. Rakrak was over 2 meters tall, the ground seemed far away, and the sensation of a tail felt very unfamiliar to Sung Woon. He clenched and unclenched his fist to feel this body more realistically. Though slightly surprised, Bauer didn't consider this to be a significant skill. He arrogantly spoke in a mocking tone, "Ha, I don't know how you avoided that blow. But luck won't come twice in a row. With that, Bauer pulled the reins to steer Manon towards Rakrak again. The Drake's powerful roar resonated once more as it charged toward him at high speed. It might take Sung Woon a while to fully adapt to Rakrak's body, but currently, there was no need to adapt. Even while Sung Woon was controlling Rakrak's body, the Drake Manon running toward him was still slow to the point of boredom. However, his faith stat was decreasing while using the possession skill, so Sung Woon wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Luckily, the faith points he lost were acceptable. While Manon still ran towards him with a bull's force, Rakrak calmly opened his status board to see what Bauer could do. The system displayed, Bauer, Level 1 Warrior, Level 4 Tribe Chief, Strength 24, Intelligence 15, Sociability 16, Herding Skills, Chief of the Green-Skinned Lizard Man Tribe. Bauer's strength stat was only slightly higher than a water buffalo. Sung Woon wouldn't need to use possession if Rakrak only had to deal with Bauer. The problem was Manon. When Sung Woon looked into Manon's eyes, the system displayed, Manon, Level 1 Drake, Strength 87, Intelligence 6, Sociability 9. Manon's intelligence and communication skills were on par with an average lizard man, but its strength wasn't. It was a real monster. Then, Sung Woon looked at Rakrak's stats, Level 2 Warrior, Level 2 Chief, Level 1 High Priest, Strength 30 plus 3D, Intelligence 24 plus 3D, Sociability 26 plus 3D, Willpower 14 plus 3D, Chief of the Rakrak Tribe, Abnormal State, Being Controlled, Divine Level 3. The strength of a water buffalo was approximately 22, while Rakrak's strength was 30, more than enough to break a water buffalo's neck with his bare hands. Bauer could potentially be eliminated without much difficulty in a fair one-on-one battle. Rakrak's base stats were far lower than Manon's, but Sung Woon didn't hesitate. He controlled Rakrak's body to charge back towards the opponent at a terrifying speed. Manon couldn't even see his movements. Rakrak grabbed Manon's upper jaw as they collided. Manon's wide-open mouth was immediately clamped shut and flipped backward. The D displayed in Rakrak's stats meant divine power, and the number that D represented was 200, the maximum value that could naturally exist in a creature. Simply put, Rakrak's current strength was 630. If the opponent didn't have the same amount of divinity, a battle against a god would never be feasible or even impossible. Bauer was startled and hurriedly pulled back on the reins, trying to pull Manon's head out of Rakrak's hands, but he couldn't. It was as if it was locked tight in his grip. Rakrak swung his arm, and Manon's entire body immediately flipped backward. As the gigantic 5-meter-long monster flew into the air, some people began to shout in astonishment. Bauer, sitting on Manon's back, hadn't yet realized what was happening to him. He only saw that his body was upside down in the air. Before Bauer could jump off Manon's back, he and his pet were flipped over like a turtle. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't do anything. The sight of Bauer and his giant pet being thrown down caused many green-skinned tribal warriors to gape in astonishment. Speechless, the power disparity was overwhelming. The impact seemed to shake the planet's core, and some green-skinned lizard men fell to the ground. With so much greater strength, Sung Woon could have turned Manon into a puddle of blood, but he thought that would be excessive. Other lizard men would be terrified rather than astonished. Even Zale and the members of Rakrak's tribe were shocked and wide-eyed, staring at him intently. Everything happened so quickly, they couldn't even see how Rakrak had defeated the opponent. Bauer lay rolling on the ground, pinned down by Manon's tail, but luckily he wasn't crushed to death beneath its massive body. A silence of astonishment persisted for a moment as everyone was still in shock. Manon fainted immediately after being flipped over, so Bauer's right-hand man was no more. Everyone on Rakrak's side became excited and cheered. "Wow, amazing, you're great, Rakrak." Rakrak only looked at his companions without saying anything, a stark contrast to his usual friendliness. Even his eyes had taken on a strange look. Everyone was puzzled about what was wrong with Rakrak. Their cheerful faces quickly fell in concern. Rakrak, what's wrong?" Zale also felt something strange, but because the two leaders of the two tribes were fighting, she stopped everyone from asking further, fearing it might distract him. Bauer painfully crawled out of the place he was stuck and hurriedly got up when he saw the green-skinned lizard men whispering amongst themselves, as if they were mocking him. He felt humiliated and cursed them out. "It's laughable, you bastard. You must have played some trick." It seems Bauer still doesn't understand the situation and reached for his sword lying not far away. As Rakrak was looking towards Zale, Bauer grabbed his well-forged bronze sword and charged towards him with a ferocious shout, "Don't underestimate me. My calculations never fail." Bauer's sword was aimed straight at Rakrak's chest, but his movements were clumsy, and his plump physique made his run slow and heavy. On the contrary, Sung-won felt quite relaxed and comfortable in this situation. He felt there was no need to control Rakrak to act hastily, even Rakrak's eyes didn't even look directly at his opponent. However, in a flash, as Bauer approached within an arm's length, Sung-won controlled Rakrak's fist to strike him in the face. The movement was simple, fast, and decisive. A loud slap echoed, and Bauer's face was knocked to one side. Bauer's neck arched back, and his knees buckled immediately after. Silence engulfed the green-skinned lizard-man tribe. Rakrak's strength was almost absolute in their eyes. Some lizard-men were certain that they couldn't escape at this moment. Sung-won controlled Rakrak to ask with a proud and challenging smile, "So who's next?" In a blink, the sound of metal weapons clattered onto the ground. 300 weapons, including knives, spears, and swords, lay scattered around the green-skinned lizard-men. All the green-skinned lizard-men bowed their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground, showing their submission to Rakrak. We surrender." Then, the blue smoke surrounding Rakrak's body slowly dissipated. Sung-won had escaped from the divine control mode. Rakrak looked vaguely at his hands. Although he didn't remember much, there were still some hazy scenes in his mind. Now, is it over? It's unbelievable. Did the deity possess me earlier? It was like a dream. Rakrak looked around with a mixture of surprise and joy. For someone with strong faith in the deity like him, it was an honor that the deity had performed a miracle through his body. Meanwhile, Sung-won looked down at the entire scene from above with a satisfied smile. The plan that he had carefully arranged had gone smoothly as expected. The feeling of pride in himself surged naturally. The land amidst the hills was now too crowded to be used as a base for Rakrak's tribe, which has now grown to 350 members. Fortunately, although the number of the two groups were not the same, they knew each other well because both groups were once a tribe. It was easy to become harmonious after the evil leader was eliminated. The green-skinned and black-skinned lizard-men sat huddled together around the bonfire and shared the nutritious roots that Rakrak's tribe had dug up. In addition, as the green-skinned tribe began to hear the mythical tales of Rakrak's deity, the nameless armored insect god, some became envious while others had even higher expectations of Rakrak. However, there were still some green-skinned lizard-men who found those stories unbelievable. "What, you're from our tribe too? You were banished to the wilderness before, why is your skin so different?" The black-skinned lizard-man asserted with pride. "Yes. Thanks to following the nameless armored insect god, we have changed a lot in terms of physique and become stronger." As the black-skinned lizard-man showed off his sturdy muscles, the lizard-men sitting around were all wide-eyed in awe. The black-skinned lizard-men showed off their tanned skin under the firelight while warming themselves and said in a grateful tone to the deity, "If we didn't have the deity's protection, we would have died in the wilderness long ago." The green-skinned lizard-men immediately looked towards the magnificent altar built with buffalo bones. It was the most tangible evidence for the seemingly far-fetched stories that the black-skinned lizard-men had just told. When there were only a few green-skinned lizard-men remaining who were still skeptical, the other green-skinned lizard-men tried to persuade them. "The deity, no, the deity's power is immeasurable. Are you so stupid that you don't realize this through what happened today?" Looking towards Rakrak and Zale who were sitting and talking in another corner of the base, the skeptical gaze of some green-skinned lizard-men finally turned to admiration. They whispered to each other about Rakrak. "It's not that I don't understand what happened today, it's just that I can't imagine that a lizard-man with such power exists in this world. It's incredible." While the two tribes were gradually becoming more harmonious, Zale approached Rakrak with a worried expression. "Rakrak, will we be all right?" Rakrak heard Zale's vague question and furrowed his brows in confusion. "What do you mean?" Zale looked towards the green-skinned lizard-men with a troubled look. "Because they came here, the population has increased 6 to 7 times. This place will quickly become desolate. We can't stay here forever." Zale couldn't help but sigh in distress. In fact, Rakrak himself had realized this problem, but he was afraid that revealing the truth would cause panic. He could only quietly think of a solution before talking about this matter with the tribe members. Because Zale had taken the initiative to mention this matter and she wasn't a rash and unintelligent person, Rakrak frankly shared the solution he was thinking about. "So, we have to prepare to leave." Zale was stunned. "What? Does that mean we have to go back into the wilderness?" Rakrak understood Zale's worries but couldn't help but nod. "It's the only option we have." Zale continued to worry. "Will we move just with the belief that the deity will guide us?" Zale thought Rakrak would nod, but this time, he shook his head. "The deity has helped us, but he can't help us every time we're hungry," Zale exclaimed in astonishment. "But if we wander around in the wilderness without an answer, many of us will starve." Rakrak looked thoughtfully at the group of green-skinned lizard men and said, "I don't believe there's no answer. The answer has been sent by the deity through our former brothers. It seems the deity wants us to merge with our old tribe again. We have been isolated for a long time, they are more numerous, and perhaps someone among them will come up with a clever solution. Then, a night passed like that. Rakrak and Zale put aside their worries while searching for green-skinned lizard men who possess useful skills for them. The next morning, Rakrak's tribe's dwelling became noisy from the moment dawn broke. It was all because of a disobedient giant creature, Manon, who was causing a ruckus after being captured. Although Rakrak, when possessed by Sung Woon, had enough power to kill Manon on the spot, Sung Woon didn't do it. This made Rakrak think that the deity must have wanted to keep Manon, even though they didn't know what the deity's purpose was. Facing Manon, who was tied to an ancient tree, Ur and the black-skinned lizard man warriors were trying to tame him. "Hey, your master is dead, why don't you give up and listen to us?" However, Manon was a stubborn kid. He didn't feel threatened by these black-skinned lizard men at all, so he resisted even more fiercely. Not only did he growl ferociously, but he also whipped his tail towards Ur and the warriors. A warrior standing closest to him was swept across the face by the tail, which weighed tons. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time, but he lost his balance and fell backwards. Seeing his comrade fall, Ur became even angrier and cursed. Damn it, Ur was a younger lizard man than Rakrak, but now he was the same size and as intelligent as the leader, making him the best warrior after Rakrak and Zale. Ur played with other capable lizard men, and they all worked together very well. The thought of taming Manon appeared in Ur's mind after seeing Bauer controlling that gluttonous drake, but the appearance of him and his comrades only made the gluttonous Manon feel even hungrier. If not for the tightly woven vines around Manon's ankles, holding him to the tree, he would have run away long ago. Furthermore, he might even have used some lizard men as snacks. In anger, Ur yelled loudly, "Manon, you want to be beaten before you listen." But Manon seemed to understand and reacted even more violently when threatened. At this moment, a rough black hand placed itself on Ur's shoulder, reassuring him. Manon saw the lizard man who had just appeared and immediately showed fear, shrinking his head back. His eyes were filled with anxiety, and he was even sweating. The ferocious growls immediately stopped. The lizard man walking towards him was Rakrak. He passed the lizard man who had just been thrown away by Manon and was carrying a large potato. Upon seeing Rakrak, not only did Ur and the warriors regain their composure, but Manon also stopped acting violently. In the moment he saw Rakrak and smelled him, Manon immediately remembered the strong tackle he received from Rakrak yesterday. His strength left a deep impression on his mind. No matter how fierce he was, he knew he was no match for Rakrak. Manon didn't dare utter a sound. His cautious steps began to retreat naturally. Rakrak took a step forward, and he took a step back, like a frightened kitten. The tribe warriors, seeing this, watched with anticipation to see what their leader was going to do with Manon. But at this moment, Rakrak didn't seem frightening at all. He didn't threaten or yell at Manon, but instead gave him a large potato. He knew that after being knocked unconscious overnight, he must have been starving. Maybe that was why he became more aggressive. Seeing Manon still shrinking back in fear, Rakrak spoke to him in a gentle voice, "Eat." He also stopped walking and only tried to reach out and hand him the potato instead of moving forward, which could make him even more timid. Manon was a carnivore, but when there was no meat, he could still reluctantly fill his stomach with roots. Moreover, his stomach was rumbling loudly, causing him to drool when something was brought to his mouth. Finally, Manon opened his mouth and took a bite of the potato slowly. He wasn't being polite. He was just being cautious in front of Rakrak. Otherwise, with those jaws of his, he could easily swallow a whole lizard in one go. Gradually, Manon's chewing speed increased as he realized Rakrak had no ill intentions toward him. The warriors around, seeing this, were astonished and opened their eyes wide, because they didn't think food could bribe the ferocious monsters so easily. Just for a potato, Manon allowed Rakrak to touch him. Rakrak kept stroking his head like a pet and he growled in his throat with delight. Rakrak then told Manon, "Do you want more, or is that enough? You'll have to be well behaved if you want to eat more." Afterward, more potatoes were brought to Manon. He actually remained obediently silent under Rakrak's supervision. Even when the food was laid out in front of him, he didn't misbehave. Rakrak was pleased to see Manon eating happily without any resistance. In this way, he could gradually become a valuable assistant for him in the future. However, he hadn't yet discovered another purpose hidden in the taming of Manon. That was the most important meaning that Sung Woon was trying to convey to this group of lizards through nurturing Manon. Rakrak clicked his tongue and said to Manon, who was engrossed in eating, "The gods must want something from you to keep you alive. I haven't figured out what it is yet, but if you listen to me, it's okay, we'll keep you." Manon finished the meal meant for 10 lizards and licked his lips with longing. Then, He looked up at Rakrak with expectant eyes, his tail slapping the ground as if demanding more food. Rakrak understood that indulging a gluttonous child wouldn't benefit anyone, so he immediately refused Manon's request. "You want more to eat, Tisk? No, if you want to stay with us, you have to learn patience, Manon." However, Manon didn't get angry because of this. He felt that he had actually eaten enough, but he demanded more because of his habit of being pampered by Bauer. It was the reason why Manon always took up an overly large portion of food in the Blue Skin tribe. Though slightly reluctant and unfamiliar, Manon still obediently lay down. Rakrak saw his willingness to wait for the next meal and laughed, praising him. "That's right, good boy." Before leaving, Rakrak waved his hand to Ur and the other warriors. "If Manon causes trouble, tell me. Don't be too harsh on him, he won't do anything harmful to you." The warriors breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yes, we'll report the situation to the leader." When Rakrak left, Ur kept staring at Manon with curious and interested eyes. In the head of this intelligent young lizard, a fresh and exciting idea arose, much more interesting than simply nurturing the drake. Later, Rakrak was introduced to two blue-skin lizards by Zale. One of them was a craftsman who could make metal swords and spears. The craftsman carried a small knife to impress Rakrak. Rakrak admired the sharp knife in the craftsman's hand with awe. "You have the skills to make something like this." In Rakrak's tribe, no one knows how to heat a piece of metal or shape it. That's why they've had to use stone spears for many years. But the craftsman's answer was even more shocking. "Yes, I know how to do it, and if it weren't for the stubbornness of Bauer, better swords would have been made long ago." Zale immediately questioned, "Why, is there a problem?" The craftsman replied, "Because of the trees. The way to make those new swords requires wood." Rakrak was also intrigued and pressed further. "Trees and wood, how so?" The craftsman began to explain his method in detail. "Yes, charcoal is one of the main fuels used to create high temperatures in the forge. Charcoal burns long and produces enough heat to melt the hard metal I want to use to make swords. This is the necessary temperature to forge it more easily, but Bauer stopped us from burning trees." As the craftsman spoke, Sung Woon, who was observing from above, knew that he was talking about iron. Rakrak found it strange and asked further, "If there's a way to increase the heat, why don't you use it?" The craftsman replied, "Bauer believes that protecting the environment is better for the tribe than having harder metal, and because we were forced to leave the swamp in a hurry, we didn't have enough time to experiment." Rakrak understood, but he thought differently from Bauer. It would be worth experimenting on the condition that they would leave this land. Of course, this had its advantages and disadvantages. If they didn't reduce the number of trees here, they could benefit from them if they wanted to return to this land. Sung Woon could give Rakrak indirect guidance, but he decided to leave the matter to Rakrak's own decision. Rakrak told the craftsman, "I'll think more about this proposal and let you know tomorrow." The craftsman bowed to Rakrak and left. Soon after, another blue-skin lizard appeared at Zale's arrangement. The night before, Rakrak and Zale had discussed whether they could find a wise guide who could help them through this wilderness, and quickly, Zale found the person they needed. The next lizard Rakrak met was a blue-skin lizard with only one arm. Because he only had one arm but could still survive in the blue-skin tribe without being driven away by Bauer, he must have possessed some useful skill. The one-armed lizard asked Rakrak with confidence about his abilities, "I hear you need a guide." This one-armed lizard wasn't from a completely different species. His blue skin patches were still blue, but he also had green scales, indicating that he was part of another tribe who had wandered to the blue skin tribe. Rakrak also asked him frankly, "You must be a wanderer, right?" The one-armed lizard smiled amicably and explained, "Yes, I'm a wanderer. I'm old and only have one arm. I have to rely on a group and therefore have to constantly search for a group that accepts me. That's why I know my way around." At this point, the one-armed lizard had a bitter expression on his face as if he were remembering his difficult wandering days. Rakrak listened to the one-armed lizard's story and nodded curiously. "So you can find a way, but where will it lead?" The one-armed lizard continued to explain, "If our tribe can't settle permanently somewhere, I have locations in my head that could help everyone avoid starvation. But of course, I can't guarantee that. I'm not sure if it's still the same as it was before." The one-armed lizard laughed and scratched his head awkwardly. His rich life experience gave him knowledge of where to find resources, but he couldn't guarantee that the land would exist forever as it was originally. And Rakrak could accept that uncertainty. He asked the one-armed lizard again, "There could be other wanderers and tribes who could get there before us, right?" The one-armed lizard nodded honestly, "Yes, I can't control that." Rakrak clicked his tongue and said with a decisive voice, "If so, it's okay. As long as you can lead us there, we can always make it our own." Zale, looking at Rakrak's somewhat smug expression, grumbled to himself, "I thought you'd say that." The one-armed lizard seemed a little surprised by Rakrak's confidence. If you have a strong will like that, then I can trust you. In reality, Rakrak was confident because after yesterday's possession, he strengthened his firm belief that the nameless armored insect god would always be with him and the tribe. Then, Rakrak unexpectedly asked the one-armed lizard back, "What about you? Can I trust you? I command a large group, so I need a reason to believe you're not just saying empty words to get a position in our tribe. What will you do to give me faith in you?" Rakrak's question surprised Sungwoon with its intelligence and sharpness. Relocating a tribe wasn't easy, so they needed to be sure that their guide wasn't just a talker. The one-armed lizard paused to think for a moment and looked up at the sky. Rakrak and Zael didn't understand why he was suddenly staring at the sky like that. As they were about to ask, the one-armed lizard proactively pointed to the sky, signaling for them to look up after him. Rakrak and Zael both looked up, but there was nothing in the sky except for scattered clouds. The one-armed lizard continued to speak vaguely, "My answer is up there." Rakrak furrowed his brow in doubt. He patiently watched the clouds drift for a while until Zael couldn't help but ask curiously, "You mean the sky?" The one-armed lizard replied with a sly smile, keeping his words vague, "It's not just the sky, it's higher than the sky." Rakrak and Zael could only stare at each other blankly. The one-armed lizard then suggested meeting them in the evening, and he would explain everything then. That night, as the moon rose and millions of stars shone brightly in the sky, the one-armed lizard continued to tell his story, "I'm a star catcher." Rakrak heard this title for the first time and looked up at the sky with curiosity, his eyes fixed on it. "A star catcher," the one-armed lizard proudly confirmed, "That's right. I was very close to my sister when I was young, and she knew the positions of the stars very well." Rakrak continued to question, "Aren't the stars always moving?" The one-armed lizard eagerly explained to him, "You don't know, the stars do move, but they always seek their rightful positions in the sky. So, the stars move, but they have their own laws that we can observe, we can see those laws." The one-armed lizard became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke, as if this was a passion, not simply a skill for his survival. Rakrak could feel the one-armed lizard's passion, and he even showed his attachment to the stars. "If you know when and where the stars move, you can go everywhere without getting lost. The stars will become your companions." Rakrak nodded with a satisfied smile, understanding the principle of this new guiding skill. "So that's how it works." However, the lizard wanted to ensure Rakrak's trust, so he told him some other interesting things. "Now, I'll tell you where the special stars are today and where they'll be tomorrow, then, you can memorize that and see if what I say is true." Rakrak nodded with delight, "That's a good idea." Then, the one-armed lizard pointed out some of the brightest stars in the sky to Rakrak and described in detail how their positions would change the next day. When he was done, he left with a confident smile. "So, tomorrow at this time, we'll check the positions of those stars." Rakrak continued to observe the stars with interest. "I understand." The last guest of Rakrak's day was a lizard very familiar to him, Ur. He was the one whom Rakrak trusted to entrust many important tasks. After feeding Man dinner, Ur approached Rakrak with an awkward smile. "The evening breeze is nice, leader." Rakrak finally took his eyes off the stars and turned back to Ur. "Ur, what's the matter? Did Manon cause trouble again?" Ur grinned and shook his head. "No, although, he seems a bit dissatisfied with the kind of food and the amount of food. But because we still feed it on time, it has become much more docile," Ur said with a chuckle, recalling Manon's lazy, sprawling figure. Rakrak thought Ur had only come to report this, so he lifted his head to admire the stars again. "Oh, really? I'm very happy to hear that." Ur hesitated before continuing. "Zael said we need to find a way to cross the wilderness without starving." Rakrak, as if suddenly remembering that he hadn't asked Ur's opinion, turned back to him. "Ah, yes, of course I should ask you too." Ur shook his head in confusion. "No, leader, I'm a fool." Rakrak laughed at Ur's embarrassed reaction. "I don't think so. You're a warrior who has more than just brute strength, we all know that." Ur scratched his head awkwardly and shared the idea he'd been thinking about all day. "Anyway, this thought only came to my mind today after seeing the leader tame that gluttonous beast, like Bauer made it his mount." Ur started to speak with an excited tone as if this was a great discovery. "I'm thinking, if a drake can be tamed, then maybe we can tame other things too, just like the leader did." Rakrak also found Ur's idea intriguing, so he wanted to delve deeper into his thoughts. "Another thing, for example, what kind of creature?" Ur looked around and pointed at the animals in the distance that they had long been familiar with and said, "Something like them, for example. Could we tame them?" Rakrak immediately looked in the direction of Ur's pointing finger. There was a small herd of buffalo grazing. The size and scale of the herd wasn't very big. Maybe it was another gift from the unnamed armor beetle sent to them. Seeing the buffalo, Rakrak felt even more convinced by Yur's reasoning and realized that the divine arrangement of leaving Manon with them had such a profound meaning. Instantly the system displayed a new notification for Sung Woon. The Rakrak tribe had paid attention to the herding skill. Sung Woon learned history by playing games, therefore, he didn't really know how the history of humanity developed, but in the Forgotten World game, it was said that at an appropriate time, human history would be divided into two directions of development, which could be animal husbandry or farming, each type always having its own advantages and disadvantages. Farming is a stable choice for the development of civilization, creating an environment that can prevent attacks from outside while accumulating food that allows the population to continuously grow. Of course, there are also difficulties. The problem with farming is the environment. Even in modern times on Earth, the will of humans is not enough to stop drought and floods, and a society that is less technologically developed is more vulnerable to natural disasters, until technology progresses. Further, difficulties will continue to arise in the work of maintaining the flow of rivers to control floods, choosing seeds for planting, and every other aspect of agriculture. But that doesn't mean raising livestock is easy. In Sung Woon's area, no tribe had started raising livestock at this time. There were many cases where they couldn't tell if the land was dry or fertile until they visited it themselves, and until they accumulated enough experience in the surrounding areas, they could only raise small, primitive livestock. Therefore, Sung Woon thought it was best to do what could be done at this time based on the characteristics of the chosen tribe. If he had chosen the frog tribe, raising livestock wouldn't be impossible because this tribe had already started to have the concept of salmon farming. But players who chose the frog tribe usually opted for developing farming instead of raising livestock, as the frogs usually lived near river and lake basins. In fact, human civilization on Earth often began in river basins, but Sung Woon had chosen the lizard tribe. Lizards have an advantage in hunting, raising livestock, and even looting due to their robust physique and their potential for developing muscles. Sung Woon was sure that the average strength of the Rakrak tribe at this time was strong enough for activities such as taming livestock and poultry and raising them, while it was unfortunate that they would have to leave the place with the bone altar to live a grazing life in a larger place. These initial altars could be discarded because they were only made of bones and wouldn't last long. The next day, Rakrak ordered Ur and the other warriors to bring back as many living buffalo as possible. According to Sung Woon's calculations, they would find a herd of buffalo that he had led close by. The buffalo couldn't be tamed right away, but the lizards could still raise them because they were strong enough to drag the buffalo with force. If they continued to do so, the herding skill would develop, making the buffalo easier to manage. Eventually, they could increase the number of buffalo they brought on their upcoming journey. Rakrak's complex plan didn't stop there. He looked down at the group of blue-skinned lizards who had recently joined Rakrak's tribe with enthusiasm. This gathering had yielded results in many ways for the development of the Rakrak tribe. Sung Woon saw the system notification that said charcoal and iron swords next to the small forge where the blacksmith was standing. He knew that this technique would give wings to Rakrak's tribe. Metallurgy would make hunting and raising livestock easier, and stronger iron weapons would contribute to reducing the difficulties in facing wild beasts. Therefore, Rakrak wished that all the tribe's warriors would be equipped with it. During the day, Rakrak helped the blacksmith start the fire. More precisely, the blacksmith made a small forge. They made a charcoal kiln and piled a lot of firewood on top of it. Then, they covered the outer surface with mud to prevent the fire from escaping. When the fire was ignited, the remaining holes that allowed air to flow through to help the fire start burning were blocked, and they waited until the firewood burned completely. Rakrak didn't really understand why this was done, but he decided to trust this skilled craftsman. When he thought that this was the will of the divine, Rakrak knew he had made the right choice, but he also had to admit his lack of knowledge in these matters. Therefore, he was very attentive in helping the craftsman to gain more knowledge and experience for himself. The craftsman took two split pieces of wood and placed them in front of the fire hole, putting them together in a way that looked like a windmill. Its role wasn't much different from a windmill. Then, the craftsman tied a piece of wood to the middle of the windmill-like structure before rotating it with his palm, allowing wind to easily reach the fire hole. This was a rudimentary bellows. Of course, creating a high-heat furnace wasn't all the craftsman's skill. He could also forge good weapons. Both swords and spears were good, but Rakrak chose to make more spears because it was the preferred weapon of most warriors in his tribe. A few days later, the first iron spearheads were made. They were rough, but because of their hardness, they were sharper than any spear Rakrak had ever touched. Sung Woon knew that in terms of quality, it seemed a little softer than a well-made spear in the Bronze Age, but there was no reason for him to interfere and ruin this project. The advantage of iron wasn't just that it was harder than bronze, it was easier to obtain iron on the ground, and besides that, it was easier to work with than copper. The right temperature to melt iron was all that was needed. However, it couldn't be done without the necessary knowledge and skills. The iron forging technique would actually have better applicability if it were used to provide agricultural equipment, but providing weapons wasn't bad either. Initially, the leader of the Rakrak tribe held a spear made of primitive stone, which was easily broken and worn down quickly, so changing to iron weapons was already a big step forward. Currently, the results achieved after Sung Woon's meticulous plan could be said to be one arrow hitting two birds, but it didn't stop there. The third bird was hit, which he himself didn't expect. Sung Woon was very impressed with this early astronomer. Besides iron, he didn't know that there would be an astronomer in the blue-skinned tribe. Astronomers later could help with architectural techniques or mathematics. Sung Woon hoped that Rakrak would use this star catcher well. As night fell, Rakrak met the guide again, who was also an early astronomer. The night sky had changed just as this star catcher had said. However, Rakrak thought that one night might just be a coincidence, and the star catcher agreed. The star catcher told him how the stars would move again, and Rakrak memorized it to check again the next day. Of course, Sung Woon knew that this was still too primitive to be considered astronomy, but it was a good start, a surprising result that exceeded his expectations. Variables, whether good or bad, always make the game more interesting, and the same goes for real life. Sung Woon hoped that in the future, Rakrak and his tribe would be able to apply this astronomer's skills to other tasks, such as creating a calendar. That would be another big step for this tribe's civilization. So, over a few nights, Rakrak repeatedly asked the star catcher to tell him how the stars would move again, and after a few trials, he found it accurate. He no longer doubted his unique skills. One of the difficult problems, the path of the tribe had a solution, making him feel much more relieved. A few days later, Ur and the other warriors brought back a herd of buffalo. Most of the warriors were exhausted, even with the blessing of insects. However, the herd of buffalo they brought back had given up their resistance and kept their formation. There were 20 of them in total. They would probably celebrate and consume some of them. However, contrary to what Sung Woon thought, Rakrak didn't do that. After the hunting warriors came back and started to rest, others built wooden fences to temporarily confine the buffalo herd. When they locked them in, a guard was posted to prevent the buffalo from being secretly slaughtered. Ur was kind and listened to Rakrak, but some lizards were unhappy. Not all lizards were wise enough to understand Rakrak's purpose. On the other hand, the new iron weapons had been forged. That night, Rakrak looked up at the sky and seemed to be thinking for a while. He was recalculating the possibilities of leaving this land. Everything seemed to be progressing well as he expected. Weapons and food reserves were all well prepared. Now he only needed to consider plans to deal with unexpected incidents along the way. After having a clear plan in his head, Rakrak breathed a sigh of relief and sat on top of the hill, looking down at the small land that his tribe had been attached to for many years. Leaving this place would be a difficult decision, not only for him but for the entire tribe and the 300 blue-skinned lizards who had just joined. But Rakrak believed that it was time to think about a brighter future. Things would be better if they dared to embark on challenges instead of hesitating and staying put. Sung Woon also believed that this point of view was correct because the courage to accept challenges was the source of all the successes that humans achieved in modern society. Then, Rakrak walked towards the altar, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Wake up, warriors, wake up, children of the tribe." Sung Woon watched this scene with interest. There was some big change about to happen. First, Rakrak woke up his close subordinates, then proceeded to wake up the entire tribe with a loud noise. Finally, he put many branches into the fire to make the fire bigger. It was still early. It wasn't time to wake up yet. The lizards usually had difficulty waking up when the temperature dropped, so they had to increase the heat. Smoke started rising from the fire that had died down all night, and the lizards quickly gathered in front of the altar. The warriors who had just returned from hunting the buffalo also lined up in front of the altar. They looked tired, but also seemed anxious when standing before Rakrak, the wisest and strongest lizard man of the tribe and also the high priest, especially because they didn't know what his intention was. Rakrak spoke while standing in front of the sacred altar. "It has been a long time since the divine led us to this land. We could have made a different choice. That choice would be to drive away the larger blue-skinned tribe with the help of divine power and continue to live independently. In that case, we could stay in this land for a long time, and those who were driven away could die in the wild." Hearing this, the blue-skinned lizards all shuddered as they imagined that terrifying future. Rakrak let out a strong breath through his nose and continued his speech. "But that's wrong. The divine wants salvation, not elimination, that's because it benefits more people. The divine wanted us to forgive, give us a chance to help our old brothers, so that we could join hands and create a better life in the future. Rakrak's profound pronouncements surprised everyone, even Sung Woon. The group of blue-skinned lizards were now completely silent and listened to Rakrak speak. His declaration had value for both tribes. He was declaring that the purpose of life wasn't just to exist, but to live with a higher rule and goal. Standing beneath the altar, Rakrak seemed to be infused with inspiration. Words flowed from him like a torrent, overflowing with emotion. The gods want us to bring salvation, not to destroy each other. Only by doing so can we help even more people, creating a stronger and more superior community. As Rakrak finished speaking, the fire beside him suddenly roared to life, illuminating the entire space. The combination of light effects made everyone feel that Rakrak's words were truly logical, but they still didn't understand what he was planning to do by waking everyone up before dawn. After a moment of silence, Rakrak suddenly announced, "When the sun rises, we will leave this place." The entire tribe began to whisper amongst themselves. They knew that they would soon leave after the buffalo were brought back, but no one expected it to be the very next day. Rakrak turned his gaze towards the Starcatcher and said, "Hey, Starcatcher, come here." As the Starcatcher approached Rakrak, he declared to everyone, "For the past few days, he has shown me the movements of the stars, and I confirm that everything he said is true. Therefore, here, in front of everyone, I declare that he is worthy of being a Starcatcher, a trustworthy guide. He is not a liar, nor does he use any tricks." The Starcatcher was both surprised and overjoyed to be acknowledged in front of everyone. "Thank you for believing in me," he said. As everyone waited to see what Rakrak would do next, he said to the Starcatcher, "So, tell us about the place you have chosen to lead us to." The Starcatcher's eyes widened. "I'm just saying." Rakrak nodded encouragingly with a smile. "Yes, to everyone here." Only then did the Starcatcher find the motivation to explain the journey ahead to everyone. He pointed towards the east, where the sun was about to rise, and everyone looked in the direction he indicated. The Starcatcher calmly explained, "When the sun rises, it will be over there. We will walk towards the right of the sun. We will walk continuously for 10 days, and after those 10 days, there will be small lakes with a rotten smell and so hot that they bubble, but that's not where we'll stop. Walk another 15 days towards the right of the lakes, and we will encounter a steep and desolate mountain path. And after 3 more days through that valley, we will begin to see wild grasses, with vegetation stretching continuously beyond that." When the Starcatcher got this far, Rakrak asked him, "Even if we walk for another 5 days, the vegetation won't end, right?" The Starcatcher honestly admitted, "I haven't gone deep into that. There are many wild animals, and there are tribes of other species living there too. I can't walk through the entire forest alone." Rakrak burst into laughter and said, "Well, then this is an ideal place to live." Some of the lizard warriors also laughed at this remark, and the Starcatcher nodded in agreement. "Yes, of course, that's why there are so many different species living there." Rakrak kindly placed his hand on the Starcatcher's shoulder to express his gratitude for his efforts. "You can return to your position." "Thank you, Starcatcher." The Starcatcher bowed politely with a bright smile. "You're welcome." After strengthening everyone's faith in the bright future that the nameless armored beetle god wanted to guide them towards, Rakrak began to climb the altar, creating a more majestic scene for what he was about to say. The black-skinned warriors of the tribe all looked up at Rakrak's steps. These bones were their spoils, proof of their efforts, a place where they deposited their pride. Of course, they also represented their sincerity towards the god who had protected them all these years. As Rakrak stood on these bones with a majestic air, the black-skinned warriors immediately recalled the glorious days from the time they first built this altar until now. When it had reached a height of nearly 10 meters, everyone felt their spirits and fighting spirits soar within them. Standing on the altar, Rakrak suddenly called out, You're," standing at the front of the line of warriors, was startled and looked up when he was unexpectedly called. "Yes, leader." Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense as Rakrak abruptly asked Ur in a harsh tone, as if he were reprimanding him, "Surely, you're still a bit upset about not getting to eat buffalo meat yesterday, right?" Ur and the other black-skinned warriors looked at each other in slight panic. They didn't expect their leader to sense the discontent that was starting to brew within them. Actually, Zael had previously spoken on behalf of these warriors, asking Rakrak why he refused to share a few buffalo for meat. They had a heated argument about this. So now Rakrak wanted to clarify the matter for the members of the tribe so they could understand his intentions. Rakrak had even stood beside the herd of water buffalo and guarded them himself. He knew that the warriors who had returned from the hunt were hungry and tired, and he himself craved meat after days of eating roots and tubers. but he couldn't ruin the important task because of his temporary desires. Faced with Rakrak's sudden questioning, Yer was slightly stunned. He was the only one who didn't feel discontent with Rakrak's decision, and even on the way back to the tribe with the buffalo herd, he had led the effort to stop other warriors from slaughtering the animals, so he didn't understand why Rakrak was asking him that question. After a moment of hesitation, Yer honestly shared his thoughts with Rakrak and everyone. Honestly, there's a little bit. We didn't eat any buffalo while hunting them as per the leader's orders. I thought we would all eat meat when we brought the herd back. Rakrak continued to ask in a serious tone, then what? But no one noticed that a satisfied and expectant smile was briefly flashing across his face. Yer hesitated before continuing. Everyone worked so hard to catch those water buffalo, but we couldn't eat any. So, as Yer spoke this far, the eyes of the black-skinned warriors drooped down, as if they were afraid of being scolded by Rakrak. The feeling of tension made them afraid to even breathe heavily or look directly at Rakrak. Rakrak nodded with a serious expression and continued to question Yer. Of course, I know how everyone feels, but do you know why I gave that order and why I didn't allow you to eat any buffalo, even though I knew you were all exhausted when you came back? With each of Rakrak's questions, the atmosphere became even hotter, as if there were 10 bonfires burning around them. Yer broke out in a cold sweat from anxiety, but he still continued to answer Rakrak with all his sincerity. Yes, I know, we don't need to eat them if we're not starving, and I don't feel tired enough to need to eat buffalo meat right now. They will be valuable food when we go out into the wild. Looking at the bigger picture, they will benefit us greatly later on. As Rakrak listened to this, his face clearly showed his pleasure. The foundation for development is the result of resisting small, immediate benefits to achieve larger ones in the future. A seemingly small and insignificant will, used to persevere and endure for the sake of the future, is the very reason for great change, and Yer has done that. Yer continued in a determined voice. Later on, who knows, if we can't find anything else to eat along the way, we can eat buffalo meat. That's what I thought. Zale and the other warriors were convinced by Yer's reasoning, and it was also what Rakrak had been hoping for. Compared to a person who didn't participate in this hunt, like Rakrak, who would expound on the virtues of thrift or preach about the value of the buffalo herd in the future, it wouldn't create the same feeling of authenticity and closeness as a person who had actively participated in the hunt and also possessed a strong will. The right candidate to convey these things was Yer, and he hadn't disappointed Rakrak. Rakrak smiled brightly and praised Yer in front of everyone. Well done, we must endure now so that we can receive more later on. Don't you think? The gods want us to understand that. Yer was taken aback by the 180-degree shift in Rakrak's attitude. He stared blankly at Rakrak with wide eyes, and the other black-skinned warriors also let go of their anxieties. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and no longer felt discontent about not being able to eat buffalo meat right away. Rakrak smiled and spread out his arms generously, encouraging everyone. Well then, we will continue to endure patiently. I and all of you want to eat buffalo meat, but if the gods have such expectations for us, we should live up to them. You have controlled your temporary desire. Continue to develop that in the future. Yer became excited. His eyes lit up with a proud smile. Yes, as long as I don't starve, I am willing to fulfill the gods' expectations. The other warriors nodded at Yer's words, and Rakrak smiled. All right, because you have been patient and respected the nameless armored beetle god, you will be rewarded accordingly. Where is the iron smith? With those words, the craftsman stepped out of the group, carrying a brand new iron spear. Yes, I'm here. One look at this iron spear, and you knew it was a sharp, powerful weapon. The shaft was made of solid, hard wood, and the spearhead was made of iron, shaped into a sharp triangle, sharp at every corner, making it easy to pierce its target. The surface of the spearhead was shiny, carefully forged to prevent rust and maintain its durability. The weight of the spear was just right, heavy enough to provide power when thrusting but still light enough for the warrior to maneuver it flexibly. It would be extremely useful in long-range combat with its high damage output. This was an event Rakrak had planned beforehand. After all, it was clear that the best warriors should have the best equipment of the tribe. However, for other lizards as well as Sung Woon, this spear-giving ceremony seemed to create a sense of excitement and inspire intense motivation to strive for greatness, as it was considered a special reward for those who had done well. Beneath the radiant golden light of the fire, Yer slowly approached, calm yet solemn. Rakrak stood in a dignified posture, his sharp gaze fixed on him as the craftsman placed the new spear in his hands, its shiny head reflecting the flickering flames. As Yer received the spear, his eyes met Rakrak's. Like a confirmation of trust and respect, Yer raised the spear high, his hands trembling slightly with emotion. he bowed his head in gratitude for Rakrak's concern and then gazed at the shiny spearhead with eyes full of passion. Not stopping there, Rakrak gestured to the Iron Smith to bring out other spears and distribute them to the remaining warriors of the tribe. Additionally, those warriors who listened to Ur, those who bravely resisted the desire to eat what they wanted, you all deserve a new spear. Sungwon couldn't help but laugh as he saw this scene. Wow, you planned all of this, huh? Sungwon genuinely admired Rakrak for turning an ordinary event into a grand one, making the tribe's warriors feel like their contributions hadn't been in vain. They all felt deeply proud and touched by this honorary reward. Not only that, but the greenskin lizards who had recently joined Rakrak's tribe also felt admiration for the blackskin warriors. Wow, that's amazing. I want one too. Then try to become a warrior. This will be a good motivation to push them to contribute to the tribe's work in the future. The intelligent Zale quickly saw through Rakrak's plan in this. I kept wondering what you were planning. So, this was your scheme. She couldn't help but acknowledge that Rakrak was a skillful leader who knew how to win over people's hearts and make them believe in his decisions. Zale thought that Rakrak's surprise event was over, but that wasn't the case. He did something unexpected again. He took a water buffalo skull from the top of the altar and turned towards everyone waiting below with anticipation. Holding the water buffalo skull in his hand, Rakrak declared in a resounding voice, "All right, now, one by one, come up here." Starting with Ur, approach the altar. With a rather reverent attitude, Ur stepped out of the crowd and approached the buffalo bone altar once more. Meanwhile, Rakrak continued to speak with fiery passion. "From now on, use this skull when you act as a warrior. The gods will be with me and you, we will be the skeleton soldiers acting on behalf of the gods. This is the wish of the nameless insect god." Having finished speaking, Rakrak immediately put the skull on his face like the mask also serves as protection for his head. As Ur walked up to the altar and knelt down, Rakrak told him and all the other warriors that our journey in the future can only be successful if you demonstrate the spirit of perseverance and patience. You have shown me before and even now. Then, Rakrak took the skull of a water buffalo from the top of the altar and solemnly placed it on Ur's head, as if in a ceremony of awarding a Medal of Honor. At first Ur was a little surprised and wanted to shrink his neck reflexively, but he quickly realized that he was honored to become the first bone soldier in the tribe, so he raised his head and accepted the skull mask. Then, Rakrak pulled Ur to stand on the altar with the shining spear in his hand. He proudly awarded him the first and also the most noble position in the tribe until now. "I declare, Ur, from now on you have become the commander of the Bone Soldier Army. This is the wish of the spirits." Rakrak's declaration created a wave of emotions in Ur's heart and all other members of the tribe. Cheers erupted with excitement spreading like a storm in the crowd, but Ur seemed choked and couldn't speak at this time. Standing in the commanding position of a legion, Ur felt so moved that he was about to cry. He was a young lizard full of will and determination to strive, so Rakrak's actions and words of encouragement became a great motivation, making his spirit boil with a desire to fight and contribute more than ever. Then, Rakrak told Ur, "Return to your position and tie it with a rope. The next warrior, come up here." And that's how 23 bone soldiers were created. The bone soldiers never thought that they would be rewarded with a reward greater than satisfying their hunger with buffalo meat, and this solemn award ceremony lasted until the campfire was about to die down. After all the bone soldiers received their buffalo skulls, at the same time, the sun rose. The lizard man tribe cheered excitedly as the warmth of dawn enveloped them. The bone soldiers were not the only ones who developed after this event, but the entire tribe also increased their faith and enthusiasm, responsibility to the community in which they lived. Ur led 23 bone soldiers standing below the altar, lined up in 2 neat rows waiting for new instructions from Rakrak. Although they had just returned from a hard hunt and had not had enough rest because they had to wake up before dawn, but they all felt no longer tired after receiving the spiritual drug from Rakrak. Still standing on top of the bone altar, Rakrak spoke in a heroic voice, "We are about to leave this blessed hill and the bone altar. However, because the will of the spirits is always with us, the location is no longer important. Even this bone altar is just a symbol, not where the spirits actually reside. The spirits have existed before." When 50 veteran members of the Rakrak tribe heard these words, their hearts beat with emotion, deeply engraved in their hearts the magnificent image of the bone altar that they had painstakingly built. Even the greenskin lizards who had just come into contact with Rakrak's tribe for a while and had not had much attachment to the bone altar, but also felt that this was a sacred moment that marked a turning point in their lives. Their faith in the nameless armored beetle god was strengthened even more after this event. Rakrak shouted loudly towards the members of the tribe, his voice roared like thunder, "Everyone, remember that the nameless armored beetle god is always in our minds. The journey ahead is not easy, But let us bravely move forward, as we have suppressed the desire to eat water buffalo meat. If we continue to persevere on this path, we will receive sweet fruits in the future. Rakrak excitedly raised his hand high in a heroic way, inspiring everyone to follow him. As the shining spears and raised hands, the shouts of 350 lizards merged into one, forward, in the name of the nameless armored beetle god. Persevere and the nameless armored beetle god will be with us. Their actions were repeated many times in the bright dawn, the shouts echoed louder and louder, even it seemed that the ground was shaking because of their shouts. All these interesting sights were captured by Sungwoo's eyes. There were too many things that surprised him this morning, but that wasn't all. Ignoring the cheers, Rakrak stood on the remains of the bone altar and looked up at the sky. Sungwoon thought Rakrak was just identifying the constellations disappearing in the dawn light, but it turned out not to be the case. Rakrak was muttering something. It seemed like a confession of repentance. Please forgive me, O nameless armored beetle god. Please forgive me when I speak my thoughts in the name of the will of the spirits. Please forgive me for awarding them the title of Bone Soldier in your name. It was only at this moment that Sungwoon realized that Rakrak was talking to him. Although he wasn't sure if the god could hear this confession, it was funny when Rakrak apologized because the one who chose the Bone Soldiers was not the spirit but Rakrak himself. Of course, Sungwoon had nothing to be upset about. Perhaps a player who wanted to move and control all his characters would not be very satisfied, but Sungwoon himself was the one who chose Rakrak, the one with high will stats, as the high priest from the beginning, so these results were highly welcomed by him. Sungwoon had seen something similar happen in the Forgotten World game, but events like these were not intentional by the player, because they didn't live in that tribe, so they couldn't understand the psychology and spirit of the tribe members well, which also meant that characters completely manipulated by the player would find it difficult to create such unexpected and meaningful events. Sungwoon was amused by the event created by Rakrak. He clicked his tongue in his heart, thinking back, these guys haven't had any protein lately. Sungwoon laughed and finally decided to create a miracle that would surely be welcomed by the extremely hungry lizards. Then, Sungwoon opened your stats panel to check. His abilities and experience points had actually increased. The faith of the lizard man year had increased, from 4 to 7. The warrior level of the lizard man year had increased, from 2 to 3. Yer was not the only one who developed strongly after this event. The special ability of Rakrak, which was not seen at first, was revealed. His level even increased by 2. According to Rakrak's stats display system, the leadership ability of the lizard man Rakrak increased, from 7 to 14. The high priest level of the lizard man Rakrak increased, from 1 to 2. The warrior level of the lizard man Rakrak increased, from 2 to 3. Sungwoon smiled contentedly, looking down at the overall scene of the Rakrak group below, who were packing their bags and preparing to set off for new lands. He praised Rakrak with a bright smile like a father talking about his son. You have done very well, you didn't let me down, Rakrak. From now on, you're ready to fly. That morning, before Rakrak's tribe left this familiar land, Sungwoon created a swarm of beetles for them as a gift to motivate them and give them faith in the companionship of the spirits in their upcoming journey, thanks to which the lizards had a smooth start to their journey. Rakrak's lizards crossed the wilderness while eating roots and insects they had stored. After 10 days, a foul-smelling lake appeared as the Starcatcher said. It was a wasteland, and they couldn't drink water from the lake, but luckily, they still had water in the jar that Rakrak had placed on Manon's back. After another 15 days of travel, a steep mountain road appeared, low bushes could be seen, and some food was discovered, but it was still desolate. Manon was too tired after a long journey in terrible heat, his legs couldn't lift anymore. After a few groans, Manon finally collapsed to the ground and breathed heavily in a listless way. Rakrak saw this and stopped to check. Perhaps Manon was too thirsty and hungry. For many days, no one in the tribe was able to eat their fill because of limited food supplies. Luckily, the Starcatcher said that there was a nearby stream to drink from, and since they had run out of water, Rakrak asked the Starcatcher if it was okay for them to rest here for a while. The Starcatcher nodded. There was no other way, we had to rest. Rakrak carefully asked the Starcatcher again, would resting here affect our journey? The Starcatcher shook his head. No, we have been traveling for a long time, it's not far anymore, I also need to rest for a while. Rakrak nodded, thinking of the Starcatcher's age and decided to listen to him. Then, he immediately ordered the warriors to fill the jars with water from the stream, and the remaining lizards ran around busy filling their stomachs with food. There were roots and small, skinny animals nearby. The water buffaloes, now adapted to following the tribe a little bit, started to eat the dry plants around them. The bone soldiers shared the task of fetching water and distributing food reserves, while others conveyed Rakrak's orders down below. We will rest for a while, because there are up to 350 people in the group, so resting can only be done in a small area nearby to avoid getting lost or encountering danger. While everyone was resting, Rakrak was worried about the buffalo herd. The warriors were pulling them forward and the buffaloes being pulled were all tired, although the buffaloes were now very quiet and didn't resist following the tribe, but it also meant that they were becoming exhausted. He hoped that both the tribe and the buffaloes would soon be able to eat their fill. During their journey through the wilderness, the nameless armored beetle god did not abandon them. A few small miracles saved them from danger, but the spirits could not feed the buffaloes until they were full. Rakrak believed that the god deliberately did not do so, not because he could not. He thought that the implication of the spirits was that they needed to take care of the buffalo herd like the spirits cared for them. Anyway, Rakrak had no choice but to continue on the path they had been on until now, but he couldn't help but worry that things would become more difficult if there were any more delays. Rakrak asked the star catcher again, "Do we have to continue for another 3 days?" The star catcher panted tiredly and nodded. "Maybe," Rakrak exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you so uncertain?" The star catcher replied honestly, "The position of the stars hasn't changed, but the land has changed." Hearing this, Rakrak couldn't help but sigh with worry. 3 whole days. He understood that the star catcher's words were not wrong. If it was a year of drought, the vegetation wouldn't grow, and they would have to go deeper into the mountain trails, while they would see grass sooner if it was the opposite. With the current situation of the tribe, each person could only eat 1 potato each meal to avoid starving to death, but the buffaloes, if they couldn't find wild grass around, they could only drink water to survive. If they were not careful, they would die before reaching the forest they wanted to go to. Rakrak glanced at Manon lying on his back, panting heavily with his tongue hanging out like a dog, and shared his concerns with the star catcher. "Everyone is exhausted. We are about to run out of food reserves, even though the spirits have helped us several times along the way, but I'm not sure if everyone can last until the end. We can only hope for the miracle of the spirits." I don't know if Sungwoon heard Rakrak's prayers or not, but at this moment, a warrior's urgent shout rang out, "Leader, something urgent." A warrior, after fetching water, rushed to Rakrak to report, "A group of smoothskins is approaching, about 20 of them, and they are blue. They are very big." Smoothskins is the name that the lizards use to refer to species with smooth skin, species including humans, elves, orcs and goblins. All those creatures had the potential to threaten the lizards, making everyone feel anxious as soon as they heard the news. If the opponent was creatures stronger than them, the problem would be very complicated because now the strength of the group of lizards was not in the best state. Soon after, a group of about 20 orcs was running wildly towards the gorge near where Rakrak's group was resting. They were not armed with anything except small stone axes the size of a hand. The orc leader led the way with a cheerful expression. "Okay, brothers. There's nothing that can stop us from staying here anymore. Let's get out of this terrible place." The orc leader and his subordinates just ran for their lives. They looked like they were running away, not coming to attack Rakrak's group. When they saw the desolate gorge stretching before them, the orcs all ran excitedly. What in the world was worse than that monster? However, the reality that awaited them was no less terrifying, because Rakrak had led his warriors to block the orcs' path. The orcs stopped in surprise. Although there were 20 of them, most of them were already exhausted, and out of 20 people, only 3 to 4 were warriors. On the contrary, the number of Rakrak's warriors surrounding them was as numerous as an ant colony. Originally, when Rakrak just heard the news that 20 blue smoothskins were approaching, he thought it wasn't a matter of urgency, but he still faced the orcs directly. "Oh, they are the smoothskins without scales." Rakrak squinted his eyes at the small and weak orcs and then sneered sarcastically, "No, or should I call you scums now?" The orcs standing before Rakrak's mighty appearance and the whole herd of grass ants behind him couldn't help but instinctively step back in fear. Not only were they inferior in number and strength, the orc leader realized his stone axe was truly pitiful against the sharp-looking spears in the hands of the bone warriors. He immediately dropped his axe. To show his sincerity and that he did not wish to oppose the mighty lizard men army, the orc leader even knelt down and continuously bowed his head before Rakrak, begging for forgiveness. "Now, perhaps you have misunderstood something. We just want to get out of that canyon as soon as possible." The orc leader looked confused. Rakrak thought his assumption was correct. He believed these orcs thought they could steal food from Rakrak's group and escape by mingling with the lizard men. But Rakrak still had concerns and questioned the orc leader. "Misunderstanding? If you want to leave quietly, you shouldn't come to us. Why make such a fuss? Don't you want to eat us?" The orc leader stammered an explanation. "I apologize. We didn't intend to cause such a commotion, we were in a hurry because we wanted to escape from there as quickly as possible. According to the law of the wilderness, Zale would have suggested taking whatever the orcs had, but Rakrak didn't do that. Instead, he gave them some food. The orc leader was surprised to be welcomed and bowed his head as low as he could while explaining, "We had to leave everything behind to escape, thinking that members of a tribe were coming from the wilderness. We thought you would have food." Rakrak looked across the hillside, which was desolate but seemingly without problems. He continued to question the orc leader, "Why did you run away into the wilderness?" According to the Starcatcher, the canyon they were currently in would take them 3 days to cross. However, compared to the wilderness, finding food in this area was much easier. There must have been something particularly frightening to scare these orcs into fleeing in such a panicked way. The orc leader pointed towards a distant hill. According to him, his tribe lived nearby. They couldn't go deeper into the mountains because there were stronger species and particularly predators there. Although the food wasn't abundant enough to eat until their stomachs were full every day, finding food in this area was much easier than the wilderness, so for a group of around 30 orcs, survival wasn't a big problem. Having said this, the orc leader lowered his head in silence, his face filled with bitterness, and he muttered a sigh. Everything was fine until that monster appeared. Rakrak, both surprised and curious, asked the orc leader, "Food isn't given for free. Tell me more about this monster." The orc leader nodded eagerly. "Of course, I will tell you in detail." Sung Woon was observing everything from above. According to the orcs, the monster was longer than 20 meters, it seemed to have a hard upper body and appeared to crawl on the ground like a multi-legged insect. Sung Woon recognized exactly what it was as soon as he heard the description. It wasn't a monster, but an abomination. That was the common term for these creatures in the Forgotten World game. Sung Woon quickly pulled the monitoring screen towards the area where the orcs lived to visually confirm his guess. Meanwhile, Rakrak had sent a small group of warriors to protect the rest of the tribe and told them to get plenty of rest. After that, he set out with Zale, Ur, and 10 other warriors, accompanying the orc leader to find the monster. Sung Woon had determined the monster's location through the swarm of insects he had released before Rakrak's arrival. When he saw the bizarre creature, Sung Woon also found out its name. He was still wondering what they were describing. Turns out it was an ancient crustacean. It was called a crustacean, but looked more like a centipede. It was about 15 meters long, smaller than what the orcs had described, but not small at all. Its long body was covered in hard exoskeleton, and attached to the exoskeleton were half-destroyed stone structures, indicating that ancient people had once subjugated this creature. It even had a pair of venomous fangs. All over its body and ancient structures was a thick layer of moss, suggesting it had existed for a very long time. The system displayed information about the giant centipede, ancient crustacean, abomination level 9, strength 120 plus D3, intelligence 12 plus D3, charisma 4 plus D3, special abilities, crustacean with venomous teeth, blessing of the forgotten unnamed god. The storyline of the Forgotten World game was that the old gods had left the planet. However, the gods were the only ones who disappeared. Many species and creatures who served the gods still remained on this planet. Among them were what were called abominations. Simply put, they were like giant boss monsters that appeared on the field, and anyone who took the risk to hunt them would receive corresponding rewards. The problem was that this was very difficult to deal with for a low-level civilization like Rakrak's group at this time. The reason was very simple. Abominations were the creation of the gods, therefore, divine transformations existed in their skills. When Rakrak's group saw the centipede from above, they were aware of the danger even though they couldn't see its strength stats. Because its base strength was 120, it was still stronger than Rakrak even if Sung Woon used the possession spell. Sung Woon knew that this centipede's strength wouldn't be at its maximum because it was outside the battlefield, not inside the dungeon, but considering its base stats and special abilities, it would be stronger than Rakrak with 3 equivalent divine points added. This centipede's special abilities were also very impressive. Although Sung Woon had bestowed the blessing of poison resistance on Rakrak and most of the black-skinned warriors of the tribe, he couldn't guarantee they would be resistant to the venom of a creature created by an ancient god. Sung Woon silently observed and calculated. For Rakrak's group, this was an opponent too strong. If they had a head-on fight, Rakrak might get injured, and even if he didn't get hurt, the remaining warriors would get injured. Sung Woon was about to suggest they take a detour, but doing so wasn't a good idea either. Rakrak's tribe and the herd of bison were both losing energy. If they prolonged the journey, it was uncertain whether they would survive until the forest. Rakrak was also like Sung Woon, weighing the options: either find a way to kill the giant centipede and continue through this canyon, or find another path to the forest. Right at that moment, the centipede twisted itself in the valley, causing the ground to shake violently, which was felt by those standing on the cliffs dozens of meters away. "You're in the Bone Warriors," mumbled in confusion. "It shakes the whole earth just by moving. Shouldn't we run away now?" The orc leader immediately explained the centipede's actions. "It's asleep, it's just moving in its sleep." You're immediately suggested to Rakrak, "We should run away from this place, leader." As if sharing the same hesitation as Sung Woon, Rakrak called out to the Starcatcher, "Is there any way we can go around?" The Starcatcher nodded anxiously. "There's another path." Rakrak asked again, "How long will it take?" The Starcatcher calculated for a moment before saying, "We will have to go back to the wilderness and walk around the mountain for 8 days. Rakrak shook his head, as if he didn't like what he heard. 8 days. Sung Woon thought it was a good thing that the lizard men were afraid. If they had to suffer losses, it was better to suffer less. Turning back was an option. Not getting the reward was unfortunate, but there was no other way. Sung Woon wished he could control everything, but he couldn't push Rakrak when the whole group of lizard men were in a state of fear, so Sung Woon decided not to give any suggestions to Rakrak at this time. Fight or detour? Sung Woon would let Rakrak decide. Rakrak and Zael both hesitated and thought for a long time. Although this crustacean could not be compared to dragons, it was still a powerful monster, to the point that only a dragon or an ancient giant mutant creature like it could deal with it. Zael was standing on the mountain range, looking down at where the centipede was, when she suddenly noticed large, spherical stones with a fairly smooth surface lying at the edge of the cliff. She observed the stones for a long time, then looked down at the valley below where the centipede was curled up. A bold idea came to her mind. Then Zael suddenly spoke to Rakrak. "We have an advantage, leader." Rakrak looked at Zael and asked in a confused tone, "Why do you think so?" Zael raised a finger and pointed upwards. "First, the divine beings will not ignore our danger. If we fight, the divine beings will surely help." Rakrak replied thoughtfully, "I also believe in the divine beings. But the opponent is not just a drake a few years old. Look at how it can shake the Earth's core just by moving in its sleep. We will have to try to level the playing field somehow, even if the divine beings take over our bodies." Sung Woon was surprised by Rakrak's accurate judgment, but he was even more interested in Zael's opinion. He glanced at Zael's stats: Warrior level 3, Mediator level 1, Strength 26, Intelligence 35, Charisma 28, Intuition 11. Mediator meant Zael was a trusted member of the tribe. Her intelligence was higher than Rakrak and it was still increasing, but the most interesting thing was the special ability Intuition. It was an ability that had never appeared until recently. Perhaps it was newly created due to Zael's recent experiences. Zael continued to persuade Rakrak, "I and the warriors are also here with the leader." Rakrak frowned thoughtfully. "I know the warriors are all very strong, but that won't help much in a fight against that kind of monster." The orc leader, with a hint of curiosity, tilted his head to look at Zael. "What other advantages do we have?" Zael nodded and said to Rakrak, "Leader, before we left the old land, do you remember what the blacksmith did to heat the iron?" Rakrak was slightly surprised, waiting for Zael's next words. Although he could mimic the blacksmith's actions, he didn't understand the exact purpose of the actions and their impact. After sitting down to discuss more thoroughly, Zael and Rakrak continued their conversation. "Leader, you also know that fire needs air to burn." "Yes, until now, we have still been blowing air with our mouths, waving our hands, or tearing big pieces of bark in fanning. However, the blacksmith seems to use a different method." Rakrak made a sound of recognition. "You mean something called a blowpipe, right?" Zael nodded. "I asked the blacksmith if I could try it, and it can actually blow more wind and is more convenient. Do you think why it's like that?" Rakrak pondered for a moment before replying. "You mean that by using a tool, you can use less effort to generate more energy, right? But we don't have a tool like a blowpipe. Besides, that tool was made by the blacksmith." After many days of thinking, Rakrak started to smile with amusement, finding Zael's thoughts interesting, but he still didn't understand what she was going to do. Zael laughed happily with Rakrak. "We don't need such a sophisticated tool, a simple one is more than enough. The monster we need to deal with is sleeping at the foot of that hill, and we are up here. We are no different from a blacksmith sitting in front of a forge. If we prepare and act accordingly, we will be able to heat up the metal." Afterwards, Zael continued to tell everyone about the specific idea she came up with, and Rakrak and the warriors quickly nodded in agreement. After Rakrak and Zael selected a few boulders, the warriors quickly took up positions next to them and began trying to move them. They split into smaller groups, each responsible for multiple boulders simultaneously. The boulders were pushed closer and closer to the edge of the cliff. Each one was as big as half a giant centipede, so they thought it would be enough to inflict significant damage on it. This is indeed a simple plan, but it requires imagination and ingenuity that perhaps only Zale and the group could come up with. Even Rakrak thought that confronting and fighting directly was the only way. Of course, they didn't use their bare hands to move the stones. They found and uprooted a few dead trees in the area, and each group held one intact tree as a lever. Zale didn't know exactly how to explain the principle behind this plan, but she was using her knowledge and creativity to demonstrate through practical action that it was possible to move large objects with small force. With each beat of Zale's count, the boulders gradually shook more violently. In Sung Woon's eyes, Zale's knowledge could be called physics to be systematized. Basically, she was applying the principles of mass and kinetic energy along with potential energy and leverage. Of course, that doesn't mean Zale suddenly became a physicist. However, just like the blacksmith's skills had influenced Zale's intuition, an event like this could influence many individuals in the future. Following Zale's command, the warriors grasped the logs under the boulders and tried to lever them up forcefully. The boulders didn't move immediately, but they were getting closer and closer to the tipping point. Sung Woon was very amused by Zale's idea rolling the boulders and crushing the centipede to death. The hillside was steep and rugged, and at the foot of the hill, where the centipede was sleeping, there was a vertical slope with an angle of about 70 degrees. This meant that if Rakrak and his warriors fought it there, they wouldn't be able to easily move around due to the steep incline, and they would likely have to engage in direct contact with it. On the other hand, the giant centipede has many legs, so it could climb an even steeper slope. With Zale's plan, that no longer mattered because Rakrak would be the only one approaching it, and the only time Rakrak could get close to it was when they were ready to kill it. If possible, it would be best if all three boulders rolled down the mountainside and crushed the centipede at the same time to prevent it from retaliating. However, the question was whether they could lever three boulders off the cliff edge simultaneously with their strength. Zale's commands continued to repeat rhythmically. The warriors all took deep breaths before each of her counts to muster as much strength as possible. After about 10 rounds of such coordinated synchronization, the boulders gradually shook more violently and showed signs of about to break free. Not long after, one boulder actually popped up and rolled down the mountainside. Yer excitedly shouted, "Here it comes!" Everyone, including Zale, watched anxiously as the boulder rolled, wondering if it would work. Following Yer's shout, a loud explosion shook the entire mountain as the boulder crashed down. The ancient centipede jolted awake and raised its head to look at the boulder rolling wildly at an incredible speed. But it seemed like the centipede didn't realize what was happening. It just quickly reared up in a reflex action without dodging. Perhaps because it wasn't an intelligent creature, it avoided the first boulder that fell. It even ran back towards the boulder, and the boulder rolled down at an incredible speed before smashing its head. The ancient centipede let out a loud cry of pain, and the boulder that had just collided with it instantly shattered. A thick cloud of dust engulfed the foot of the mountain due to the series of rapid movements. Yer looked down from the cliff with a mixture of curiosity and anxiety. Did we succeed? Everyone held their breath, observing the situation, as the large amount of dust obscured their vision. Only Sung Woon could clearly see that success hadn't yet arrived for these lizards, despite their efforts. Soon after, the centipede got up after being hit on the head. The pain made it furious, and it instinctively crawled up the mountainside, searching for the culprit that caused its pain. When they heard the rumbling noise coming from the foot of the mountain, Rakrak immediately realized that the centipede wasn't as seriously injured as they had hoped. The ancient centipede, with its skin as hard as iron, only had a dent on its head. It was charging like crazy towards the lizards, roaring terrifying sounds. Rakrak's group was terrified when they saw the centipede crawling up, but they no longer had time to run away. With the centipede's current speed, even if Rakrak's group turned around and ran immediately, they wouldn't be able to outrun it. Rakrak made a snap decision, urging the warriors who were still in their levering positions, "Hurry, hurry, push all the remaining boulders down." However, Sung Woon knew it was too late. The lizards wouldn't be able to push the remaining boulders in time, because they were even bigger than the first one. So, Sung Woon immediately stood up. It was time for him to act. In a blink of an eye, Sung Woon jumped down from the sky, taking over Rakrak's body using his divine control. As Zale had speculated, from the moment Rakrak decided to carry out this plan, the nameless divine armored bug had anticipated that it would have to possess a body to assist them. The nameless divine armored bug's possession of Rakrak no longer made him feel dizzy as before, and Sung Woon no longer felt this body as alien to him. Immediately after successfully possessing the body, Sungwon controlled Rakrak to move towards the second boulder and snatch the log from the warriors' hands, making them surprised and bewildered. Rakrak, alone, held the log and leveraged the boulder up with tremendous force. Even 4 warriors working together couldn't exert such force. Thanks to that monstrous strength, Rakrak successfully pushed the second boulder to roll down the mountainside without taking even 3 seconds, success on the first try. Seeing this, Zael immediately realized that Rakrak was being possessed by the nameless divine armored bug. She quickly signaled for everyone to move away from the third boulder so that Rakrak could have a clear path to get to it. Then, Rakrak continued to push hard on the third boulder, but it wasn't easy to move because it was the largest of the 3. Even the lever had broken from the excessive force. Rakrak could only use his own strength to roll it towards the slope of the mountain. Rakrak's muscles were all tense because the stone was heavier than he had imagined, but he didn't give up. He pressed his entire body against the boulder to push it. His toes had to grip tightly to the ground to avoid slipping. Rakrak didn't even have time to breathe. With a fierce roar from him, a loud explosion erupted, shaking the entire mountain as the third and final boulder was finally pushed off the cliff edge. As the 2 larger boulders rolled down, the centipede was still halfway up. It wasn't very intelligent, so it saw the boulders rolling towards it more as a challenge than a threat. So, it became even more aggressive, charging faster, and even opened its mouth to snarl at those inanimate boulders. Worried that the boulders wouldn't be enough to inflict the necessary damage to completely defeat the centipede, Sungwon controlled Rakrak to jump down from the cliff and actively approach the monster. Rakrak gripped the spear tightly and jumped 3 times from the top of the mountain, soaring 300 meters into the air. His reckless action startled Zael, but she could no longer stop him. Rakrak turned around and swung the spear high, his eyes shining with murderous intent, locked onto the centipede. According to Sungwon's calculations, the centipede's strength had been slightly weakened after being hit by the first boulder, so Rakrak just needed to generate enough force to weaken the centipede before it was hit by the remaining boulders. In a blink of an eye, Sungwon controlled Rakrak to throw the spear. It shot through the air like a beam of light, carrying all of Rakrak's strength, plus the support of divine power. The spear's speed was faster than both boulders rolling down. The tip of the spear seemed to be aimed directly at the centipede's head. However, the target Sungwon was aiming for was not the centipede's head, because its head was harder than other parts of its body. He aimed for its back. The ancient stone structure on its head shattered after colliding with the spear tip. But the spear continued to fly through that ancient structure and pierced the centipede's back. Its back instantly buckled and writhed in pain as the pain spread throughout its body. Sungwon had initially decided that he didn't need to deliver a finishing blow, so, in terms of surface area, it was only a minor wound for the centipede, but it was enough to restrain its movement for a while. The centipede's vitality still seemed strong as it could still roar and wail in pain, but it wouldn't last long because the second boulder, rolling and bouncing down the slope, was right above its head. The rock hit the centipede directly in the face, causing its body to fall backwards. Its back was completely bent, and its front legs lost balance and slid off the cliff. The centipede could no longer cling to the cliff and slowly fell down in a daze, but there was still a third rock rolling down at an unstoppable speed. Finally, the third rock landed squarely on the ancient centipede's head, shattering its hard shell. Venom sprang from its mouth in vain. Zael and Yer only let go of their tension when they saw the centipede no longer hissing. They had almost suffocated from the fight just now and Rakrak's swift actions when controlled by Sungwon. Rakrak landed on the ground after stepping on a few rocks on the hillside. The green smoke slowly faded from his body as Sungwon left his body. Rakrak gradually regained his consciousness clearly. Although he didn't remember exactly what he had done to defeat this giant centipede, he, like Zael and Yer, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the crushed head of the centipede falling to the ground. The monster was hunted. Sungwon immediately returned to his supreme position, leisurely sitting with his legs crossed, waiting to receive the rewards from the system. The giant centipede, after falling, lay on its back on the ground, only a few legs twitching as a natural reaction to its painful death. Rakrak regained full control of his body and looked up to tell the warriors waiting on the edge of the rock, "We did it." At the same time, the system displayed a message for Rakrak: "Hunting disgusting monsters, your tribe has destroyed the disgusting monster, the ancient crustacean." After witnessing the death of the giant monster, the group of warriors roared for Rakrak, their great leader, and for the nameless armored beetle god who was by their side during the crisis. Sungwon's faith points also increased, but what he was concerned about now was not faith points, because leveling up was becoming slower and he didn't have many experience points for him during this time, so his divinity level didn't change. Having more faith points didn't have any significant effect. What Sung-won cared about when he tried to hunt that giant centipede was the gift that the system had just sent him. You have received disgusting essence as a reward for hunting a disgusting creature. When it comes to becoming a god, their greatest strength is the ability to create something. Just as Sung-won can create enough bugs to feed the lizard man thanks to his insect zone, each god can create different resources according to their zone by using faith points. However, to create something that did not exist in this world at first, it is necessary to use rare resources, and that is disgusting essence that does not exist naturally in the world. In other words, it is a soul or part of a disgusting creature that the ancient gods left behind before they left this planet. Defeating a greater existence, such as a higher-level demon, can also create such essence. With this essence, you can create a creature, which can be called a spirit beast. A creature created by gods can develop, and at a higher level, it will gain the title of apostle or avatar, and can be used as a useful strategic weapon representing the will of the god. They will be used as a faith-making machine by spreading the god's reputation. However, Sung-won will not do this immediately because it costs a lot to maintain a spirit beast at first. It's better to create a spirit beast at another time even when all the necessary resources have been fully collected. At present, his priority is to use faith points to help Rakrak and the lizard people live more stable lives. But at least now Sung-won knows that the spirit beast creation program that was in the Forgotten World game is also on this planet. He left the system window open in his field of vision with a thoughtful look. Because he has a lot of time, Sung-won can comfortably do everything. He is thinking about the idea for his first spirit beast and his imagination is flying farther than ever. Rakrak sent a warrior to gather the remaining lizard men and orcs. After everyone saw the results of Rakrak and the warriors, they all cheered with joy, and there was another magical story about the nameless armored beetle god passed down. Many lizard men sat around at a distance and talked to each other in whispers, but they didn't dare to get close for fear that the terrifying creature was still alive. Zale also thought they should be careful because they didn't know much about this giant monster. The monster emitted a foul smell because of the centipede's characteristics. Feeling it would be a waste to let this centipede decompose here, Zale immediately tore off one of its legs. Could the meat of this monster be eaten? It smelled a little, but... Then, Zale put the meat at the joint of the centipede's leg in her mouth and chewed it. But she had to spit it out immediately with a grumble. It didn't taste too bad. I think it can be eaten, but the taste is awful. Looking at the piece of meat that was separated from the centipede's body, a warrior suspiciously furrowed his brows. I think this thing is hard to eat like this. Is there any other way to eat it? Zale, with her good creativity, came up with a new idea. Why don't we build a charcoal stove and try to boil or grill it? She also discovered some edible vines on the cliff face and giggled. We can add some herbs and cook the meat with fire. That way we can cover up its fishy smell. Rakrak didn't expect much from this outcome, but he thought it was better than doing nothing. They had to use a knife to cut open part of the hard shell on the centipede's leg and grill it with some herbs picked around. Fortunately, Zale's cooking method made a part of the ancient centipede edible. The body and intestines were the largest part and were so spicy that they were inedible, but its legs lost their spiciness after being seasoned and cooked over charcoal. Rakrak chewed and praised Zale's cooking skills. It's still a bit bland, but much better than before. Zale giggled proudly. I just tried cooking. Rakrak tilted his head curiously. What is cooking? Zale picked up a herb leaf that she had used and explained. This dish is cooked and then sprinkled with herbs. That's what cooking is. Rakrak also smiled with interest. Cooking seems good. I should also learn how to cook. Can you teach me? Zale immediately replied happily. Of course. However, charcoal is a limited resource, and because we can't cook enough meals for over 300 people at this time, they had to put aside the idea of cooking centipede meat. As Rakrak was tearing off half of the large piece of meat on the centipede's leg to replenish himself after the exhausting fight earlier, Zale suddenly spoke hesitantly. Rakrak. I see the orc tribe leader already has a successor. Rakrak put the piece of meat in his mouth and chewed it deliciously and replied casually, yes, I see. What's the matter? Zale hesitated for a moment, then frankly reminded Rakrak, I think you should also start looking for a partner. In the next few seconds, Rakrak still nonchalantly stuffed the whole piece of meat into his throat because he didn't seem to pay too much attention to Zale's suggestive words. But very quickly, the piece of meat that Rakrak was eating got stuck in his throat. Luckily, he could still swallow it because the lizard's throat was very wide. He coughed awkwardly. He was put off by Zale because he had never cared much about finding a partner in the past few years. He was preoccupied with his concerns about gods, tribes, and the survival of everyone in general. Zale saw that Rakrak was silent, so she tried to persuade him, "You're not young anymore, isn't this matter very important to our tribe?" Rakrak knew that finding a partner was important, so he tried not to answer insincerely or indifferently. However, looking into his heart, he realized that he wasn't sure how to answer, so he just mumbled and scratched his chin. "What do you mean by a partner?" Seeing Rakrak's hesitant and embarrassed expression, Zale boldly suggested, "If you've never really thought about it, then, how do you feel about me?" Rakrak is male and Zale is female. This is clearly no problem at all, but Rakrak wasn't sure what to decide. It's not that Zale has anything bad, it's just that he himself was confused by this uninteresting topic. He cleared his throat and looked away, trying to avoid Zale's excited gaze. Suddenly Rakrak's eyes lit up and looked behind Zale and exclaimed, "That thing, what's that?" Zale looked at Rakrak blankly, thinking that he was just trying to change the topic clumsily, but actually, Rakrak had seen behind her a part of the structure on the centipede's back that he had destroyed earlier, and inside that structure, something was glowing, reflecting the light from the sunset. Rakrak curiously told Zale, "There's something behind you." Only after Rakrak pointed at it with his finger did Zale turn back and see it. There was something revealed among the debris of the structure, and it was particularly bright, brighter than their iron spears. Zale ordered the warriors to use the same principle of leverage that they had used when rolling the rocks, and the strange object was taken out. It had been partially crushed by the rock, but they could still see that it was a plate made of bright yellow metal. Not to mention the intricate traces on the plate, it itself was a very shiny piece of metal, so it attracted the attention of the lizard men. Rakrak, Zale, Ur, and the Starcatcher were all focused on the plate with curiosity. It was so bright that it was dazzling if you stood too close, so everyone felt that it contained a secret. Ur curiously bit the corner of the plate and left a deep bite mark, but he immediately grumbled because this was inedible. The Starcatcher said, "I think this is gold." Rakrak was puzzled because he had never heard of gold. Zale immediately added to the explanation, "I've heard about it too. The blacksmith once showed me some pieces of metal he had in his bag. Gold is heavy and soft, so it's useless, but if you wipe it clean, it will reflect light and become shiny and beautiful." Rakrak clicked his tongue and asked again, "Still meaning it's useless, right?" Zale thought for a moment and nodded and added, "Well, I've also heard that it doesn't change color or rust, so the blacksmith thinks it's quite valuable." Ur, who loves to eat, complained again after leaving a few more teeth marks on the plate, "It doesn't rust, but so what? It's not edible." The Starcatcher knew that everyone was hungry, so he suggested, "Would you like to hunt deer around here? I remember there are deer in the vegetation nearby, but you have to go deep into this canyon. The path is a bit bumpy." Ur immediately became excited again. "Are they delicious?" The Starcatcher chuckled. "I only tried it once, but I still remember the taste. The meat is very sweet. It's a furry animal with a long neck and antlers on its head." Ur happily gave the useless plate back to Rakrak and told the Starcatcher, "Then you lead the way, let's go now." Then Rakrak used his fingertips to feel the inscriptions on the golden plate. He just silently thought about the symbols on the plate. There were rules for this inscription. Here, here and there, the shapes are the same, and this one here and that one there also have the same shape. Rakrak was lost in thought until Ur asked, "Leader, are you coming hunting?" Rakrak didn't feel too hungry after eating the centipede's leg and his mind was only focused on the plate, so he declined. Ur, "No, you guys go, be careful." Rakrak gazed fascinated at this stele, on which were engraved sinuous curves that seemed to follow some complex rules, and when he discovered they had rules, a message was sent to Sung Woon. The Rakrak clan discovered writing. The discovery of writing is not such a big deal. Ancient relics are everywhere. Discovering writing and inventing writing are two completely different things, so Sung Woon didn't expect much. Even when Sung Woon played the Forgotten World game, there weren't many cases where his tribe or civilization created their own language, but Rakrak paid special attention to the characters on the plate beer, so much so that when the hunting party returned, he was still watching it. The Rakrak just quietly went deep into the vegetation connecting the canyon, where the hunting party hunted the deer. He placed the deer first. The hunted person was placed on a rock and offered to the gods. Then he carefully pondered the stele. If Zale was right, the golden tablet would never decay, and from what Rakrak had seen so far, dead things decayed and disappeared, just like this deer. Sitting before the makeshift altar, Rakrak looked back and forth between the golden tablet and the decaying sacrificial deer. He suddenly fell into deep thought. This doesn't decay, but that does. Thinking about it now, so many things in the world were divided into two: day and night, light and darkness, the earth and the sky, the hunter and the hunted, the predator and the prey, the living and the dead, men and women. The wandering thoughts went far and wide, but Rakrak still didn't understand anything more about the golden tablet. At this point, Zale interrupted his thoughts. "Chief, everyone in the tribe is preparing to rest." Rakrak looked up with a radiant smile. "Ah, Zale, that's strange. I've never told anyone where I am, yet you always know where I am." Zale chuckled in explanation. "Precisely, because the only lizard around wearing a fur coat is you. It stands out from afar." Rakrak looked at his fur coat in disbelief. "You told me to wear this?" Zale smiled and nodded. "Yes, because you're the chief. I wanted you to look different from other members of the tribe. You know, the chief is like a symbol of the tribe, and the fur coat is a symbol of the chief." Zale simply said this out of her own thoughts, unaware that her words had sparked deeper speculation in both Rakrak and Sungwoon. Rakrak thought that the ancients used gold for this tablet probably because gold doesn't rust, so the important thing wasn't what it was made of, but why they engraved on it. He realized there was a message that the ancients wanted to convey through these squiggly drawings, but Sungwoon knew that a civilization would have to be much more advanced to translate it. These lizards were primal creatures. They would find it easier to use symbols than letters. For example, the way they used symbols included intertwining two tree trunks to mark directions, or stacking stones to mark their territory, but the foundation of some types of writing was characters, so Sungwoon saw a slight possibility and hoped that with his support, Rakrak could invent primitive letters. By nightfall, Rakrak was still silently sitting in the vegetation next to the makeshift altar, looking at the head of the dead deer. The deer's body was bleeding and covered in flies and insects. Another wandering thought emerged in Rakrak's mind. Things that died could be full of life, but that was fleeting too. Rakrak suddenly shook his head. Zale would wait for his answer, he sighed, still not understanding the squiggly lines on the tablet, only pondering pointless things. Just then, he saw something strange happening on the deer's carcass. The flies seemed to be moving in a certain pattern, as if an invisible hand was directing them. Then, after Rakrak blinked a few times, everything returned to its initial chaotic state. These illusions appeared and disappeared several times before his eyes. Rakrak realized that the flies' wriggling movements seemed familiar, and his awareness of writing was no longer far off. After a while, he realized that these flies' movements were similar to the engravings that the ancients had carved on the golden tablet. Then, Rakrak realized that not everything was divided into two. Between day and night, there were twilight and dawn, and if you looked closely, there was a blurry line between light and darkness. The earth was as high as mountains, and it was hard to define precisely where the sky began. Those who hunt would also be hunted, and those who prey would also be preyed upon, and even men and women. Rakrak came up with a few things and used a stick to draw on the ground. First, he copied the characters on the golden tablet. Then, he scribbled things that were not letters or symbols. He then erased the writings he had left on the ground with his hand, lost in thought. In the end, maybe it's not gold that won't decay. What truly won't decay is. Rakrak built a fire near the altar and spent the whole night writing on the ground with a small twig. The inspiration from his new discoveries kept him awake all night. The next morning, dawn broke over the vegetation, but everyone was too tired to wake up. The leaf and twig shelter where Zale was sleeping was suddenly opened, and the morning sunlight shone in, waking her up in a daze. Seeing that Zale was still asleep, Rakrak woke her up directly, eager to show her what he had found the night before. Zale opened her eyes, sat up, and saw Rakrak in front of her. "Chief, what's the matter?" Rakrak's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, urging Zale, "Come with me, I have something I want to show you." Zale was confused, not knowing what was going on, but seeing Rakrak's excitement, she decided to follow him. Arriving near the altar, Rakrak told Zale, "I was lost in thought while looking at the golden tablet and the decaying deer. It seems like the gods have given me a hint. It's not gold that won't decay. What truly won't decay is." Rakrak stopped, knelt down, and picked up the stick. First, Rakrak drew a triangle and two perpendicular lines with the stick. Then he told Zale, "This is me." Zale tilted her head in confusion. "This is Rakrak." Rakrak shook his head in confusion. "No." Zale was even more confused. "But didn't you just say this was you?" "Chief," Rakrak awkwardly explained, "what I mean is, this is a male lizard man." Then, Rakrak drew an inverted triangle and two perpendicular lines below it. "This is you." Zale immediately understood. "You mean, the female lizard?" Rakrak blinked at her with delight. "Yes, that's right." Rakrak continued drawing two parallel lines connecting the two male and female symbols. Rakrak was silent after drawing these two lines, so Zale had no choice but to ask first, "This? What is this?" As Zale looked at Rakrak, she noticed a rare shy expression on his face. She was even more curious about this drawing. Rakrak also turned to look at Zale. His eyes were full of affection. This was the first time he looked at her so gently. Still seeming shy, Rakrak spoke indirectly. This means they will be companions to each other. This is my answer to the question you asked me. The moment their eyes met, a sense of excitement, shyness, and passion ignited in their hearts. Zale looked down at the symbols Rakrak had drawn without much reaction, perhaps because she was still in awe. After thinking for a moment, she unexpectedly took the stick from Rakrak's hand. She then drew a circle around the symbols Rakrak had just drawn, as if representing their nest. Thoughts of a growing family were growing stronger in the hearts of Zale and Rakrak. As Rakrak intently watched Zale's strokes, she asked, "Rakrak, do you understand what this means?" Rakrak glanced at Zale with an unprecedented happy expression. His heart was pounding harder than when he was possessed by the deity. Then, they leaned their heads together, their tails intertwined in the warm dawn light. Their breaths became one from that moment forward. When he received the notification, Rakrak's tribe had invented writing. Sungwoon rejoiced in his heart because nobody would pay him any attention even if he said it. While it would still take many generations to develop further, this was still just the early stage of the game. Rakrak was the leader of a fairly strong group and would be motivated to use these inventions in the near future. More importantly, Rakrak and Zale had now decided to become companions, and the tribe was celebrating this event with a festival. A hunting contest was held as the most primitive form of proposal. Rakrak once again had to prove his worthiness as Zale's companion by gifting her the largest deer. Because of this, the tribe stayed in the vegetation for a day instead of continuing their journey to the dense forest. Whether it was due to the hormones produced by his feelings for Zale or not, Rakrak became even stronger and more energetic than before. He put on an impressive performance while hunting alone. Ur and the warriors accompanied Rakrak, but they only watched and cheered him on from the sidelines, not interfering with the hunt. Because catching the biggest prey in the current area would help the male show off his skills and prowess in front of the female, it was also how the lizards held their wedding ceremony. After hunting the largest deer in the herd, Rakrak proudly brought it back to Zale. At this point, he realized that Zale was also proving very well that she was a worthy companion to Rakrak. Zale had also hunted a large deer herself, demonstrating her strength, intelligence, and hunting skills were no less than his. Rakrak's bewildered expression made Sungwoon burst into laughter. Perhaps Zale was the only female lizard who could make the mighty Rakrak of the tribe look so dumbfounded. The next day, Rakrak's group returned to the gorge where the orc tribe was trying to devour the centipede's meat before it completely decomposed. The orc's palate was more easily pleased than the lizard's, so they didn't even need to cook it. After a good rest, Rakrak and his group decided to return the land to the orc tribe. The orc leader bowed repeatedly, expressing gratitude and appreciation, but repeatedly asked if they were sure they would leave. Rakrak nodded firmly. That monster was an obstacle we had to overcome, and now we can't delay our journey any longer. You said this was your land from the beginning. The orc leader was both surprised and moved to the point of being speechless. Moments later, tears welled up in his eyes and his nose turned red with emotion. The orc leader bowed again before Rakrak, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you very much. Then, the orc leader called his son over and said to Rakrak, "You're heading deeper into the mountains, right? This is my son, the next chief of my tribe. I owe you and your tribe a great favor, and I want to repay it. We've lived here for a long time, so we know a path through these mountains. It's wider and less rough. My son can guide you." Rakrak happily nodded at this generous offer. That's not a bad idea. The orc leader nodded slowly with a cheerful chuckle. We are a small group, so it's difficult to survive deep in the mountains. There are many large beasts and tribes, much larger than us. But you and your tribe are strong enough, so you'll be fine. We must part now, but I will never forget your kindness, Rakrak. The orc leader smiled brightly, and his son did the same. Rakrak returned a kind smile and nodded at them. Rakrak and his tribe set off immediately afterwards. The journey through the gorge, covered in short bushes and sparsely grown trees, was not easy. However, they ventured deeper into the mountains without much trouble thanks to the orc guide. After a few days, the landscape became flatter and the trees started to grow taller. For the first time in their lives, they saw such a vast, dense forest. Rakrak sent warriors to check for any dangers around the forest. Someone saw a huge beast, but it wasn't an immediate threat. Rakrak was worried about other tribes. On the 7th day since entering the forest, Ur discovered a strange trace. "Chief, there's something over here." Rakrak recognized these as footprints. It seemed this creature also walked on 2 legs like the lizards. But Rakrak didn't know what kind of creature made these footprints. He asked the knowledgeable Starcatcher, "Do you know what these are?" The Starcatcher thought for a moment, then nodded. I think I know. These are the footprints of frogs, perhaps they are frog people. As he said this, the starcatcher's face grew serious. Rakrak knew a lot about frogs, they were slippery, good swimmers, jumped up and down, and some were even poisonous, but his tribe could eat poisonous frogs after being blessed by the gods. These footprints looked similar to those left by normal frogs, but their size was very different. This made Rakrak wonder. Frog people are a rare sight because their natural habitat is scarce and far away, like rivers and lakes. Even for the energetic lizards, finding frog people is very difficult. The starcatcher expressed concern. Frog people are like any other bipedal species, some are good, and some are bad, so Rakrak's group needs to be cautious. Rakrak nodded in agreement and started to search through the grass around them to count the footprints. There wasn't just one set of footprints, but several, maybe 5 frog people. Rakrak guessed that they were probably scouting the newly arrived lizard group. Just like he had sent his warriors to check the surroundings, Rakrak's group might have over 300 lizards, but this frog tribe could be even larger. Rakrak asked the starcatcher again, "Are they warlike?" The starcatcher shook his head, unsure. "Maybe, they've been settled here for a while, but not always." After completing their reconnaissance, Rakrak and the starcatcher returned to the makeshift village on the edge of the forest to discuss strategy. Inside the command tent, besides Rakrak, Zael, who managed the tribe's affairs, and Ur, the best of the warriors, were the only lizards present. Everyone else waited outside, anxiously anticipating the outcome of the meeting and the leader's orders. Although they didn't know what the frog people were going to do, Rakrak thought it was best to prepare for the worst. If they underestimated Rakrak's tribe as a small, weak one, they might attack immediately. Therefore, Rakrak and Zael decided to deceive the frog people into thinking their tribe was large from the outside. Zael ordered everyone to light more fires here and there, to make the frog people think that Rakrak's group was twice as large. Furthermore, they would start building permanent dwellings and expand their territory as much as possible. Rakrak instructed Ur, "We need more scouts and night guards, but ensure that the work is divided fairly so that no one complains." Zael and Rakrak both looked warily towards the depths of the forest. Other tribes are definitely observing us. Although assigning more guards will add to the fatigue, it's better than fighting without knowing the opponent's strength. At this time, more torches had been lit, blazing brightly in a corner of the forest. And from afar, there were indeed figures of frog people silently watching Rakrak's group from the shadows. Several days passed at their new home. Luckily, they hadn't encountered any frog people yet. During the house construction, Rakrak's group also prepared many things to ensure the tribe's safety. Sungwoon felt a little impatient because by now, many other players must have achieved greater feats than him, but haste makes waste, so he could only tell himself to be patient. The water buffalo adapted well to the new environment and seemed happy with the abundance of food. Therefore, not as many lizards were needed to take care of the water buffalo, and the tribe began to accelerate its development as hunter-gatherers transformed into farmers and herders. Rakrak's tribe also made great progress in construction. This land was warmer than their previous one, with many roots underground, high humidity, and even more rain in the coming days, so they dug the ground to create space, erected a wooden frame above it, and then used thinner branches, leaves, and reeds to cover the top to prevent rainwater from leaking in. Digging the ground in this way was a good way to stay warm. So this was a method the green-skinned lizard tribe had previously used. Rakrak was also actively using the writing system he had recently discovered. These symbols were shared among the tribe members. When the warriors returned from their scouting trips, Rakrak always listened to their reports at a large stone in the middle of the village. Then, he would mark the shape of the river and other terrain features on the large stone. On the stone, the village was marked in the center, and the distances were marked according to a specific scale to show the topography of the area. To be precise, it was a primitive map. The idea of creating such a record was indeed useful. It was also an opportunity for the tribe to become interested in the usefulness of writing and recording. This became feasible because their more stable lifestyle now allowed them to have more free time. Instead of making them work too hard, Rakrak suggested they record things as they performed their various activities. For example, they could record the number of fruits they collected each day to know exactly who collected less and who collected more. Then, the more diligent ones reduced the amount they collected to a reasonable level instead of criticizing other lizards for being weak. Those who couldn't collect as much tried to collect more. There was almost no judgment or criticism between them. Although Rakrak's idea hadn't been recognized by the game system yet, Sungwoon still recognized the origin of this idea and felt they were doing better than he thought. Once the culture of writing and recording began, they could do more than before. Recognizing the importance of this idea was the first step. Recently, Sungwoon couldn't pay much attention to Rakrak's tribe. Although Rakrak's tribe was the only tribe Sungwoon had, he had other things to do. The gods had many responsibilities besides managing their tribes. Sungwoon now had 3 large insect swarms. These swarms weren't just under Sungwoon's control, each group had developed into its own entity. One of these swarms was the locust swarm in the west, which indirectly benefited Rakrak's tribe. This locust swarm focused on eliminating potential threats or unnecessary variables for Rakrak's tribe. The second insect swarm, which Rakrak and his tribe didn't even know about, was located far south of this forest. Sungwoon was creating a farm and breeding all kinds of insects to turn this area into a hive full of insects. Thanks to this, Sungwoon was able to surpass level 3 of the insect subzone and reach level 4, giving him a new skill. If there were other players nearby, they would surely not stand idly by when witnessing this cultivation, but since Sungwoon's starting location was on the outskirts of the peninsula, other players had yet to discover it. He was taking advantage of this, despite starting in a remote area. The third insect swarm was also one that Rakrak's tribe was unaware of. It was much closer to the village than the second swarm, to serve another plan. In any case, thanks to Rakrak's leadership over the past few days, the tribe had developed well, and Sungwoon was able to complete the preparations for his upcoming plan. Tribes need to interact and face each other to develop, and Sungwoon was about to witness the first encounter between Rakrak's tribe and another tribe in this forest. He understood better than anyone else about the tribe Rakrak was about to confront. What was about to happen would be more dangerous than they imagined, but he believed Rakrak could do it. That day, while Rakrak, Zael, and Yer were reviewing information about the terrain and resources in the area, an unexpected situation occurred. A warrior brought urgent news. "Chief, the frog people are approaching us." Rakrak calmly replied, "Didn't we mention reporting their number? Are they armed, and how fast are they approaching? Tell the messenger." The scout warrior frantically replied, "Sorry, there are 7 people in the group, all armed, and they are slowly moving towards us." Rakrak was a bit surprised at what the warrior said, but he decided not to think too deeply about it before seeing and judging things for himself. Armed but approaching slowly meant there was an opportunity for conversation, and since the opponent's number was small, Rakrak decided to lead 10 armed warriors to meet the frogs before they reached the village. The two tribes met at a small clearing in the forest. The frog's skin was smooth and they were slightly smaller than the lizard men. They had large eyes with transparent eyelids, short necks, and their bodies looked strong. Rakrak brought 10 people with him because they needed more soldiers to ensure safety, but they didn't appear intimidating just for conversation. The warriors accompanying Rakrak had observed and reported information about the frogs over time, so they didn't feel awkward facing them directly for the first time. Rakrak confirmed that the information the scout had conveyed was correct, but there was one detail that particularly bothered him. There were 6 frogs, and walking among them was a lizard man with gray-brown scales. Rakrak couldn't help but wonder and be suspicious. Why was there a lizard man among the frogs? Was their arrival for peaceful negotiation? The two groups met in a slightly tense atmosphere. Everyone was alert, but no one made a move, following Rakrak's orders. After observing the opposing party for a while, the leading frog spoke in greeting with a friendly smile. "I am Shunin, son of the great chieftain, Alroy." Shunin had a peculiar blue-red dyed cord wrapped around his neck. Perhaps it was a sign signifying his status in the tribe, similar to Rakrak's fur coat. "We have no intention of fighting you, lizard men," Shunin said, then stepped forward with outstretched arms, showing his sincerity. Rakrak immediately raised his hand in greeting and stepped forward. Seeing that Shunin appeared to have no ill intentions, he guessed the frog tribe was showing courtesy by sending the chieftain's son to meet them. Then, Rakrak introduced himself. "I am Chieftain Rakrak. We have no intention of pointing our weapons at you." While the two leaders talked, the warriors of both tribes stood resting. Rakrak continued the conversation, directly asking, "Why are you here?" The brown frog standing next to Shunin suddenly glanced at him and nodded. Only then did Shunin speak again. "We are here to inform you that you are invading our territory." As expected by Rakrak, the frogs were trying to attack with words first. After all, only by declaring their opponent wrong could they put pressure to gain an advantage. Rakrak cleverly replied, "Is that so? I don't think this whole land belongs to you. When I arrived here, there were no signs indicating any territory. We didn't know, but I apologize for not realizing you were here before." Rakrak then sincerely bowed to Shunin. Shunin remained silent for a while after Rakrak's clear apology. Of course, Rakrak had tricked him, but he didn't expect such a calm reaction, and even an apology instead of a heated argument. Seeing Shunen's confusion, Rakrak began to act pitifully and plead, "Actually, we came from very far away. I'm not sure if we can settle here permanently, but we really need to stay here because we have nowhere else to go." Shunen was about to say something in confusion, but Rakrak interrupted him and continued to press, "You are Shunen, son of Chieftain Alroy, right? This is the first time I've seen a frog, but you look like a warrior capable of making decisions for your tribe. Don't you have the authority to show us mercy?" Rakrak pretended to be pitiful, but he was actually chuckling to himself. Shunen couldn't think of anything to retort, so he finally agreed with Rakrak. "Yes, I will lead our tribe after my father one day. Deciding whether or not we should give up part of our territory to you and your tribe is something I can decide myself." Hearing Shunen's response, Rakrak noticed two large frog warriors standing next to him, glancing at him with expressions of dissatisfaction. Rakrak confirmed his suspicion. Perhaps the chieftain of the frogs had entrusted his son to the warriors because he didn't trust him. They were trying to probe him. Then, Rakrak's sharp eyes darted toward the gray-brown scaled lizard man standing among the frogs. Rakrak felt that this lizard man was still highly suspicious, so he decided to create an opportunity to learn more about him. Rakrak then offered a suggestion: "Instead of talking here, you should come to our village to be welcomed. After all, both of our tribes have reached an agreement without much conflict. Our tribe all agrees to say no to hatred. We should celebrate this, shouldn't we?" Rakrak's bright smile and generous gesture were truly captivating to Shunen. But just as Shunen was about to accept Rakrak's proposal, the large brown-skinned frog warrior standing behind him whispered something in his ear. Shunen's attitude suddenly changed. "That's a bit excessive. We don't have many reasons to be thankful to each other, and I don't think we have built that much trust between us." Rakrak then expressed regret. "Is that so? We, the lizard men, can't just send you off after we've been indebted to you for what you've done for us. What about sharing the food we have right here?" Shunen turned to look at the large green-skinned frog warrior, and the warrior nodded. Shunen then dared to agree. "That sounds good. We have food too, so we'll share it." Rakrak ordered his warriors to start a fire and prepare food while he began a more intimate conversation with Shunen. During the conversation, Rakrak carefully watched the frogs, but he decided not to react too eagerly and instead inquired about information bit by bit. Rakrak was particularly curious about the relationship between the gray-brown scaled lizard man and the frogs, and what their purpose was in cooperating with each other. However, Rakrak also understood that he couldn't let the frogs know what he was curious about. If they realized he wanted more information, they might use that to set a trap. Then, the conversation with Shunen continued as Rakrak changed the topic. "I can accept that the land around here is your territory, but I want to know what grounds you have for saying that." Shunen arrogantly pointed to his neck. All right. Do you see those decorative feathers hanging on this cord? These are feathers of the cockatrice." Shunen pointed to the red cord around his neck as if it were something to be very proud of. There were only a few feathers on the cord, but they were so large that they covered most of his chest. Rakrak also thought they were very impressive, and he was even more eager to learn more about this cockatrice. His warriors had previously found large feathers, just not as large as these. Shunen chuckled boastfully. "You really don't know about it, do you? It's a giant bird that walks on two legs. It's about as tall as the second branch on that tree over there." When Rakrak looked in the direction Shunen pointed, he guessed the bird was about more than 3 meters tall. Shunen continued describing, "The cockatrice is not only large but also poisonous. It's a dangerous creature. We've never been able to kill it in our many encounters, only managed to chase it away with difficulty. It's very fast and has a wide range of movement, so we came all the way to this area when we were scouting." Rakrak cleverly flattered Shunen while extracting more information. "So, thanks to you, we haven't encountered it yet. Thank you. But how do you deal with the cockatrice?" Shunen laughed softly in response. "Even if you had a long spear, it would be hard to face it up close because it's too tall. Throwing spears is also ineffective because it's too fast, and even if you throw stones, it's still protected by its feathers. Usually, bows and arrows are effective by targeting the exposed parts of its skin." Shunen became increasingly excited as he spoke, gradually revealing fresh information. Rakrak immediately became interested in this weapon he had never heard of before. Bows and arrows. Not just Rakrak, but most lizard men have never seen a bow before because they grew up in places where there aren't many trees, and thus, lack a wood supply. Shunen excitedly responded to Rakrak's curiosity with practical action. "I'll show you. Someone bring my bow and arrow here. I have to show you how to use it. Let's see." Owen, the gray-brown scaled lizard man, heard his name and immediately turned around, obediently replying, "Yes, please wait a moment." Rakrak noticed the strange power dynamic between Shunen and Owen, he acted as if he were asking for a favor, but to Rakrak, Owen seemed like a servant boy. Of course, anyone compared to the chieftain's son would look like a servant boy, wouldn't they? After Owen brought the bow and arrow, Shunin continued to order, "Yes, let me ask you for another favor." Owen remained obediently replying, "What is it?" Shunin pointed to a tree about 10 meters away and told Owen, "The others are all busy, I'll practice archery, can you set up a wooden board with the right size over there?" Owen immediately found a piece of wood and ran to place it on the tree. Rakrak, however, said nothing and silently observed Owen working, to see if the relationship between Shunin and Owen was as good as it appeared. Soon, Shunin's arrow flew off after he carefully pulled back the bowstring and aimed at the tree. In a blink of an eye, the arrow pierced the wooden target on the tree, creating a crisp sound that echoed for a moment. Shunin's wooden bow was not very long compared to his frog-like stature. The wood was sturdy enough to bend and generate tension, while the bowstring was made of an unknown material but had excellent elasticity. Shunin's demonstration left Rakrak amazed. Amazing, Rakrak thought. While admiring Shunin's skill, Rakrak also envisioned ways to counter if they had to fight the frogs. Currently, the lizard's spear was stronger. However, this bow could shoot many arrows and seemed more accurate than the spear. It could also be fired faster if mastered. Shunin concluded his demonstration with a hearty laugh. "We learned archery from a young age. I am one of the best archers in our tribe." Rakrak felt he needed to learn more about this weapon, so he eagerly extended his hand towards Shunin. "I understand, can I try?" Shunin generously handed the bow to Rakrak. "Of course, but it will be difficult as this is your first time." Rakrak accepted the bow and arrow, nodding his head in gratitude. Shunin knew what a novice archer would face, so, while Rakrak tried to draw the bowstring, he and the other frog warriors silently distanced themselves from Rakrak to avoid any danger. As he drew the bowstring, Rakrak realized Shunin was right. Strength was not the issue, this required skill. Yet, Rakrak was undeterred. He attempted to fire the first arrow with moderate force, fearing he might break the bowstring. Sadly, his draw was not strong enough. The arrow flew 2/3 of the way before plunging into the ground. Each time Rakrak shot the arrow off target or caused it to fall to the ground, Shunin offered appropriate advice. Despite Rakrak's persistence in shooting all of Shunin's arrows, none of them hit the target. The feeling of missing the wooden plank made him slightly frustrated, and he cursed, "Damn it." Shunin quickly comforted him. "The first time is always difficult." Rakrak sighed and lowered the bow to collect the arrows. Meanwhile, Shunin addressed Owen. "Owen, what are you doing? Why don't you go and pick up the arrows?" Owen rushed towards the fallen arrows, but Shunin remained dissatisfied, pouting and shaking his head. Disliking Shunin's behavior, Rakrak stepped towards the tree. "Since I fired the arrows, I should be the one to collect them." Shunin clicked his tongue and shrugged. "Well, just think of him as helping you." Rakrak picked up an arrow from the ground. Shunin shrugged and shifted his gaze towards where the meal was being prepared. Of course, Rakrak's purpose was not just to pick up the arrows to examine them more closely. Rakrak picked up another arrow and quietly approached Owen. He felt a little smug. Finally, he could have a private conversation. As he reached his target, Rakrak asked in a friendly tone, "Your name is Owen, right?" Owen jumped and stammered, "What? Yes, that's right." Owen seemed scared, as if he didn't know how to behave in front of Rakrak. This reaction made Rakrak even more suspicious. Why is he so scared? This reaction is strange. Rakrak tried to probe Owen. Why is a lizard traveling with the frogs? Owen was flustered and remained silent for a while. Finally, Owen spoke clearly. "It's because the lizards and the frogs, we live together, we are different species living together." Rakrak was shocked. He never imagined such a thing could happen. If different species lived together, their distinct lifestyles would surely lead to conflict. Even if they maintained a friendly relationship, it was common for communities to remain separate. He persisted, asking Owen, "Why?" Owen replied without hesitation, "Because both species benefit from each other." Rakrak continued asking out of curiosity, "Benefit, how exactly?" Owen answered as if he had rehearsed what he would say. "The lizards are protected by the frogs. In return, the lizards do inconvenient tasks for the frogs, as frogs cannot live outside of water for too long. Lizards are also better at climbing trees or picking fruits, and in return, the lizards can eat fish in the water." Owen spoke while glancing towards Shunin's group, as if he was wary of their attention. "It sounds like you're helping each other," but Rakrak felt something was strange and pressed further. "Sharing food is good, but the lizards don't need protection. Lizards can defend themselves." Owen shook his head, seeming panicked. "No, you've heard of the cockatrice, right?" This forest is very dangerous. The Alroy frogs are a large tribe. It would be very difficult for us lizards to survive without the frogs. Owen forced a smile. Rakrak wanted to ask more, but he began to feel the weight of Shunen's eyes. Perhaps Owen was lying because of the frog people's surveillance, so he frowned and told Owen, "Go back, forget about this, let's talk about what we just had. I was just asking about how to be good at archery." To avoid being caught interrogating Owen, Rakrak quickly returned to Shunen and kept praising his archery skills and kept asking about bows and arrows as well as how to shoot while everyone was cutting up the deer, just finished baking. Shunen took a bite of the roasted venison and his eyes lit up with undisguised delight. Shunen beamed, praising Rakrak's cooking skills. "I'm used to the taste of venison, but the addition of aromatic herbs makes it even better." Rakrak smiled politely. "I'm glad you like it." Rakrak wanted to find out for sure what these frogs were up to and how the frogs and lizards were living together. He started a conversation. "Have you ever eaten water buffalo meat?" Upon hearing this, Shunen's mouth watered. "Water buffalo? Yes, I have. It's been a while since we caught one, but it's delicious." Seizing the opportunity, Rakrak tempted him. "We caught a live water buffalo." Shunen stuck out his tongue slightly, a way for frogs to express their extreme surprise. Rakrak cleverly made an offer. "If you want, we can trade a water buffalo for some bows." Shunen eagerly replied with a wide grin, "If it's a live water buffalo, then of course." Rakrak noticed Shunen's mouth watering at the thought of eating the buffalo. At that moment, he knew another meeting for exchanging goods would not be far off. However, judging by the expression on the faces of the frog warriors behind Rakrak, it seemed there would be no opportunity to exchange even a single bow in the immediate future. When Shunen refused the offer under pressure from the brown-skinned frog warrior, Rakrak clicked his tongue, feigning disappointment. "Really, what a shame." Shunen quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, once the relationship between our two tribes becomes more intimate, we can discuss these matters. The members of our tribe don't seem to have any hostile attitude towards the lizards." "Look," Shunen said, pointing towards the two groups of lizards and frogs who were eating and chatting. Shunen also mentioned that the frogs and lizards were living together, helping each other, and were very harmonious. However, like Owen earlier, Shunen seemed to have prepared this speech, which made Rakrak even more suspicious. Afterwards, Shunen called Owen closer to formally introduce him to Rakrak. "Hey, Owen. Explain to this fellow how we've been helping each other for the past few months." Rakrak glanced at Owen with a wary eye. As he suspected, everything Owen said earlier seemed like a meticulously staged script. Owen stood up smiling and repeated what he had said to Rakrak earlier. "Of course, as long as I can help develop the friendship between our two species, the lizards and the frogs, we live very harmoniously together." Rakrak's sharp eyes saw through everything. The other frogs also seemed happy and acted friendly towards the lizard warriors. If Rakrak hadn't interrogated Owen earlier, he would have believed everything Shunen said. Afterwards, Rakrak just stared at Owen and listened to his robotic pronouncements without showing any suspicion. He knew that to uncover the true nature of these frogs, he needed to patiently play along. After finishing their meal, Rakrak suggested that the two tribes meet again somewhere closer to the frog tribe. Such events were primarily for tribes to exchange or share food to build closer relationships. Shunen was about to happily accept the offer, but once again, the brown-skinned frog warrior interrupted him before he could. Shunen quickly changed his decision. "Why don't we meet again here? This place is spacious, nothing hinders our view, and it's a good place for both tribes to observe each other." Ultimately, the two tribes decided on a meeting time and followed their separate paths to return home. While saying goodbye, Rakrak saw Owen glance at him several times, as if he was terrified and wanted to call for help, but Shunen put his arm around Owen and quickly pulled him away. Rakrak frowned and mumbled to Zale, "Did you see that?" Zale nodded with a skeptical expression, looking at the departing frog group. "Yes. That doesn't look like a relationship between two equals who are helping each other." Rakrak immediately nodded in agreement with Zale. Something is definitely going on. A few hours later, along the shore of the lake, where Alroy's frog people were settling, Owen is being beaten by Shunen right after returning from the Rakrak group's area. Shunen poked his finger in Owen's face, who was lying on a small patch of sand. You were talking to the leader of the lizard people, right? You think I didn't see?" Owen groaned, rubbing his face and waving his hand. We didn't talk much." He asked about how to shoot arrows well. He praised the bow and arrow as a good weapon. And then he kept asking how to make a bow, because he didn't think the frogs would tell him. So, I said I couldn't tell him because I owe the frogs a lot. Then, he asked to be told at least how to shoot arrows well. Although Owen said exactly what Rakrak had instructed, the frogs didn't seem to believe him. A brown-skinned frog warrior suddenly kicked Owen in the stomach and questioned him, "What nonsense are you talking? You don't even know how to shoot an arrow." Owen clutched his stomach, gasping for breath, and tried to explain, "That's the truth. If I said I didn't know how to shoot arrows, he would suspect me." Shinnon squinted his mischievous eyes at Owen, pondered for a moment, and nodded, "That's true. If we live in harmony, we would teach you some of what we know, wouldn't we?" Owen quickly replied, yes, so I pretended to know but couldn't tell him, and if he wanted to learn, he had to pay the price. Then I told him I would teach him if he gave me a bag of fruit. Shinnon relaxed his guard and continued, "What did the guy say?" Owen felt a little more confident and spoke in one breath. He said regretfully that he didn't have any bags of fruit on him to give me, and then he didn't ask anymore. Owen's fabricated story quickly deceived Shinnon, and even the brown-skinned frog warrior agreed that the explanation was plausible. While Owen was holding his breath waiting for Shinnon's judgment, Shinnon laughed, "You are indeed an intelligent lizard man. I think that's enough." After letting Owen calm down for a moment, Shinnon continued, "Listen, Owen." Owen crawled on the ground. "Yes, master." Shinnon spoke, looking towards the lake, "You must know that your role in this is very important, right?" Owen followed his gaze towards the lake and swallowed, "Yes, of course, master." Their eyes were drawn to a small island in the middle of the lake, where a few huts were hidden by bushes. Frog warriors were taking turns guarding the area closely. Shinnon's eyes turned cold as he looked at the huts on the island and asked Owen, "Don't you think you're lucky, Owen?" Shinnon was looking at the young lizard people trapped inside the huts, and he chuckled menacingly, "In the near future, our two-headed god will demand a sacrifice. We will sacrifice the lizard people. You will need a new sacrifice to keep your children safe, won't you? And you know what? There are now plenty of new lizard people to sacrifice in place of your children." With that, Shinnon burst into a savage laughter. Seeing Owen not respond, he expressed his displeasure and asked, "Is that right?" Owen bit his lip with a look of distress. "Yes, master." After looking at the captured lizard children, Owen swallowed his fear and assured Shinnon, "I am indeed very lucky. So I will do my best to deceive them, master." Hearing this, Shinnon laughed heartily, "Just deceive them and make them fall into our trap. Our warriors will do the rest." This frog tribe has 1,500 frogs and 200 brown-gray lizard people who are enslaved by them. Besides the huge difference in number compared to Rakrak's group, the lizard children and their caregivers are all held hostage on the island, so the other lizard people never try to resist the frogs, and these frogs even have a god. That night, Owen sat slumped by the lake with a look of distress. These brown-gray lizard people were not born here. They didn't come from the wilderness but from the south of the forest. After they were attacked by some forces in the south, the Alroy frogs welcomed the exhausted lizard people warmly, despite their differences in skin color and race. But of course, it was all a trick. Now, thinking back, Owen still felt regret. The lizard people had become complacent and started to live a rather carefree life alongside the frogs. Then the day came when the two tribes decided to hold a brotherhood ceremony. Everything changed. The frogs had a god, and that god demanded living sacrifices, but the brown-gray lizard people had no idea. On the day of the ceremony, the brown-gray lizard people rowed boats with the frog warriors to enjoy the feast held on the island. The lizard people had no suspicions and got drunk. As soon as they passed out, they were all captured by the frog warriors and became sacrifices. The god didn't want animal sacrifices. Instead, it wanted creatures with human-like qualities and who walked on two legs. So, the tribal chief and the brown-gray lizard warriors were offered. The other brown-gray lizard people could see clearly what was happening on the island from the other side of the lake. The two-headed god chewed and ate the tribal chief and the warriors, then spit out the unpleasant parts. Even as the other lizard people witnessed the horrifying scene of their brethren being eaten alive, they couldn't do anything because of fear. Owen was also among the lizard people on the island, but the god was full before it reached him. The two-headed god liked tender meat. If the old lizard people were sacrificed, it would kill them and then immediately demand the next sacrifice. Sometimes it even ate frogs, saying that the lizard meat was too tough, and on those days, the frogs would beat the lizard people and hastily sacrifice the lizard children. So Owen believed that the two-headed monster ruled the frogs, and the frogs ruled the brown-gray lizard people. This would not change. In Owen's opinion, nothing could change. Even if the brown-gray lizard man tribe collaborated with the Rakrak group to fight the frogs, they would have no chance of victory, because the Rakrak group is a savage tribe from a distant land and doesn't even know what a bow and arrow is. In addition, the frogs have a secret weapon that Owen knows is just as dangerous as the two-headed monster. Owen is wise, so he knows how to behave in order to survive and protect his family. The number of brown-gray lizard people has decreased rapidly since they were subdued by the frogs. They are sacrificed or beaten to death, and if some manage to escape, a similar number of lizard people will also be sacrificed. It's inevitable that Owen's child and the children on the island will face that fate someday. But Owen still hoped that enduring everything and deceiving the Rak group into coming here would buy them time. Although the exact size of the lizard tribe that Rak leads has not been determined, Shunin once said that their population seemed to be quite large, reaching 600 people, so Owen hoped that those lives would be enough to buy time for his child. Many days have passed since the Rak group first encountered the frogs. Since then, they have met 4 more times, and the Rak tribe has been able to trade quite a lot of the items they like. So far, the Rak tribe has given the frogs 2 bowls. And every time, Shunin was very happy to see the bowls, but Rak didn't mind giving away those bowls because they judged that they were still getting 4 or even 6 times the benefit from the handicrafts and food they received from the frogs. After many trades, Rak tempted them. I told you these water buffalo are delicious, isn't this enough to trade for the bow and arrow? Shunin realized that a bow was not too big a sacrifice if it meant they could enslave the entire Rak group, but before he agreed, Owen suddenly interrupted and suggested, instead, why don't we get to know each other better before we trade weapons? Owen seemed more eager than before and made the suggestion, before we, the brown-gray lizard people, combined with the frog tribe, we held a brotherhood ceremony. Before that ceremony was performed, we gathered and shared good things with each other, and also took the time to get to know each other. But what about between your tribe and us now? We are sharing good things, but we don't know anything about each other, so, next time, would you like to visit our village? Owen said with a beaming smile, but Rak, after finding Owen's eager behavior suspicious, made an excuse to refuse. That afternoon, Rak had a bow and arrow in his hand, and he was trying to shoot it. However, the arrow only flew half the distance that the frog shot. The problem was no longer Rak's technique, because he had tried borrowing their bows and arrows several times before and achieved pretty good results in practice. Rak was not satisfied with the results that Zale recorded and grumbled. He couldn't understand exactly what material was used to make the bowstring. It looked like the tendons of some creature were torn apart and intertwined when he saw it last time. When trading items, Rak, who was clever and had good eyesight, would glance at the bows, pretend to borrow them, and then use them to observe more closely, but this method had its limitations. The item that their craftsman imitated didn't achieve high efficiency because the material used to make the bow and arrow was unknown. Thinking of the upcoming 5th meeting, Zale tried to comfort Rak. We will find out this time, and it seems they want to learn more about us. Rak frowned and replied, yes, but they're hiding something behind the facade of their so-called trust and brotherhood. Perhaps they are plotting something. Rak sighed with a little anxiety. The problem is we still don't know what they are plotting. We need to be more vigilant. Then he asked Zale again, have you sent people to gather enough herbs that they requested? Zale nodded and replied, yes, there's a herbalist who knows where they grow abundantly, so I asked him to bring people to gather them. Rak continued, his voice laced with concern, that's great, but about Owen, I really hope he can be the key to this. Zale understood Rak's hesitation. With her sharp intuition, she suggested, then, why don't you give him a chance? Having said that, Zale handed Rak a stack of bark paper inscribed with the written characters they had created. Rak glanced at the characters on the paper and muttered with a playful smile, a chance, ha. This time, after the frog group returned to their territory by the lake, the insults and beatings started again. It took too long to lure those lizard people. Owen, I did what you said. But why is it still useless this time? The brown-skinned frog warrior shouted, squeezing Owen's neck so hard that he was struggling to breathe. Owen apologized meekly, but the brown-skinned frog warrior refused to let go even when Shunin spoke up. Get off him, oh boy, or he'll die. Oh boy replied with a sneering voice, he's not going to die from just this. When Oh boy loosened his grip slightly, Owen tried to explain, those black-scaled lizard people are more wary than I thought. Oh boy squeezed Owen's jaw and sneered, you mean they're different from you, the ones who are completely ignorant and foolishly accept any invitation? Owen tried his best to answer with a smile, yes, ha, that's right. Shunin clicked his tongue and told Oh boy, let him go. Oh boy, his role is crucial. That chieftain Rak doesn't completely trust us, but he seems to treat this guy well, a lizard man. Upon hearing this, Oh boy finally let go, pushing Owen to the ground with a thud. Then Oh boy left with a look of disgust towards Owen. Shunin, I'm leaving him to you. Shunin nodded and turned back to Owen. After Oh boy left, Shunin began to urge Owen, it's better to hurry up. This time, get as much information from them as possible, and if you can, Try your best to invite him and his warriors to our village without raising any suspicion. Owen anxiously asked back, what's going on? It seemed that Shunin was hesitant about whether to tell Owen or not, so Owen patiently waited for his answer in the most submissive way possible. Finally, he spoke. My father said we need to speed up the next living sacrifice ritual. Owen was surprised because there should still be plenty of time until the next sacrifice was held. This was because they had rushed the sacrifice ceremony not long ago. The ritual was conducted to get a revelation from the two-headed god about Rakrak's tribe, but there was no significant information compared to the value of the sacrifice. Owen felt that the reason for speeding up the sacrifice was something only shared among the frogs, so he tried to extract information from Shunin. Why? Are you rushing? Without Oboi's supervision, Shunin began to lose control of his mouth and revealed, the elders are getting sicker, including my father, we can't delay any longer. Owen showed concern and asked, they are sick, could it be, that itchy disease, is it that dangerous? Shunin spoke slowly and seriously, something unusual for him. Once you get this itchy disease, a layer of sticky white mucus will start to cover our skin, and that area becomes itchy. We shouldn't be talking about this with you lizard people, but it's not a big deal. After clicking his tongue a few times, Shunin continued to talk about the disease. According to Shunin, this itchy disease is very serious and is getting worse. No matter how hard the sick try to wipe away the mucus on their skin, it doesn't disappear and keeps spreading. Shunin sighed and continued to explain, the problem is that frogs mainly breathe through their skin. It will be very difficult to breathe when your body is covered with mucus for a certain amount of time, and eventually, the sick will die. Shunin even revealed that an elder in the village died from this itchy disease yesterday. Owen listened without showing any emotion. He dared not show joy or surprise. This was the first time he heard that this itchy disease was fatal. Owen felt that maybe Shunin was testing him, so he couldn't show surprise or joy. He also realized this was why some frogs hadn't been around lately. Now everything made sense. Some frogs might have died from the disease. Owen immediately feigned sadness. Oh my god, if I knew it was this serious, I would have asked the lizard people to find more herbs last time. Seeing Shunin's gaze still full of suspicion, Owen added, I should be careful not to let this information spread. Some healthy and energetic lizard people might make fun of the frogs for this disease. Shunin clicked his tongue and replied, that's for sure, but we can't hide the truth forever when asking for so many herbs. Owen quickly tried to think of something to respond with. Even if the news spreads, there's still a way to control the information for those lizard people. We'll tell them it can also spread to lizard people and make them feel like everyone is at risk. They won't think the frogs are weak. Shunin nodded, seemingly pleased. That's a good idea, but it won't actually spread to them, right? Owen came up with the answer quickly. There are some types of grass that create white foam when crushed, and there are also types that make people itchy when touched. We will act that way to deceive them. I am the one who interacts with the frogs the most, so I can just pretend to get infected from the village. Shunin burst out laughing. Exactly. He intended to compliment Owen, but he couldn't think of an appropriate word, so he just mumbled to himself. Then he came up with a good word to call Owen and grinned. Ha, Owen, you're really amazing. Like a scammer. Owen, receiving the compliment like a slap in the face, awkwardly chuckled. Then, Shunin made an enticing offer to make Owen work harder. This time, as long as you can lure those black-scaled lizard people, your child won't be sacrificed anymore and it will be allowed to leave the island and live with you. Owen immediately bowed his head and obeyed with a radiant smile. Thank you, I am truly grateful. Shunin left with a satisfied smile. Unlike last time, we need a large-scale living sacrifice. We need a lot this time. You should try to persuade them. Owen immediately ran after him. Hey, please wait a moment, Sir Shunin. Shunin turned back and glared at Owen. What is it? Owen hesitantly replied. I know this request is excessive, but in terms of negotiation, I really think we should bring some bows with us. Seeing Shunin's face frown, Owen quickly explained, don't you see how the chieftain over there gets worried like a child whenever we refuse to give him bows? I think it's time. Shunin furrowed his brows because Rakrak seemed like a talented warrior. He thought it would be a bit risky to give him some bows, but then he clicked his tongue in his heart. If we succeed in luring them, it wouldn't matter if we give away a few bows. Anyway, those weapons will come back safely to us. The fifth meeting took place a few days later. The Rakrak group did not think of bringing any buffalo this time. Instead, they brought a piece of the shell from a giant centipede. They had separated it from the centipede's back by detaching the segments of its body. They realized that this shell could only be damaged by Rakrak when the god possessed his body. Otherwise, even iron could not leave a scratch on it. This mysterious shell was valuable in itself, but in addition, it could be used to brag about killing such a monster. Although Yer had been diligently introducing the durability of the centipede shell, the frog showed no interest at all. To them, such a thing was useless. It was so hard that it couldn't be cut or bent, so how could they craft anything with it? The exchange with Rakrak was much better than Owen expected. The Rakrak group had brought a lot of herbs for the itchy disease. Owen wondered how Rakrak could persevere until now, but this time he still pleaded to exchange at least one bough for the abundant herbs they had gathered. Shinnon felt this exchange was a great deal, as they didn't even need 2 or 3 bows. However, he still bargained to refuse. Exchanging weapons is much more complicated. I must admit it will be very difficult to do that without trust between the two sides. It's because you haven't trusted us yet. Rakrak sighed, seeming weary and wanting to give up. Again, trust. How can I show that I trust you? Shinnon immediately seized the opportunity and suggested, tell us about yourselves. Where do you come from? How many people are there, and what is your purpose for coming here? Rakrak narrowed his eyes, as if being swayed by Shinnon's words. Well, if we trust you, then you will trust us too, right? When Shinnon nodded, Rakrak seemed to be thinking for a moment, then suddenly requested, Shinnon, son of the great chieftain Olroy, for the sake of the trust of both tribes, I have a request. Shinnon responded enthusiastically, go ahead. Then, Rakrak pointed at Owen and requested, I want to talk to Owen privately. Shinnon was about to agree while Oboy objected to this proposal. However, in the end, Oboy yielded to the firm attitude Rakrak had shown. Finally, Shinnon said to Owen with a meaningful look, go ahead. Owen nodded and smiled gently in a fake way. Then, Rakrak led Owen to a place far from the goods exchange to ensure that no frog would eavesdrop on their conversation. When Rakrak and Owen were finally alone, Rakrak asked, is this herb not enough? Owen hesitated and shook his head. I think it's not enough. If we give you these bows, you could soon make a similar one. Rakrak glanced at Owen with annoyance. What else do you want? Owen didn't immediately notice the change in Rakrak's attitude. He thought it was time to reveal what he had prepared. I said this last time, we are sharing good things, but we know nothing about each other. Tell me about you. Where do you come from? How many are you? And what is your purpose here? Then we can perform the brotherhood ritual in our village. Rakrak was tired of the pretense to extract information and turned away indifferently, but at that moment, he saw a blue butterfly. The blue butterfly of the nameless armored insect god was fluttering near them. Rakrak knew that the deity must be trying to send him a message. Then, the butterfly landed on Owen's head as if to tell Rakrak to follow what Owen wanted and that the deity would always be by his side regardless of Owen's intentions. Seeing Rakrak staring at him, Owen turned his head to see what was happening and saw the blue butterfly flapping its wings. It's not very warm yet. Why is there a butterfly? Has this species always been here? It's strange. After seeing the blue butterfly, Rakrak smiled confidently and decided to be more cooperative with Owen. Rakrak said to Owen with a free and easy tone, right, there are a lot of suspicions between us. Let's end that now. I'll tell you everything about us, Owen. Then, Rakrak revealed information about his tribe, including that they only had 350 people and 30 warriors. Owen, in contrast, revealed false information about the frogs. He told Rakrak that there were fewer frogs than the actual number and that not many frog warriors knew how to shoot arrows. Thus, each person had their own agenda when revealing information, whether honest or deceitful. A fierce battle was inevitable. After the 5th exchange, upon returning to the frog village, Shinnon couldn't help but laugh and praise Owen. Well done, Owen, this is a significant achievement, especially with just one bow. They trusted us so much, it's mostly thanks to you. Those fools even said they would come to our village themselves. Shinnon was even more excited, but Owen felt guilty and forced a smile. Yes, that's right. Oboy also nodded in satisfaction with the outcome of the trip. When they said they would show us their village, I thought it might be a trap, but it turned out they were truly stupid. Rakrak had told Owen almost everything about his tribe and village. That alone was a huge achievement for Owen, but Rakrak even spoke about trust and invited Shinnon and some frog warriors to his village. The frog warriors couldn't go too deep into Rakrak's village, but they tried to confirm that everything he said was true. Oboy became even more confident that Rakrak's group would be easily captured after confirming that Rakrak's tribe had only over 350 people and only about 30 warriors. Most importantly, what Shinnon was looking forward to most was that Rakrak's group had 20 living bulls. Shinnon was happy and generously asked Owen, because you've worked so hard, what do you want as a reward, Owen? Owen frantically reminded Shinnon of his previous promise. All I need is the agreement you told me before. Shinnon tilted his head in confusion. Agreement? Did I say anything? Owen wanted to punch Shinnon for his bad memory, but he restrained himself. "You said if I do this well, my child won't be sacrificed anymore, you'll let us reunite." Oh Boy immediately looked displeased upon hearing this. "Did you promise him that?" Shunin clicked his tongue and persuaded Oh Boy. "Don't be so rigid, Oh Boy. I'll convince my father. We don't have to be so harsh. I've always thought that we need to show the lizards that if they obey us, good things can happen." Then Shunin reassured Owen. "Don't worry, Owen, I'll keep my word." Owen felt his heart overflowing with emotion as his long-held dream finally came true. He immediately thanked Shunin profusely. That evening, Owen sat by the lake again, looking at the island with hope in his heart. He thought about Rakrak's group, which had about 350 lizards, far fewer than he expected, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, Owen believed that Rakrak's group of 30 warriors was no match for the 80 frog warriors. Because they didn't even know how to shoot arrows, they would surely be defeated, unless they had some miraculous power. Somewhere in Owen's mind, he also thought about Rakrak, about their secret conversation that he was still keeping hidden from the frogs. Although Rakrak was more considerate than Owen had initially thought, he still believed that he was a naive, even foolish leader. Owen picked up a stick and started scribbling on the ground in a hazy stream of thought. "I should be more suspicious and careful. I shouldn't trust someone like me." As he wrote, Owen remembered the characters that Rakrak had shown him during their secret conversation the previous day. Rakrak had shown Owen the writing of his tribe and said, "I want to give you something to express my gratitude for your invitation. Is that okay? Come see this." Owen was suspicious but still approached. Then, Rakrak explained the meaning to Owen. "These primitive characters are very simple and not many. You're smart enough to remember them all quickly. They're not just simple scribbles or hunting symbols. You can combine them to express a different meaning. Just like talking." Rakrak continued to tell Owen, "Isn't this interesting? My tribe and I created it together. We call these characters writing, and you have to know the meaning of each character to understand what's being written." Rakrak twirled the stick in his hand and then wrote an X and explained, "Okay, here's another one. This means no or refuse, comma." As Rakrak moved his hand, another character appeared below the X. "This one means lie or fake, comma." Owen blinked at the two characters and mumbled, "If you put these two together, it must mean something, right?" Rakrak looked at Owen with a mischievous look without saying anything, as if waiting for Owen to guess. Owen gasped after a few seconds of thought. "It says, it's not a lie, so it's true." Rakrak then excitedly laughed. Even though he had deliberately created this situation, he still pretended to be clueless. "Oh, wait. I never thought about it this way. You're smart, Owen." Owen was praised and smiled brightly. "Thank you." Then, Owen gave Rakrak a few ideas about how to combine the characters, and Rakrak thought it was a valuable discovery. Owen found this moment strangely enjoyable and exciting, but then he realized his voice was trembling. He had never felt this way since he was captured as a slave by the frogs. It was the feeling that wise people get when they discover an invention that is valuable to their civilization. He vaguely thought, "I wish time would stop right now." A moment later, Owen began to be silent as he realized the meaning behind Rakrak's action of teaching him the writing. He wants to say that only he and his tribe know what these characters mean, but the frogs don't. Does he want to see me alone to tell me this? But why? It seemed like Rakrak had read Owen's mind and proactively spoke up, for trust. Owen was startled and froze upon hearing this. Rakrak continued to explain, "What we talked about before, the conversation we had about building trust, it's not between you and me, but between me, Rakrak, representing my lizard tribe, and Shunin, representing the frog tribe. However, the real trust I want is between you and me." When Owen heard this, he was both surprised and confused. Then, he chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, is that really necessary? I'm just a lizard among the frogs, and you're a black-scaled lizard." Rakrak shook his head. "We exchanged trust today, but I don't trust the frogs. I don't believe anything you say about them. I truly believe that there are many things you are hiding and not telling me." Owen was startled and worried again. So then, was everything we said today a lie?" Rakrak immediately responded with a firm tone. "No, I can swear on everything I have that my name and everything about my tribe is true." Rakrak said these words with his eyes wide open, and Owen could see from those eyes that Rakrak had a strong sense of pride in himself and that he was only speaking the truth. However, Owen couldn't say the same about himself. Rakrak relaxed his facial expression and continued, "What matters is the trust between you and me. You know, you have the face of someone who is suffering." Owen unconsciously touched his face. "Ah, do I?" Since lizards have long snouts, they're not known for having many facial expressions. Recognizing Owen's embarrassed expression, Rakrak grasped his psychology and expressed, I know a lot about suffering, my tribe, and I know the feeling of being pushed aside and expelled very well. I saw it in you, Owen, Owen exclaimed bitterly, without realizing it, and quickly shook his head. No, I'm not suffering. Rakrak clicked his tongue and replied, only those who are truly suffering say that. There was a heavy silence between the two, and Owen struggled to continue talking to Rakrak. Do you have anything else to say? Rakrak shrugged casually. No, I believe trust has been shared between us, and I've seen the signs. Rakrak didn't say anything more, he just smiled, revealing his teeth. Owen could sense that something was hidden behind Rakrak's confident exterior, but he couldn't say exactly what it was. Reflecting on the conversation with Rakrak, Owen sighed again. Even though he was the chief of a tribe and very confident, he wouldn't be able to defeat so many frogs and two-headed demons like that. Rakrak also said they had captured a giant monster before, but that kind of news meant nothing to those who regularly saw real monsters in their daily lives like Owen. He thought that 30 lizard warriors would have a hard time inflicting even a small scratch on the scales of the two-headed demon. Looking at the island in the middle of the lake again, Owen thought that he had made a wise decision and told himself, he shouldn't trust someone like me. Owen looked at the island in the middle of the lake until dusk fell before he silently stood up. The worries still lingered in his mind. Why did he want to believe me? I'm just a liar. Then, Owen left the spot where he had been sitting, but after walking a few steps, he seemed to regret it and turned back to look at the characters he had written on the ground. The feeling of guilt had been gnawing at Owen's mind for some time, causing him to constantly repeat the thought, you shouldn't trust me, I'm nothing but a fraudster. The next day was the appointed day that Rakrak would take all the warriors of the tribe to visit the Frog People's village. Rakrak's village and the Frog People's village were quite far apart, so the Frog People thought it would be a good idea to capture Rakrak's warriors. In one batch is better for invading the entire village of Rakrak later. From early morning, Shunin was in a good mood, and by the afternoon, he kept urging everyone to prepare for the feast. He also led a group of frogs to welcome Rakrak's warriors as soon as they arrived. Hurry up, the black-scaled lizard man is here. Rakrak strode bravely into the frog territory beside the lake, enjoying the cool breeze from the water. Accompanying him were Ur and all the bone warriors of his tribe, who had received blessings from the nameless beetle god, giving them all a shiny black skin. At this time, Shunin had led the frog warriors to greet Rakrak and his warriors. Welcome, our friends. Rakrak responded with a radiant smile. Thank you for your hospitality. I truly hope this brotherhood ceremony will further strengthen the relationship between our two tribes. Shunin grinned ear to ear. Me too, he replied. Then, Rakrak politely pointed at the warriors beside him. I hope you aren't upset that we brought weapons. You scare us after telling us about the cockatrice, so some of our warriors insisted we bring weapons. It would be a problem if we encountered something like that on our way here without weapons, wouldn't it? Shunin seemed to have no suspicion and nodded casually. Oh, I understand. In reality, he was chuckling inwardly. Stupid lizard men, I told you, a spear like that wouldn't do anything against a cockatrice. It's pointless for you to be armed with 3 or 4 spears because we use bows. Lizard men can only throw spears 3 or 4 times, but we each carry about 10 arrows. I'll get you all drunk in the middle of the feast, then we'll shoot poison arrows into your backs. Shunin felt elated at the thought of the massive black lizard men falling helplessly. Then Rakrak interrupted his thoughts with a question. By the way, where's Owen? Shunin glanced around and pointed towards the edge of the lake. I left Owen to prepare the feast. Let's see, he's over there. Shunin called out, Owen, hey, Owen. Oh, it seems he can't hear me because he's too far away. What's he doing? Rakrak also observed Owen and said, it looks like he's drawing something on the ground. Shunin, completely disarmed by thoughts of victory and excitement, told Rakrak, ah, I see, he's probably deciding where everyone should sit. Smell the food and smoke coming from over there. Let's go sit down and greet Owen. Shunin left, and Rakrak led his warriors to the place where the feast would be held. He immediately called out to Owen. Owen turned to face Rakrak with a knowing smile. You're here, Rakrak. I've marked the places where you can sit. As he and his warriors sat down, the feast celebrating peace and friendship between our two tribes would begin. Rakrak nodded and silently looked at the figures Owen had drawn on each seat. Even though Owen was still wearing a friendly smile, all the symbols on the ground were the word lie. Fearing that Rakrak didn't understand his intentions, Owen deliberately poked his stick into the ground next to a lie to draw Rakrak's attention and emphasize its meaning. Immediately, Rakrak pulled the bull's head mask from behind his neck and said without looking back, You're. Begin, he commanded. The moment he put on the bull's head mask, the bone warrior's eyes lit up with killing intent. Without hesitation, Ur drew the spear from his side. Yes, leader. His movements were so natural and skillful that the frogs surrounding the lizards at the feast didn't even realize what was happening. The sharp spear in Yur's hand shot through the air like lightning and pierced the head of a nearby frog warrior. The frog warriors, stunned and terrified, watched their comrade fall without being able to react. They hadn't even had time to warn the others. Immediately after that, Yur shouted to his warriors, "Brave bone warriors, kill all the frogs." As he spoke, Yur charged forward, another spear in his hand plunging into the chest of another frog warrior. Seeing Owen standing silently, neither shouting nor intending to protect the frogs, the frog warriors began to scream and criticize. "Owen, no way, you knew this was going to happen, these lizard men." But their curses didn't last long because Yur's spear and the bone warriors were faster than their mouths. Rakrak commanded his bone warriors to calmly find the armed frog warriors and kill them first. With the blessings of the insects they received, Rakrak's 30 warriors killed 10 frog warriors in a single breath. The brown lizards and frogs preparing for the feast began screaming and running away when they witnessed the sudden bloodbath. If any brown lizards attacked, the bone warriors would try to subdue them, only killing if the situation became unavoidable. Once the atmosphere became silent again, with the nearby frogs having fled, Rakrak stepped forward to examine the scene. "It seems all the frog warriors present have been dealt with." Yur nodded in response. "We haven't suffered any casualties, but while we were attacking the frog warriors, many frogs ran away, including Shunin, so maybe there's going to be a hail of arrows coming our way soon. But we don't need to worry about the arrows because we have a backup plan, right leader?" Rakrak nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's time to execute the plan." First, Rakrak didn't intend to leave Owen standing there idly. He was likely experiencing a mixture of emotions, so it was best to make him a part of the plan to reinforce his resolve to resist. Rakrak continued in a polite tone, "Owen, I have a favor to ask of you." After Owen nodded in agreement, Rakrak began to instruct him seriously. The frogs who had fled the feast regrouped in a farther area, carrying with them their secret weapons, live poison frogs. The neurotoxin secreted from the poison frogs' backs, when applied to arrowheads, created a powerful paralytic effect. A group of 15 frog warriors, led by Shunin, quickly gathered by the lake, near their earthen houses, and summoned other warriors guarding further away to join them, preparing for a counterattack. Shunin, while giving directions to the frogs, cursed as he searched for Owen's shadow but found nothing. "Damn it, you idiot, Owen, what did you do to make them go crazy?" Unable to find an outlet for his anger, Shunin turned to scold the frog warriors. "Have you all received the order clearly?" The frog warriors hurriedly replied, "Yes, everyone is gathering." In a corner of the village, Oboy had summoned all the frog warriors and prepared to counterattack Rakrak's group of bone warriors. On the other hand, from the wooden houses by the lake near the feast, thin, frail, and pathetic lizards, holding wooden sticks that could not even be considered weapons, were advancing towards the feast, ready to fight on the frogs' orders. When Shunin heard the report, he quickly regained his spirits, burning with a lust for battle, and shouted loudly, "Good job, warriors! First, wear them down until reinforcements arrive. All fire!" On Shunin's orders, the frog warriors began to draw their poison bows and aim at Rakrak's group. Soon, a hail of arrows poured down relentlessly on the spot where Rakrak's group was standing. However, the bone warriors didn't flinch or try to run or find cover. They calmly stood their ground and took out the hard, stone-like shells of the giant centipede. Through 5 rounds of trade, Rakrak and Yur had tried to find the right way to counter the frog archers. Even if they shot arrows, they couldn't penetrate the water buffalo skulls on their heads, so they only needed to set up the centipede shells as shields to cover their upper bodies. The shields easily deflected all the arrows, because even the bone warriors' sharp spears couldn't pierce them. The frogs, seeing this, were immediately shocked, their mouths agape. They had never imagined that the centipede shells they had scorned during the previous trade would turn into weapons against them. The arrows clattered against the shields and fell like falling leaves. Because the size of the shields was relatively small, it wasn't large enough to completely cover the bone warriors' massive bodies, but as long as they sat down and used the shields carefully to protect their upper bodies, it was enough to avoid most of the damage. Seeing the effectiveness of the shields in combat, Rakrak praised Yur's idea. "Even spears can't pierce them. Those arrows really aren't a problem." Yur laughed excitedly. "I told you it would be useful." In this way, the frogs wasted 3 volleys of poison arrows. After careful consideration, Shunin changed his strategy. "Stop, only fire arrows when they start moving closer to us." At this moment, black smoke from an unknown source emerged, obstructing the frog's vision. Shunin couldn't locate where Rakrak's group was or what they were doing. The frog warriors also panicked in the thick black smoke. Another problem was that Shunin couldn't immediately figure out where the smoke was coming from. The frog warriors all knew it would be difficult to fire arrows accurately because the smoke was covering everything like fog, and since it was evening, it would quickly become pitch black, so they were at a loss for what to do. At the same time, a part of the frog village was engulfed in flames. To be precise, it was the area where the brown-gray lizard people lived. The feast was held in the center of the village and mainly surrounded by the brown-gray lizard people's houses, which the frogs called the lower village. In addition, all the dry houses that could burn well belonged to the lizards. The frogs, on the other hand, generally preferred damp earth houses. It turned out that Owen himself had brought a large burning log to set fire to the brown-gray lizard people's houses. At that moment, a group of lizards rushed over. "What, Owen, why are you burning the village?" Owen calmly asked back, "What are you doing?" The brown-gray lizard people immediately replied, "Lord Oboy told us to kill the black lizards, so we're on our way to the feast." Owen chuckled bitterly, "You're going to kill them with those rotten logs." The brown-gray lizard people then realized they were just tools for the frogs to buy time. Owen then took the torch to the next empty house and declared, "I'm going to burn those houses down." The brown-gray lizard people were even more panicked. "No, that's impossible. Was this Lord Shunin's order?" Owen answered frankly, "No, the black-scaled lizard told me to do it." The brown-gray lizard people looked at each other in horror upon hearing this. Scales, black scales, he really? Owen continued to set fire to another wooden house and reassured them, "Trust me, they'll beat the frogs." The brown-gray lizard people remained deeply skeptical. "What? That's impossible. No one can kill the two-headed demon." Owen's heart started pounding. He was a little apprehensive, wondering if Rakrak could actually defeat the demon. However, he quickly calmed down and told his kin, "I'm not sure about that, but I'm determined to help them." The brown-gray lizard people were still worried and asked Owen, "What if they lose? What will you do then?" "Shunin won't sit idly by if he finds out you've helped them." Owen laughed nonchalantly. "Don't be silly, we're burning our own houses. What do you think they'll say if we burn our own property instead of theirs? Besides, this is the only way to prevent the frogs from firing arrows accurately. Don't forget, I'm Owen the Deceiver. I'm willing to bet everything this time." With that, Owen set fire again without hesitation. The brown-gray lizard people were silent. Owen was the smartest among his kin. The other lizard people realized that if Owen the Deceiver was willing to risk everything, then so should they. So, the wooden clubs of the other lizard people caught fire, and soon, the village was engulfed in flames. After searching frantically for the source of the smoke, Shunin was shocked to realize that the flickering flames were coming from the houses in the lower village. He wasn't sure how, but Owen was certainly involved in Rakrak's arrival at their village and the sudden attack. The area where the brown-gray lizard people lived was burning, and Shunin couldn't hear any news from them. He was enraged. "Damn you, Owen, you're a lizard man, and you think you have the right to deceive me." There were still 30 lizard warriors, while Shunin only had 15 with him. After making his calculations, he hurriedly ordered the frogs, "Retreat for now. The lizard people in the village have betrayed us. Right now, we're outnumbered. We need to withdraw immediately. In the meantime, we'll wait for reinforcements." A frog warrior immediately protested, "But they killed our warriors. We have to take revenge." Shunin couldn't find a reason to risk his life in battle. He would be the next leader of the tribe when his father died. If he charged into battle now, he'd have to fight on the front lines for the sake of his reputation as a warrior, and that meant a higher chance of death. Shunin was a coward, so he didn't want to risk it. After the frog warriors carefully considered the current situation, they had no choice but to retreat. "Damn it, we can't do anything else." Then, the frog warriors asked Shunin, "We're retreating to join forces with warrior Oboy afterwards, right?" However, Shunin remained silent. Shunin didn't want to give a positive or negative answer now, not because he doubted Oboy's abilities. It was because although Shunin was thinking about Oboy, there was something else he was more certain about. "You'll regret this, Owen, and all the other lizards, for the choices you've made." Shunin then led his 15 warriors out of the lower village and swam to the island in the middle of the lake. The frog tribe was mostly divided into 3 areas around the lake. One was where the lower-ranking frogs who weren't warriors or elders lived, along with the brown-gray lizard people, to keep the lizards contained and under surveillance. Another area was the island where the lizard children were sacrificed, along with the frogs guarding them. The final area was on the other side of the lake, where Alroy, the elders, the frog warriors, and their families resided, standing on the edge of the lake opposite the lower village. Oboy was very confused. The lower village was burning, and he couldn't hear any news from the warriors there. After Shin'en retreated from the lower village, someone reported the news to Oh Boy. Are you saying that Lord Shin'en is retreating from the lower village? The scout warrior nodded, yes. Observing the extent of the fire and Shin'en's retreat, Oh Boy gradually came to some conclusions about the situation. 10 people at the feast, 5 were sent to investigate what happened, they're probably all dead. Oh Boy carefully counted their numbers. Shin'en currently had 15 warriors, and Oh Boy had 10. Along with 4 or 5 warriors always guarding the island. Oh Boy then decided to send a messenger to summon 15 warriors from the upper village to the lower village quickly, to gather their forces, because even if we outnumber the lizard people, if we don't attack all at once, we won't have the advantage. If we do it one after another, we'll be defeated. Including Shin'en, Oh Boy, all the other high-ranking warriors who weren't sick, and a few people guarding the island, there would be at least 45 people. So Oh Boy was still confident in launching an attack to buy time while waiting for the full force to gather. It would be difficult to shoot arrows because of the smoke from the burning village, but Oh Boy thought that each person only needed to hit one arrow. Instead of worrying, Oh Boy encouraged the warriors, have you all brought your poison frogs? Each of you prepare an arrow, we'll act as soon as Lord Shin'en gets here. At that moment, something was approaching from behind the bushes by the lake. A warrior's intuition seemed to be warning Oh Boy of imminent danger. Soon after, Oh Boy confirmed that the bushes were moving and shouted, something's coming, prepare to shoot. Even though he had already pulled back his bowstring, Oh Boy was still a little confused, because these bushes were in the opposite direction from the lower village. Oh Boy's heart pounded. Just like the day the frog warriors had killed the cockatrice, he was clearly sensing the danger getting closer. It was possible that the black lizard people had lied about the number of warriors they had. Oh Boy realized that his intuition wasn't just his imagination, something was actually causing the bushes to shake violently, but he couldn't guess how large the opponent was to be able to shake even the ancient trees. A giant shadow suddenly emerged from the treetops, with 2 eyes shining brightly lights. Oh Boy quickly shouted as soon as he spotted it, even before he could clearly see what it was, shoot. The frog poison arrows flew into the bushes at the same time, but the result left the frog warriors and even Oh Boy stunned and wide-eyed. The huge thing that emerged from the bushes didn't stop moving, and its appearance caused the frogs to turn pale with fear. The giant creature that Zale had brought to the feast was Manon. It had grown larger recently, now about 6 meters long. Zale chuckled and patted Manon's back. Our Manon grows fast in this land, doesn't it? The assistant sitting behind her nervously glanced at the frog warriors. But Zale, Manon just got hit by an arrow. The assistant observed Manon and laughed at its actions. I think one of the arrows is stuck between its teeth. Oh, looks like Manon wants to eat it. No, never mind, it spit it out. As drakes develop, young Manons still have a habit of chewing on anything they can get in their mouths because their teeth are growing and often itchy. Maybe because the arrow wasn't very tasty, it roared very loudly. The frogs froze at the sound of the giant creature's roar. It seemed they hadn't even noticed the lizard people riding on its back. Zale patted Manon's back gently. You're complaining too much. Isn't there dinner on the other side? I won't tell you to stop eating today, go ahead. The frog warriors were scared out of their wits and urged Oh Boy to come up with a new strategy. Warrior Oh Boy, the arrows aren't working. Oh Boy was also panicked and became snappish. I know, let me think. Oh Boy quickly dipped his arrow in poison and aimed his bow. It's a monster that even a cockatrice can't compare to. Should I aim for its eyes? No, or maybe shoot poison into its mouth? No, that's not the way. While Oh Boy was racking his brains, Manon lunged towards Oh Boy, who was closest to it. But Oh Boy was an experienced warrior. He managed to roll aside in time to avoid it. As a result, Manon grabbed the warrior next to Oh Boy. The unlucky frog warrior's neck ended up trapped between Manon's teeth, and Manon chewed off his head. A cockatrice was completely incomparable to Manon in size. Not only that, Manon was so fast that trying to shoot an arrow into its eyes wouldn't be easy. Oh Boy tore off the leg of the poison frog tied to his side. The poison frog was enraged, but Oh Boy quickly threw it towards the cockatrice. Manon opened its jaws wide, just like the times when Rakrak threw food to it, and it caught the poison frog in its mouth and swallowed it whole. Seeing this, Oh Boy shouted to the frog warriors, throw your poison frogs into that monster's mouth. It can't tell whether it's poisonous or not, just keep throwing, it'll eat them all. Everyone followed Oh Boy's example and threw their poison frogs towards Manon. Manon caught the poisonous frogs with its mouth before swallowing them whole in one go, but Zale didn't bother stopping Manon from doing such a reckless act. From Manon's back, Zale asked his assistant, what are they doing? The assistant whispered back, they're taking out the poisonous frogs, tearing their skin and throwing them away. Zale pursed his lips and asked again, well, I see that too, But why are they throwing snacks at Manon? The assistant thought about it and replied, do you think it's an act of goodwill? Zale chuckled mischievously, actually, the lizard people know about poisonous frogs. After the Rakrak tribe received the blessing of the nameless armored insect god, poisonous frogs became a delicious meal for them, and when it comes to resisting poison and disease, the drake species are even stronger than the blessed lizard people. At this moment, Oboy's face turned pale. He must have realized after Manon swallowed the poisonous frogs, that this drake has strong resistance to poison. Zale poked Manon on the hip. Well, isn't it too late now, Manon? Tell them it's too late. Oboy flinched when Manon's bright eyes looked towards him. Before Oboy could escape, Manon jumped at him again. This time, it didn't miss. It swallowed Oboy's head in one bite. The screams of the frog warriors accompanying Oboy echoed for a while, along with the blood staining the green grass red. The wooden houses were still burning fiercely as the evening light gradually set. Everything was unfolding exactly as Rakrak expected. 30 warriors, as well as Manon and the 2 riders on Manon's back, were rampaging throughout the frog village. Of course, in the bushes, there were still a few frog warriors hiding to shoot sneak attacks, but the shield and the smoke were not the only countermeasures the lizard people had to resist the arrows. An arrow flew in silently as the Rakrak group was sweeping the area again and taking down the remaining frog warriors. The arrow was now aimed straight at Rakrak as he was turning his back. It felt like this time he wouldn't be able to avoid getting hurt. But Rakrak didn't even need to look. He didn't use his hand or his spear, he just used his tail to fan the arrow away. Immediately after, Yer suddenly rushed into the bushes and plunged his spear into the head of the frog warrior who had just shot a sneak attack. After finishing, Yer approached Rakrak and reported, "It seems like the guy just now was the last warrior left in this area. It seems like that guy Shunin has actually run away from the village." Sung Woon watched the battle unfolding in the village and nodded in satisfaction. In addition, Owen faithfully carried out Rakrak's order, and the lizard people persuaded by Owen stopped resisting Rakrak's warriors. Instead, they were inspired by Rakrak's warriors and started attacking the frog people, even when they weren't frog warriors. This was an obvious development. The emotions that the brown lizard people had suppressed deep down erupted when they witnessed, with their own eyes, the downfall of the frog people who had once made them kneel. Rakrak didn't stop the lizard people from venting their anger. Yer also understood that although most of the frogs in the village were not warriors now, if the leader of this group of frogs lured and gathered the remaining frogs to fight back, there was still a chance that the core group of warriors could be in danger. However, Rakrak was still wondering about one thing. The great Alroy, whom he had only heard of, didn't know where he went. Why in such a tense situation, he still didn't appear. Sung Woon chuckled awkwardly at Rakrak's question while muttering to himself, "It's because I interfered, what else?" The Forgotten World is a complex game. As the complex ecosystem of nature evolves and civilization develops, the relationships between tribes as well as the relationships between nations will start to reflect various complex mechanisms of a capitalist society, alongside the development of magic and the divine. Therefore, the tactics and strategies used to defeat the opponent are almost endless. Sung Woon is very good at keeping up with the meta that is becoming a trend, but he also has the ability to create strategies to destroy the meta. Because keeping up with trends is not enough to maintain a high winning score, and among countless strategies that Sung Woon creates, there is a strategy using a disease. This could be one of the strongest weapons in this game. However, it is also a weapon that will burden the player who uses it. Diseases are very complex and they can't choose who will be infected. If you're not sure if you can control the disease properly, using it will be a stupid move. Of course, Sung Woon is very confident. He has thought of a disease that can affect the frog people, and it's just a matter of time before he can find the disease he wants by using many insect swarms. Sung Woon started searching for the disease ACO023731 as soon as he thought that he would need to deal with the frog tribe one day. That was when Rakrak defeated Bauer of the Greenskin tribe and followed the Starcatcher southeast to find new land. After many attempts, Sung Woon found the disease ACO023731. It is a fungal disease, appearing on the mucous membranes of amphibians, easily spread, slow onset, fatal. All diseases have variations, but this disease has all the characteristics that Sung Woon wants, and most importantly, the fungal disease only occurs in the mucous membranes of amphibians. A virus will be difficult to control, but this fungal disease will not have any effect on other species even when it develops variations. It only kills amphibians because amphibians breathe through their skin. But the disease was found in a place about 100 kilometers from the frog village. A god needs to reach a certain level of divinity to choose to move the disease elsewhere. Sung Woon has not yet met that requirement, but he has another way. Sungwoon had countless creatures that could run errands for him. The beetles could fly for a long time. The mycelium was transferred into the bodies of the beetles through contact with the infected frogs, and then the beetles began to fly to this forest. The number of beetles decreased when some were exhausted, some were eaten by birds, and some flew into the trees. When the life cycle of some beetles ended, Sungwoon created replacement dragonflies that could fly longer, and this dragonfly bit the leg of the dead beetle with mycelium on it and continued its journey. Eventually a small number of mycelium hosts finally reached the frog village. As a result, Sungwoon infected Alroy first. This happened around the time Rakrak discovered the orc tribe. Meanwhile, something was starting on the island in the middle of the lake. The frog people started screaming strange sounds, beating drums, lighting torches, and shaking their bodies to the rhythm. The brown lizard children were tied up near the edge of the lake. The more frantic the drumming, the more frightened the children cried. Nearby, the old Alroy was stout, but his whole body was covered with a layer of white mucus, creating a gruesome scene. He couldn't breathe and was trembling, praying that this sacrificial ceremony would help his disease. Alroy opened his mouth with difficulty. "Oh, the two-headed god, please help me." The elders and warriors who had itching after Alroy were also covered with white mucus. They worshipped together. "Please accept our sacrifice. Please show the lizard people the power of the god. Please help us." Soon, something rose from the surface of the water. It was the shadow of the two-headed devil, with 4 pairs of bright eyes as it approached the water. As Shunin landed his boat on the island, he exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Father has started the living sacrifice ceremony. The moment of victory has arrived." No wonder they are father and son. Alroy and Shunin both share the same idea of opening the sacrificial ceremony early, on the one hand to punish the brown lizard people who have resisted the frogs, on the other hand to beg that two-headed devil to destroy the Rakrak group. Meanwhile, the low-level village of frogmen was almost finished. No more frogmen dared to challenge the lizard people. The land of the village had turned red because of the blood of the frogmen spilling out, and Rakrak felt excited when he smelled the burning wood and the pools of blood. At this very moment, Owen's scream came from behind. Rakrak saw Owen running from afar. The ash covering him had turned him gray. "It's you, Owen. You've done a great job, but what's so urgent?" Owen couldn't answer Rakrak's question immediately. He stood panting from exhaustion. Without explaining the reason clearly, Owen urged Rakrak, We need to go to the island in the middle of the lake now." Rakrak immediately wondered, why? Rakrak knew that the frog people had at least 2 more villages, but he wasn't in a hurry. They just needed to continue what they were doing now, and they would win. Moreover, Rakrak's group wasn't injured, let alone tired after their first victory. They could go around the lake to destroy the other village at dawn. Owen hastily explained, Now they're opening a sacrificial ceremony, because they have a god. If they offer a sacrifice, their god will come and grant them some small favors. It won't be able to cure the disease they have, but it might attack you and your warriors." Owen hoped that his words would convey his urge and emotions to Rakrak, but Rakrak was just surprised and sighed. Rakrak suppressed his frustration and criticized Owen. "You should have told me this earlier." Owen was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Rakrak angrily replied, "My warriors have been chasing after the frog people, searching along the shore. Most of the frog people are very good at sailing or swimming, so we can't catch up and follow them. I thought they would only go to the high-level village, so I didn't order my warriors to hold back any boats. We can't get to the island." Owen stammered a suggestion. If we swim." Rakrak became even more frustrated and objected, "Too dangerous. They have bows and arrows. Each of us will be defeated when we start moving towards the island. We're not as good at swimming as them, and we have a harder time breathing underwater, so we could be attacked in the water." Owen couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears. But, my son, he's there. He was chosen as a sacrifice, along with the other children." Rakrak was furious. He had thought of the possibility of the lizard people being captured as slaves by the frog people, so he also told Ur and the warriors to pay attention. But the island in the middle of the lake was too far away, so he didn't know there were lizard children on it. Moreover, the frog people also had a god. Owen's late notification put everyone in a dangerous situation. Rakrak exploded with fury, punching Owen in the jaw. Owen collapsed, and his nose began to bleed. Rakrak roared in anger, "You fool, you should have told me earlier. You should have trusted me sooner. I believe we can defeat the god these crude frogs believe in with our own strength. If their god emerges from the island and attacks us, I will show you that I and my warriors can destroy what they call a god." Owen didn't think Rakrak was wrong. He was also constantly blaming himself. Rakrak was angry, but then he looked at Owen with pity and released his clenched fist. Standing before a sobbing Owen, Rakrak said in a voice filled with sorrow and reproach, don't you think you should have told me sooner, even just a little sooner, to save your son? Zael and the other warriors arrived when they heard Rakrak shout, but they didn't know what to do now. Rakrak warned everyone to prepare for battle against a large monster. Zael only silently nodded and looked towards the island with a thoughtful expression. The island was visible from the edge of the lake. The frog people were indeed doing something, but Rakrak's group could only see figures dancing. Finally, the two-headed god of the frog people emerged from the water. Alroy and all the frog people on the island began to cheer upon seeing their god. When the two-headed demon appeared, Sung Woon immediately recognized it as a type of demon he was very familiar with, the serpent demon, one of the ancient evil forces. 2 heads meant double the experience points if he defeated it. After the serpent demon appeared, Alroy conducted the ceremony even more boisterously, facing the lizard children and saying, "These are our offerings. Some have dared to violate your dwelling place. Please punish those black-scaled lizards. O supreme two-headed god, please punish them." Alroy knelt and prayed, laughing savagely. In the game Forgotten World, if a disgusting creature like a raid boss on the battlefield, then demons are monsters controlled by someone, occasionally appearing to dominate tribes, and those tribes are considered tougher enemies than tribes without gods. Although this is the real world and demons have the potential to grow, the level of divinity of this demon is certainly much lower than the ancient centipede, because it only eats things weaker than itself to satisfy its hunger instead of trying to develop. When the serpent demon poked its head out of the lake, Owen slumped to the ground in pain and despair. Meanwhile, Rakrak and his warriors were focused on observing the serpent demon to figure out how to deal with it. Rakrak saw that the two-headed demon looked like a snake. It was strong enough to be compared to a drake on land, and it could be called the top predator underwater. However, Rakrak thought that the battle with this 15-meter-long, two-headed serpent would be worth trying, and it might require some casualties. Suddenly, Rakrak noticed something that made his eyes shine. It was a blue butterfly, the butterfly representing the unnamed god of chitin that Rakrak revered. Rakrak called out to Owen, "Hey, you deceiver!" Owen, still in a state of collapse, weakly replied, "Yes." When Rakrak told him to look up, Owen followed confusedly and saw the butterfly wings flying past his face. The butterfly was guiding his gaze somewhere. As Owen widened his gaze, a huge creature whose height seemed to touch the sky appeared in the distance. It was purple and shaped like a mantis. Rakrak smiled with relief when he saw the giant mantis and glanced at Owen. "Do you believe in miracles?" Alroy used all his remaining strength to shout, "The two-headed god has arrived. All kneel down. Please help us, O god." The frogs standing by the edge of the lake all bowed their heads, and the lizard children trembled with fear as they saw the grotesque two-headed demon swaying on the shore. The two-headed demon approached the offerings, but then it suddenly stopped, hesitant. It always craved offerings as if it had been starved for days, but not this time. Both of its heads were now directed towards the forest behind Alroy and Shunin. Shunin began to realize the strange behavior of the two-headed demon. "What's this? What is the god doing? What is it looking at?" Shunin fought against the feeling of submission to the demon that had sunk deep into his blood. He slowly turned his head, following the gaze of the demon, and instantly Shunin's entire body froze in horror. There was a large shadow on the tall trees. Its outer shell was purple, but it emitted a blue light when reflecting the moonlight, making it even more prominent. Shunin stood rigid like a stone statue, and his frog eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He couldn't even scream because his throat felt dry. The giant mantis gently pushed the trees away, a very gentle action, but it produced a sound like an earthquake. And when they heard the sound of the trees being uprooted, the frogs who were bowing to the two-headed demon jumped up startled and turned back. Then, someone exclaimed in panic, "That's a god." In terms of length, the two-headed demon was about the same size as the giant mantis, but the mantis standing tall on the ground created a difference between the presence of the two. To create this giant mantis, Sung Woon had to build a completely new shape because there was no useful model available in the insect subdistrict. With the system's pet creation support, he added many parts to the basic model. After finishing, Sung Woon only discovered that it looked like a mantis, but it was a completely different creature. It couldn't fly because of its large size, but it had 2 extra pairs of hard wings that allowed it to glide in case of a sudden fall. In addition to the front legs that could be used as weapons, it also had a pair of sticky appendages under its armpits, like 2 long arms that could grasp objects when needed or break down opponents. And so, Rakrak's first pet, named Sratus, was created out of nothing. Because Rakrak's sub-district had reached level 4, he was able to create a pet that followed the will of the god. The pet's strength, intelligence, and skills were all affected by many factors, such as the nature of the sub-district, the number of faith points invested, the player's level of divinity, and the resources used. But at this time, perhaps not many players had created pets before Sungwon, because he had acquired the essence of abomination much earlier than expected. Anyone who saw the two-headed demon at this moment would say that it was just a pathetic water snake compared to Sratus, who looked like a real god. Even the two-headed demon was terrified when it faced Sratus. The two-headed demon didn't know where Sratus came from, but it knew that it couldn't back down. Sratus had invaded its territory, and if it just let it be, it would have to give up this savage tribe of frogs and the offerings. Although the opponent seemed enormous and powerful, the two-headed demon still charged forward to attack. The sight of the serpent's 15-meter-long body emerging from the water was bizarre, but Sratus still advanced without hesitation. The two-headed demon thought that its wide jaws would reach Sratus's head, but that didn't happen. Sratus stretched out its arm and squeezed one of the demon's heads. The two-headed demon pushed itself along the shore to slide onto the ground, crushing a few frogs. The other frogs realized that these two monsters were going to fight and began to scream as they fled in disarray. The two-headed demon squeezed through the fleeing frogs, crushing them in its struggle with Sratus. Even Alroy nearly got crushed under the two-headed demon, but luckily, his son pulled him out in time. Even at this point, Alroy was so blind that he wouldn't run off the island. He even shouted words of encouragement to the two-headed demon. "Oh, no, two-headed god, you'll finish him off soon." The two-headed demon immediately opened its remaining mouth and lunged towards Sratus as if it had been waiting for this opportunity, while Sratus was focused on the head that had just been grabbed. But its waiting was in vain. Sratus's eyes could see in many directions. Just as the demon's second head lunged, Sratus's sharp front leg struck down like an axe, piercing its throat. Sratus murmured in a soft voice, but that voice was also heard by the lizard people on the other side of the lake. "Water serpent, you claim to be a god. Know that you are nothing more than a nameless snake." Alroy and his son were stunned speechless when they saw this scene. Their last hope collapsed in an instant, as the blood of the god they worshipped stained the earth red. Sratus had pierced one of the demon's heads, but that didn't satisfy it. It continued to speak in a resounding voice. "I will offer you to my creator and help you redeem yourself, for your foolishness is your sin. Your sin will be forgiven with your blood and flesh." The two-headed demon was scared and tried to resist, but it couldn't do anything against Sratus's strength. Sratus grabbed the demon's still-living head and yanked it forcefully. The two-headed demon's life ended by being ripped apart and split in the middle, with both heads falling in two directions. A true battle hadn't even begun. Sratus's next task was nothing more than to completely kill the two-headed demon. Sratus grabbed the demon and cut a large chunk of its flesh into pieces while it was still alive, the pieces of flesh falling all around the group of frogs, a gruesome scene like a horror film. Even Sungwon was a little surprised to witness this scene. The two-headed demon was thrown to the ground with its spine exposed. It continued to convulse for a while before dying. Sungwon had thought that Sratus would win decisively, but he did not expect it to be this way. He immediately compared the stats between the two sides. Two-headed demon, level 4 serpent, level 3 demon, strength 163D plus 2, intelligence 32D plus 2, sociability 8D plus 2, maliciousness 4, unknown zone. The demon's abilities weren't bad. It had a zone, but it was a small zone, not a large zone like all players have when they start. Sratus stats were far superior. Level 11 creature, strength 220D plus 3, intelligence 32D plus 3, sociability 22D plus 3, supernatural strength skill. Sungwon's goal of killing the two-headed demon was achieved. All the frogs fled to the higher-level village in panic, leaving the offerings to the lizard men, and all the lizard men cheered for their god in joy. The brown lizard men witnessed the miracle, especially Owen, collapsed to the ground with tears streaming down his face. Sungwon was very happy and satisfied with this result. Looking at the two-headed demon, Sungwon suddenly wondered. The two-headed demon's zone was not used in the battle. It seemed like it didn't even have a chance to use it, and Sratus' skill was indeed an ideal skill, supernatural strength. It would dominate other creatures of the same level if they fought. Another reason for Sungwon's joy was that the system window just appeared. You have killed the two-headed demon, you have received the demon's essence. As with the disgusting creatures, one can obtain essence from demons. Demons are rarer, but essence from demons often brings greater physical advantages. Sungwon also received another notification. You have received an unidentified zone. Would you like to check the unidentified zone? Looking at the notification, Sung-woon clicked his tongue to himself, hoping he didn't use all his luck on something strange. Then, he quickly clicked yes. When he learned what the two-headed demon's zone was that he had just captured, Sung-woon unconsciously burst out laughing. The system displayed, "You have received the sea zone," meaning the two-headed demon ruled the sea zone. However, it was in a lake, not the sea. Although he didn't know why a creature that should be in the sea appeared in the lake, but Sung-woon didn't care too much. Overall, luckily, the two-headed demon was very easy to deal with. The only problem was that Sung-woon didn't really need the sea zone. The ability to control water was a very valuable ability. The water-related zones were divided into many types, and the most valuable ones were the sea and the river, but Sung-woon preferred the river, and his followers would have to go out to sea if they wanted to use the sea zone. Currently, they were safe in the mainland, so, although getting a small zone was good, it wasn't something to be excited about. Of course, it wasn't completely useless. It would come in handy someday. After the two-headed demon was killed, Shunin hurriedly rowed the boat to take Alroy away from the bloody island. The other frogs also climbed onto the boats to find a way to escape. On the boat, Alroy was still stunned looking at the corpse of the two-headed demon. "Hey, our god, how could this happen?" Alroy kept calling the name of his god, but the two-headed demon was no longer able to respond. Shunin wanted to find a way to resist, because there were some frogs who were sick but could still fight. There were also many old frogs who still had the strength to shoot arrows, but Shunin soon realized that no one was actually doing that, all because of his father. Shunin remembered that Alroy was once a brave warrior in his prime, but since the day the two-headed demon awoke from the lake, Alroy was mesmerized by the two-headed demon's power. As long as there were sacrifices, the two-headed demon would grant Alroy anything he wanted, such as eliminating his rivals, driving away enemy tribes and defeating the Cockatrice. At first, this seemed like a good deal, but as Alroy became dependent on the god and did not achieve anything on his own, he became less and less like a warrior. Because the tribe learned from Alroy's example, the frogs, who should have become more courageous, learned to deceive others and became weak. They all became cowards. Even Shunin became a coward. However, it was too late to regret. Now the Rakrak group had a god backing them and the frogs would become even more cowardly. Sung-woon only remembered after a while that Sratus was still in the frog village. The lizard men would celebrate all night if he continued to leave Sratus there, so he approached it. Of course, no one could see him except Sratus. When Sung-woon flew through the air to approach Sratus, it spoke to him with his mind. "My creator, I have done as you willed." Sung-woon thought the way it spoke was a bit too formal, but it wasn't a big deal, so he just replied to it with words of encouragement. "You have done very well, you can rest until next time." Sratus obediently obeyed immediately. "When the time comes, I will again fulfill the will of my creator." Then, it disappeared into the darkness along with the notification from the system. The creature Sratus was added to Sung-woon's list of possessions. When Sratus disappeared, the lizard men gradually calmed down, the cheers disappeared and returned the silence to the night. Sung-woon looked towards the other side of the lake with an eager look of anticipation. "Rakrak, you're not the type of person who wouldn't do anything at times like this, right?" At this time, the group of frogs were all fleeing towards the higher-level village by boat, but Rakrak had no intention of letting them off easily like that. Rakrak encouraged his warriors after seeing Sratus disappear. "Today, we will win perfectly. I have checked this island and there is no one, so we will swim to it. We need a guide to the frogs' higher-level village. Anyone volunteer?" Owen, with his face covered in blood and his body covered in black ash, immediately raised his head and said, "I'll do it. Anyway, I have to go to the island to find my son. I'm not tired yet." Rakrak looked down at Owen for a moment then nodded. Immediately after, a group of brown lizard men appeared in front of Rakrak with a fierce look. "Please forgive my rudeness, black-scaled lizard man, please allow us to help you too." Rakrak looked at the brown lizard man who was talking to him. It was an old and injured lizard man, so he shook his head. "You're not a warrior, and you can't fight well with that body." The old lizard man immediately replied, "I used to be a warrior, now I'm not a warrior anymore, but warriors aren't the only ones who can kill frogs." Rakrak doubtfully furrowed his brow looking at the group of brown lizard men. "Will you kill the frogs who aren't warriors?" The old lizard man affirmed on behalf of everyone. "We have already done that." Rakrak looked at the wooden stick that the brown lizard men were holding. Blood was dripping from it, and looking at the viscosity of the blood, it was clearly not lizardman's blood. The old lizard man continued to speak. "I know it's not honorable. You could say it's cowardly that we only do this now because of the opportunity. You could also think that hunting down someone who is not a warrior is crossing the line. but seeing you fight makes me feel my heart burning. However, this heat didn't start today, it's been there for a long time. My heart has been burning hot since the day I became a slave to these frogs. Rakrak replied somberly, it seems like you are resentful. The old lizard man started to cry and continued to say, you're right, it's resentment, and I need to let it out. The fire of anger comes from the heart, not from someone else's orders. This anger is because of the loss of my companion, my son and my grandson. I need to pay it back at all costs. Rakrak looked around at the other brown-gray lizard men. From his perspective, not many were holding proper weapons, and they were all unhealthy, not to mention injured. They were all thin from not being properly fed, and they were covered in unhealed wounds from beatings. But he agreed with them, you're right, you have the right to fight and I don't have the authority to stop you. All those who want revenge, follow me, never give up your rights. After Rakrak's words, everyone raised their weapons and cheered. While moving to the island, Rakrak began to remember his previous archery training with Shunin. He hit the target after 3 exchanges of goods and was praised by Shunin, impressive. If you practice more, you will surely be on par with my warriors. Rakrak narrowed his eyes in wonder. I hit the center, but why haven't I reached the level of your warriors yet? Shunin clicked his tongue and replied, archery is more than just that. You have both strength and accuracy, but you hesitate for too long before releasing the arrow. Rakrak still felt confused and asked again, isn't it better to aim for the vital spot than to shoot randomly? Shunin smirked, in real combat, the target doesn't stand still for you to shoot. You have to slow down or stop the target from moving before making the decisive move. As he finished speaking, Shunin laughed arrogantly again because of the feeling of being superior to Rakrak. Rakrak just nodded with an undeniable look of curiosity. I understand, I will remember that. Seeing that, Shunin generously offered, if we succeed in creating a friendly relationship between the 2 tribes, I will also teach you how to make bows and arrows. The materials are very simple, the lizard men can also easily collect them. Shunin smirked as he said these words, the corner of his mouth twitched incomprehensibly. When he remembered that, a feeling of discomfort lingered in Rakrak's heart. He had speculated a lot about the materials used to make bows and arrows, but he couldn't figure it out. The feeling of discomfort had haunted Rakrak for many days until now, not only because he was curious, but also because Shunin's expression at that time showed that things were not simple at all. The warriors plunged into the water first, and 50 more Avengers followed. 80 lizard men swam across the lake with their snouts sticking out of the water. After they reached the island, about 10 lizard men were exhausted from the trip as Rakrak predicted, but everyone tried to get to their children and grandchildren. The emotional scene of reunion made the brown-gray lizard men both relieved and deeply grateful to the black-skinned lizard men. While observing around, Rakrak directed the healthy lizard men to check the injured and let them rest. When he had clearly identified everyone's condition, Rakrak told Yer to take the lizard men who couldn't swim anymore onto the remaining boats and directed them to go further away from a higher-level village. Rakrak carefully instructed Yer, the frogs will pay more attention to the lake, and now we are no longer short of troops. We can split into 2 groups. The 40 people I brought with me cannot fight well because they have to keep swimming, but the frogs will be disoriented if we appear in the dark. Yer exclaimed excitedly, then it was a trick. Rakrak nodded, yes, once they are distracted, you will lead our soldiers to attack them by the lake. However, Yer was a bit worried, is it okay? Rakrak replied firmly, after all there are only less than 10 of them who can fight properly, and as we are swimming to this island, I have discovered another blessing that God has bestowed upon us. Our scales are black, they will sparkle in the moonlight like sparkling water. Like we are merging into the water. Yer heard that and his eyes lit up with a triumphant smile. Rakrak was also extremely confident in his strategy and looked towards the high-level village with cold eyes. This was their end. Rakrak's predictions were accurate, and every clash that happened in the high-level village unfolded exactly as he planned. The frogs scattered in panic and were almost incapable of counterattacking. Alroy and the frog warriors were cornered, only able to fight back in desperation. Where did they come from? Why suddenly? Alroy had already lost his strength, and the impact of the disease rendered him completely powerless in the battle. Alroy's frog warrior guards were quickly wiped out with just a few basic moves from the lizard warriors, such as throwing or stabbing with spears. The frog warriors fell like wheat. Even when Rakrak's lizard warriors fought barehanded, they were superior in strength to the frog warriors, making victory a sure thing. Rakrak could even kill 3 frog warriors alone, regardless of their weapons. He simply swung his spear in a circle in the air, and wherever the spear swept, the frog warriors fell. Leaving the remaining remnants to the lizard warriors, Rakrak went straight to Alroy and raised his spear high. Even now, Alroy still didn't acknowledge the truth and cried out to the long-dead two-headed demon, "Two-headed god, please accept my sacrifice and save me." Rakrak wouldn't let Alroy speak any more nonsense. He plunged his spear forward with a swift and decisive motion, piercing through the old man's head. As Rakrak retrieved his spear, Alroy immediately fell, blood spurting from his skull, his eyes bulging out, white as boiled eggs. Rakrak looked upon Alroy's tragic death with disdain. "Your god is dead," he said. The old man's blood flowed profusely everywhere, but no one paid attention, not even his son. Shunin abandoned his father and hid in a hut as soon as he saw the lizard warriors approaching. The black-skinned lizards were faster and stronger than Shunin, so he couldn't escape. He could only hide and avoid the relentless pursuit of the lizard warriors outside. Before fleeing, Shunin had successfully shot a few arrows at some lizards, but none of the wounds he inflicted were fatal, and his poison frogs were useless. This was the consequence of over-reliance on poison, which had made it a habit for him to target unimportant body parts. When he had no more arrows, Shunin quietly listened to the last cries of the frog people before looking outside, making sure there was no one there. Where did they go? He wondered. At that moment, a large black shadow silently approached behind Shunin, unnoticed by him. A familiar, firm voice rang out, causing Shunin to jump in surprise. "So, you're here." Shunin turned around in shock, instinctively placing his hand on his quiver to grab an arrow, but he had wasted them all, so he could only scream in terror. The shadow became clear, revealing Rakrak's face. He stared at Shunin with cold eyes. "Shunin, aren't you a warrior? Get up and take your weapon. I'll let you keep at least your honor." Shunin knelt down on the ground in a cowardly manner. Please spare me." Rakrak frowned and questioned him. "You're not going to fight?" Shunin stammered in pleading. "Please spare me. We've built some friendship during our recent encounters, haven't we? I have no ill feelings towards your lizard people." Rakrak scratched his chin, looking thoughtful. "No ill feelings, really?" Shunin boldly exclaimed. "Yes, we frog people have also been threatened by the two-headed demon." Shunin tried to find an excuse when he saw that Rakrak seemed unconvinced, but his apologies were useless, so he decided to change his strategy by offering a condition. "Well, I'll tell you a secret, how about that?" Rakrak tilted his head curiously. "What kind of secret?" Shunin grabbed the slim chance. "The way to make bows. You were wondering about the material of the bowstring, right? If I tell you, you can." Rakrak didn't say he would spare Shunin but instead asked him. "Let's hear it then. What is it made of?" Shunin realized he had no bargaining power and had to obediently reveal. "They are made from the tendons of a person's back." Rakrak was immediately convinced. He knew it would be the tendons of some animal, but something always seemed off. If the tendons belonged to bipedal beings, then it made sense that they would be suitable material for a bow long enough for frogs. But what kind of beings? He felt things weren't as simple as Shunin claimed. Rakrak furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then pressed Shunin. "What kind of beings' back tendons are used to make bows?" Shunin mumbled belatedly, with a look of despair. "People, lizard people." Rakrak pointed at the bow he had received from Owen. "I understand, this bow too, right?" Shunin nodded dejectedly. He knew in his heart where his fate would lead him. "I'm doomed. Doing this is no different than begging to die." Rakrak tilted his head, causing his face to disappear into the shadows. Only his eyes shone. "I understand, so, that's it." Shunin didn't know what Rakrak was thinking, so he prepared for death. However, Rakrak didn't kill Shunin immediately. Instead, he suddenly opened the curtain at the entrance of the hut. The words that came from Rakrak's mouth were even more unexpected for Shunin. "All right, well, it's hard to say whether there's any favor or grudge between us. I have achieved a perfect victory. You've made a deal, and I'll accept it. Go, Shunin." Rakrak stepped aside at the entrance of the hut, expressing his seriousness. Initially, Shunin glanced back at Rakrak 3 times in doubt, while cautiously crawling step by step out of the only exit he had opened for him. After seeing that Rakrak had no intention of pursuing him, Shunin hurried away, afraid he might change his mind. He didn't even notice a familiar lizard man standing beside Rakrak. Owen then asked Rakrak, with a reluctant voice, You let him go?" Rakrak picked up the bow at his side and fitted an arrow into it. "Yes. I need a moving target." Rakrak then raised his bow, aiming at Shunin who was running away for his life. Rakrak had thought that he should slowly start practicing with moving targets. He thought of the tricks Owen had taught him before. Before releasing the bowstring, he held his breath and looked directly at the target. Shunin's fate was predetermined with no escape. Many days later, Rakrak continued practicing. Each time he released the bowstring, the arrow shot from the bow tore through the air. Rakrak shot at the head of a bound and decaying frog person. He had been using it as a target for a long time. After destroying the bows made from lizard tendons, Rakrak had an idea to create a new bow using the tendons of dead frog people. Now at least, the new product could shoot as far as the frog people's bows, but Rakrak still wasn't satisfied. Owen was observing from behind and asked Rakrak, "Is something bothering you?" Snapping out of his trance, Rakrak turned towards the voice calling him. It was Owen, with a frogman's skull on his head. Owen was one of the lizard people who had become warriors when the two tribes merged. These new warriors insisted on using frog skulls instead of buffalo skulls, and Rakrak had readily agreed. Rakrak sighed, pouting his lips while flicking the bowstring. "I just wonder if this is the best we can do. We're stronger, and we can pull the bow stronger too, but we can't risk breaking them." Owen nodded in response. "I understand, but the bows the frog people make are the best you can make in this forest." Rakrak furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment, then said, "Well then, I guess we can't just stay in this forest forever." Rakrak had learned from the star catcher that the land would become very cold when winter came. The lizard people would become physically weaker. They could endure the winter by lighting fires and wearing leather clothes. However, the buffalo that Rakrak's tribe possessed were the problem. He knew that the buffalo in the wild would head to warmer places to escape the winter, places where there was still grass. At that time, some members of the tribe would also have to leave to herd the buffalo. After explaining the reasons for leaving, Rakrak asked Owen, "Right, Owen, are you going hunting again today?" Owen cheerfully replied, "Yes." The remnants of the frog people were no longer much of a threat. They didn't even attack Rakrak's tribe frequently anymore, but the brown-gray lizard warriors still went on regular sweeps around the area, because they needed frog tendons to make bows. Owen excitedly told about his hunt. "Not long ago, a small group of frog people were seen wandering around here. We followed them, found the cave where they were hiding. It took about half a day from the lake to get there. We killed them all without much difficulty. We'll have enough materials for bows for a while now." Rakrak continued practicing archery and praised Owen. Good to hear that. He knew that the brown-gray lizard people's hatred towards the frog people, who numbered over 1,000, wouldn't be easy to erase, so he had no intention of stopping them. Rakrak recalled that night, after he released the bowstring, the arrow shot from the bow pierced both of Shunan's ankles, and he immediately fell to the ground clumsily with a terrifying scream. The moment his body slid across the ground, all eyes filled with murderous intent were fixed on him. The brown-gray lizards, who were swinging their blood-soaked wooden sticks around in search of a target for revenge, heard Shunan scream and they charged like a storm. Shunan froze as the threats echoed. "There's Shunan, skin him alive, rip out his guts, keep him alive until we take his brain out." Shunan quickly experienced everything the brown-gray lizards threatened to do to him. Owen and the brown-gray lizards vented all their hatred on Shunan even when he was just a corpse. Owen's voice cut through Rakrak's thoughts once again. "Your target is Alroy." Rakrak shook his head in response. "No, Alroy's corpse will be as dilapidated as Shunan's. His skull will be on someone else's head just like Shunan's skull is on your head." Owen chuckled. "Haha, probably. But Rakrak, while we were tracking those frogs this time, I found the cave they were hiding in a bit strange." At this moment, Zale noticed a young brown-gray lizard hiding behind a tree, sneakily looking towards Rakrak. She leaned into the child's ear and spoke softly, causing it to jump and scream. As the lizard child clutched its chest, collapsed to the ground and gasped for breath, Zale smiled and asked, "What are you doing here, little one? Do you want to say something to Rakrak?" Before the child could answer, Zale noticed a small object falling at its feet. She immediately picked it up out of curiosity, but the child seemed embarrassed and wanted to stop her. The thing the child had dropped was a wooden statue resembling Sratus. It was carved with great detail and precision. When Zale brought the statue to Rakrak, he stared intently at the wooden statue with delight. "Beautiful, it's a statue of our guardian deity." Rakrak guessed that the person who made it must have practiced many times, though he wasn't sure if it was this child or someone else who made the statue, but Rakrak thought there must be more wooden statues around this village. Rakrak and Owen both praised the statue to suit the child's anxiety. "It's really beautiful." Hearing this, the lizard child beamed. The shy child finally dared to speak its intention. "I want to give it to you, chieftain." Rakrak felt that it was a very labor-intensive carving, so he was a little hesitant to accept it. "Are you sure you want to give it to me?" But Owen, on behalf of the child, persuaded Rakrak, "It's okay. These days the children in the village often make handicrafts and exchange them with each other. It's the latest trend." Zale looked at the child in astonishment. "All the children in the village have a lot of these." The child obediently replied, "Yes." After thinking for a moment, the child explained the reason for the trend of exchanging deity statues in the village: because of the guardian deity. "He saved us, because he's a great and kind person. Rakrak and Zale immediately understood. These children were all trapped on the island and had a deep impression of Stratus from that night. Rakrak and Zale smiled at each other and nodded. They understood each other without having to say another word. Then, Rakrak suggested to Owen, "I think it would be great if everyone had a statue like this." Owen understood and nodded. "Should I have someone go find the person who made it?" Rakrak readily agreed with a bright smile. "Okay, if someone wants to exchange it for something, use my assets to pay for it and exchange it. I want more things like this." Sung Woon was very interested in hearing Rakrak's suggestion. The wooden statues of Stratus would later become a source of faith and divine points for Sung Woon, as the value of the wooden statues increased in Rakrak's tribe. Crafting and praying to them would become a way for the lizards to nurture their faith in the nameless armored insect deity. After the lizard child ran away, Rakrak turned to Owen and asked, "Oh, Owen, what were you about to tell me?" Owen replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Inside the cave where those frogs were hiding, I discovered some strange things." Rakrak immediately showed interest. Strange in what way? Rakrak's life was full of excitement. He didn't think a new adventure was something dangerous, but rather a factor that could change the future, so naturally he wouldn't ignore this strange occurrence. Then, Rakrak told Owen to lead the way to the cave. He thought there might be something worth checking out, so he also brought Zale and a group of 6 bone soldiers with him. Owen led everyone to a rather large cave at the foot of the mountain. "This is the entrance. This is where the frogs that were killed lived." Owen, as he led everyone inside, described what he had seen before. "When we entered this cave, we noticed another entrance that seemed to have been carved out. I'm not sure how they carved such hard rock." Accompanying Rakrak's exploration team was a blue butterfly. Naturally, Sung Woon would closely follow their journey to ensure nothing dangerous happened. When Rakrak saw the strange thing Owen mentioned, he was truly surprised and opened his eyes wide. "This," Owen nodded thoughtfully, "it's very suspicious, right?" In front of Rakrak's group was a large disc-shaped boulder with simple carvings. It only required enough strength to push it aside. Rakrak and Zale both marveled at the details of the strange boulder. "It's amazing, how could such a hard rock be carved with such detail?" After admiring the patterns on the boulder, Zale tilted her head in doubt. "Rakrak, this is like..." Rakrak nodded in agreement. "Yes, it looks a lot like the patterns on the back of insects." Rakrak and Zale still didn't know what was behind the boulder, but Sung Woon did. "This is an ancient relic, but the question is, can they enter?" Unlike the demons and disgusting creatures that appear according to the player's divine level, the location of ancient relics has been established from the beginning of the game, meaning the difficulty of the challenges has also been predetermined. Therefore, at this stage of the game, it wouldn't be surprising if Rakrak was blocked at the entrance to the ancient relic without even a chance to set foot in the challenge because he doesn't meet the challenge requirements, often called an invisible wall. There are several types of items that can be obtained by successfully exploring ancient relics. Firstly, ancient knowledge, also known as ancient technology, but comparable to those in the most modern and advanced civilizations. But often tribes at this stage can't even pass through the entrance because their level of civilization is too low. Regardless, the door leading to an ancient ruin will never open naturally, and in many cases, requires significant archaeological knowledge. Sung Woon has actually thought of these ancient relics as technology-exploiting dungeons created to serve the development of the tribe. Like animal husbandry and agriculture, you can acquire knowledge and technology that develops over time, so it's not necessary to explore ancient relics, but acquiring various knowledge and technologies never hurts, plus it can also increase the experience points of Rakrak, Zale, and Owen if they succeed. Among ancient relics, there are cases where the relic itself has a special mysterious power. The mysteries themselves are often good. The only issue is that most mysteries are predetermined from the time the relic is created. It will be very difficult for Rakrak's tribe to use the mystery reasonably because they've thought about animal husbandry. Splitting the tribe isn't a problem, but their geographical location is. The mystery isn't always good, and Sung Woon has led Rakrak's tribe to the interior of the peninsula, far from other players. Even if this mystery is good, it will be difficult to use it reasonably. In Sung Woon's opinion, entering that ruin wouldn't be too bad as long as it's not a demonic ruin, and the possibility of it being a unique relic is very low. Besides the things mentioned above, players will often get other things classified as mixed relics. There could be insignificant piles of treasure, such as the golden tablet that Rakrak already has. And it would be very helpful if there were a magical item like an ancient relic. It would be advantageous in future battles. Sung Woon decided to wait and see what happened, because it seemed like Rakrak's curiosity and audacity wouldn't lead to a bad outcome. After Rakrak pushed the disc-shaped boulder aside, Zale picked up a square stone and stuffed it under the disc-shaped boulder so the entrance wouldn't be blocked again. They thought they would have to burn wood because the cave would be dark, but that wasn't the case. As they stepped inside, faint rays of light began to illuminate the glowing moss clinging to the cave walls. A brilliant ray of light flashed from the cave ceiling, but none of Rakrak's group paid attention to it because they thought it was light from outside reflecting through a hole in the ceiling. Inside this ancient relic was an astonishingly large empty space, with a diameter of about a few hundred meters, scattered with green and red moss. The entire area of the open space could be seen. In the middle of the empty space were arched stone bridges about several tens of meters high, arranged in a zigzag pattern, leading down. There was a reverberating sound in the walls, but no one heard it. The greeting of the relic's ruler: "Someone has arrived, a strange visitor, welcome to the demon realm." After the Rakrak group stepped through the entrance of the ruins, they began to descend the bridge with their strong lizard legs. After descending a few levels, Zale looked down at the bottomless abyss and sighed. "It's so deep, we can only walk down one level at a time." Rakrak replied with a purely expectant expression, "It would be great if we could just jump down right now." Zale looked at Rakrak with a worried expression. "Are you planning to pray to the gods?" Rakrak clicked his tongue and replied, "No, I don't want to bother the gods with this. Besides, I can't go down alone." However, difficulties arose not long after they descended the next flight of stairs. From the shadows of the ruins, dozens of pairs of bright eyes shone, horrifyingly staring at the Rakrak group. It was a pack of rats. The average forest rat is about 60 centimeters long and weighs about 10 kilograms, but the rats in these ruins seemed to be about 1 meter long, meaning they would weigh tens of kilograms. Rakrak didn't know what creature it was, so he asked everyone, "What is that? It looks like a rat, but it's too big." Zale immediately guessed, "Maybe it's a type of water rat. I might have eaten them a few times before." Rakrak furrowed his brow, pondering, "Oh, I remember now. I was wondering what kind of rat could be that big, but this one looks much bigger than the ones we ate." He understood why he didn't immediately think of water rats. They usually don't move in large packs like this, nor do they aggressively bare their teeth at others. At this moment, the pack of rats continued to advance towards Rakrak with a look like they wanted to devour them alive. Owen, who had lived in this area for a long time, agreed with Rakrak. "Honestly, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Maybe they're not water rats." Rakrak pondered for a moment and said, "Let's just call them rat monsters." According to Rakrak, normal animals wouldn't be hostile to lizards without reason. In fact, they usually run away. However, these rat monsters were advancing towards them as if they had a purpose, so he had to issue a warning. They might be the protectors of this place, or maybe they're just rats. "Everyone, prepare your weapons." The battle began soon after. The rat monsters jumped towards the Rakrak group as if they were winged. Horrifying screeching sounds echoed continuously. The rats attacked relentlessly, but the Rakrak group blocked them with their spears. While the staircase was narrow, only allowing 7 lizards to stand together at a time, the rat monsters who rushed in were quickly impaled by the veteran warriors' spears. There were about 30 rat monsters, quite a lot, but Rakrak and his warriors dealt with them neatly in a few minutes. Rakrak squinted at the dead rats with a dubious expression. "These rats are strangely aggressive." Yer pulled out the corpse of a dead rat monster and asked Rakrak, "Can we eat these, leader?" Hearing this, Rakrak poked the dead rat monster with his spear and instructed everyone, "There seems to be no reason why we can't eat them, but separate the inedible parts from its body before bringing them back to the village." Zale suddenly came up with an interesting idea. "Rakrak, if we raised them like water buffalo, would that be feasible?" Rakrak nodded enthusiastically. "That's interesting. Okay, first, let's remove their organs and continue exploring this place." Owen curiously asked, "What do you mean by raising them? Is it like having a slave?" Rakrak immediately explained, "We've only been raising something for a short time, so we don't know much about it. Currently, we're raising water buffalo and mannan. We get beef and strength from mannan, and in return, we find grass for the buffalo and food for mannan." Owen immediately made a suggestion, "Then I think we can raise fish. Fish also lay eggs and give birth. The frogs know this, so they often warn us not to catch fish during their breeding season. All we have to do is build a dam out of stones and wood to enclose the fish while they're still young." Rakrak thought that would be very difficult in a wide and deep lake. Moreover, doing so would require dividing the tribe in two, which would be cruel to those who had to leave and those who had to stay by the lake during winter. But Rakrak didn't dismiss Owen's idea immediately. He promised to consider it. "It would be great if we could find a way to do that." Suddenly, one of the warriors processing the rat monster corpses cried out. Rakrak quickly turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" The warrior raised his hand in pain, and one of his fingers smelled slightly scorched. The rat monster is still alive. Rakrak immediately approached the injured warrior to examine him, but it seemed the warrior wasn't bitten. The warrior confirmed that he wasn't bitten. And then he described the feeling he got when touching the dead rat. I just touched this rat, and then I felt numb and very painful. Another warrior raised his spear to kill the rat monster, but it was still staring at the lizards even after being stabbed several times. Rakrak stopped the warriors and reached out towards the rat monster, numb and painful. Before anyone could stop him, Rakrak touched the rat monster with his bare hand. A flash of light appeared, and Rakrak was also shocked, so he quickly retracted his hand. Zale panicked and rushed to Rakrak's side, but he just clenched his hand for a moment before opening it again and comforting her. "No, I'm okay." Rakrak had known about the concept of static electricity since he touched fur in winter, but the feeling now was too painful to compare with that. Everyone wondered what was going on. Only Sung Woon, who was watching everything unfold from behind, knew what was happening. There was a clue for him about what these ruins were. Sung Woon's system window showed the name of the rat monster lying on the floor, magic water rat possessed by a demon. Its magical attribute was electricity, and it could electrocute anyone or anything that made direct contact with it. In other words, this place was the ruins of a demon, the last thing Sung Woon expected. Based on the information from the rat, these ancient ruins would provide demon magic electricity. Electricity is always useful. The problem is that if demonic magic is collected, there will be a penalty for collecting faith points. Divinity is not the only source of power in the Forgotten World. For example, the last time Sung Woon won the game, he used nuclear weapons, which is science, not divinity. Besides divinity and science, there is magic. Magic also has a negative correlation with divinity. Because magic uses its own power, anyone or anything who uses powerful magic in ancient times cannot be stopped. Those with magic will be considered gods, and therefore they will not believe in gods, and faith will decrease accordingly. Rakrak is likely to conquer these ruins, so there's no doubt that he will receive demonic magic. Additionally, more than 300 lizards related to Rakrak are also likely to receive demonic magic. Of course, acquiring demonic magic doesn't mean one can become a witch immediately. To use magic, one needs to learn spells, and these spells require studying ancient ruins and ancient knowledge. In any case, since the source of a witch's power is magic, not a gift from the gods, they will not rely on a god, and in the Forgotten World, demonic magic originates from an ancient evil force called the Red Herring. That is why divinity and demonic magic conflict with each other. Once witches become so powerful, even players can't do anything to control them. Players will have to invest in witch hunters to reduce the influence of demonic magic, but in this process, too much time and resources will be wasted. Sung Woon knows that such power can be a privilege at first, but it all becomes meaningless if resources are wasted on unnecessary things in the middle of the game. The demon's ruins will soon begin to show its dazzling colors and try to tempt Rakrak. With his personality, he will go to the very end of these ruins if Sung Woon doesn't stop him. While Sung Woon was having a headache wondering whether he should warn Rakrak, the demon's manifestation came to Rakrak. Amidst the throbbing pain, Rakrak suddenly heard a voice speaking to him. "Hey, traveler." Rakrak looked up and saw a large transparent creature emitting blue sparks, hovering in the air. Its appearance resembled a stingray, but Rakrak had never seen a stingray before, so he didn't know what it was. The electric stingray asked Rakrak, "What do you think? Do you want that power in your hands? If you want, I will give it to you." It seemed that besides Rakrak, no one else could see or hear the stingray speaking. Zale, worried seeing Rakrak injured, offered a suggestion. "Rakrak, if you don't feel well, we can return now and come back later." Rakrak shook his head and replied, "I'm fine." Then he instructed the warriors, "We have to make sure to kill these rat monsters. Those who know how to shoot arrows, prepare your bows and arrows, and those who are injured, pay attention to the rear while the healthy ones handle the corpses." Then Rakrak heard the electric stingray's voice again. "Isn't that an interesting power? I can hear you if you talk to me in your mind." This time, Rakrak discreetly moved his eyes. "Interesting, what are you?" The electric stingray introduced itself solemnly. "I am the guardian spirit of these ruins." Rakrak asked again, "Spirit, what is a spirit? Are you invisible to everyone?" The electric stingray said with a proud voice, "Yes, I only appear to those with great strength." Rakrak thought it was a lie, but this thought was not conveyed to the electric stingray. Superficial thoughts were transmitted, but deeper thoughts were not. Therefore, Rakrak thought superficially and said, "Okay, I am the strongest among those here. What kind of power are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Sung Woon was still pondering. After all, this is still a demon spirit. Should I warn Rakrak? Sungwoon decided to stop Rakrak before the lizard was tempted, but then Sungwoon suddenly stopped. Because when he checked Rakrak's stats, Sungwoon just discovered a new skill that hadn't existed until recently. In Rakrak's information board, there was an additional skill, Deception 8. This was a new and interesting skill that appeared while the old stats continued to grow steadily. Sungwoon assessed that this skill might have been learned by Rakrak while dealing with the frogs. Rakrak had seen through Shunen's tricks and vice versa, successfully attacking the frog before being tricked. Therefore, Sungwoon decided to wait and see what would happen to Rakrak this time. If he possessed a new skill, maybe he could outsmart the electric ray. There was a way to obtain both divinity and magic without being penalized for anything, and Sungwoon hoped that Rakrak could do it himself. At that moment, the electric ray was still tempting Rakrak. We are talking about electrical energy, the power that burns other creatures and generates light like the sun and heat like fire. I can bestow that power upon you. Rakrak nodded subtly. Perhaps others standing beside him would not notice the strangeness. After a moment of hesitation, he told the ray, I will gladly accept it if you give it to me. The electric ray hesitated before reluctantly revealing, I can give it to you, with one condition. Rakrak frowned and turned away. Isn't it supposed to be unconditional? The electric ray replied in confusion, yes. Rakrak then snorted coldly, then it's an exchange. The electric ray hurriedly explained, it's not a difficult condition, your strength is enough. Rakrak remained indifferent. If you want to exchange something, you should be honest from the start. I'm disappointed, I'm leaving. The electric ray, now clearly the weaker party in the conversation, had to lower its voice and plead with Rakrak, wait, I apologize, please listen to me. Seeing the ray's humble request, Rakrak reluctantly stayed, there's no need to apologize. Just remember that for next time. So what is the condition? The reprimanded ray became flustered like a hen caught in a hairnet. Rakrak glared and threatened it. State the conditions clearly before you start the transaction. You need to ensure you fully communicate what you are giving me and what you want from me, otherwise, I'm leaving. Threatened by the Rakrak, the electric ray immediately flew closer to him with a questioning look, but its fin waving seemed weaker than before. The two sides looked straight into each other's eyes for a moment full of challenge. Just then, Zale, having finished inspecting the bodies of the rats, returned to Rakrak. Rakrak, we're ready to leave. Rakrak turned his back to the electric ray and, with a mischievous smile, instructed Zale, aha, everyone go ahead, I'll be there in a little while. The electric ray began to tell its story. I'm sealed in these ruins. I can fly freely in this space, but I can't get out. I want to be freed from this constraint. And then, I can bestow the power of electricity upon the one who frees me. Rakrak listened but didn't immediately agree. Instead, he thought for a moment. He cautiously asked the electric ray, so, I can do what the rat monster did earlier, with the power of electricity you'll give me. Seeing Rakrak's interest, the electric ray eagerly explained, of course. Not only that, you can train your power by constantly using it. It will become stronger. As the electric ray flaunted its bolts of electricity, Rakrak remained indifferent, as if he didn't see its value. The electric ray could only continue to boast to entice him. My power is very strong. It's not just for you, other members of your tribe will also gain power. This ability can even be comparable to the gods. Despite the electric ray's grand statement, Rakrak remained stoic. Anything else? The electric ray continued to flaunt its power. My power can be passed down to your descendants. The progress and power that you achieve will not be directly passed down. But if your descendants continue to train their power like you, some people with your bloodline might become stronger than you. Rakrak expressed his true thoughts and asked about a sensitive issue. That's amazing, so why are you stuck here? The electric ray was momentarily confused before explaining, that's because my power is too strong. People avoid dangerous things like poisons or monsters, and if they can't avoid it, they trap it and hide it away. Rakrak's face hardened. You know what? The electric ray tilted its head in bewilderment. What? Rakrak puffed out his chest with dissatisfaction. You just admitted you are dangerous. The electric ray was startled, realizing it had let slip a truth. Rakrak's eyes narrowed, becoming sharp as he stared at the electric ray. You're hiding something. Perhaps the downsides outweigh the benefits of obtaining this power. The electric ray still tried to defend itself. No, that's not true. If you possess this power. Rakrak immediately cut off the electric ray with a threat. Don't lie anymore, I'm warning you. I can leave right now and block the entrance to this cave. It seems like it was blocked for no reason before. Then, I can order my warriors to prevent anyone from entering this cave and warn all descendants of the tribe to never come here. As Rakrak turned away angrily, the electric ray frantically flapped its fins. It was clearly panicking. No, it can't be. All right, I'll tell you everything, so wait. The electric ray hovered in the air. My power is worth the risk. Rakrak furrowed his brow and pressed further. What risk? The electric rays slowly recounted. I originate from an ancient evil force. They ruled this world for a long time, but it's been so long that their existence has been forgotten. Even the gods no longer remember them. I can't remember my origins either. One day, I found myself trapped here. Rakrak nodded in consolation. That's a shame. However, I also grew up as an orphan. It doesn't matter where you were born. What matters more is deciding what you will do in the days ahead. The electric ray was slightly confused by Rakrak's comfort but quickly continued its story. A power of unknown origin will make people obsessed. Because the origin is unclear, it allows a person to believe that the power belongs to them, but in reality, they merely stumbled upon it. Once they start using such power, they begin to believe they deserve it, and when they start thinking that way, they look down on those who don't have power. Rakrak found this slightly confusing, but still nodded, remembering the circumstances of Bauer and Shunin. Indeed, power can truly make people become like that. The electric ray nodded in agreement. Yes, my power is passed down without discrimination. Those chosen are random, but, of course, the person themselves must be strong, and for someone to obtain my power, a ritual will need to be prepared. Hearing this, Rakrak tried to anticipate what would happen if he obtained this power. This electrical power seems different from what a god would bestow. The power of a god is only given to those whom the god has chosen and who obey the god's will. On the other hand, if someone is bestowed with power like this without being worthy, others will become envious and jealous. Rakrak frowned as he considered the worst-case scenario for someone with strong faith like him. If that power grows stronger, there will be those who scorn the gods and turn away from them. Rakrak now understood why the electric ray was dangerous. However, he still hesitated, unwilling to give up this opportunity. The electric ray flashed brightly at that moment. Rakrak thought he had seen that kind of light from the electric ray somewhere before, and finally, he realized what it was. It was like lightning. Rakrak thought that the strength of this ability would determine the intensity of the light it produced. At first, it might just be a small spark, but when the power increases and becomes stronger, it can become lightning. Rakrak also realized that there would be an advantage in battle if he could generate electricity from his body like the rat monster did. After hesitating for a moment, Rakrak straightforwardly asked the electric ray, "That is a tempting power. Why don't we start over with a fair deal? I will free you, but with a condition." The electric ray excitedly flapped its fins continuously. Conditions, okay. Rakrak began to state his conditions. First, I have no intention of keeping this power for myself. You said this power is distributed indiscriminately, but if necessary, a person can still have this power through a ritual, correct? If both of these are true, then wouldn't it also be possible to distribute it to a few chosen individuals? The electric ray seemed confused and replied, I haven't tried it, but I think it's possible. A small ritual could do it. But why would you want to do that? If you don't keep this power for yourself, isn't it the same as random distribution? Rakrak immediately explained, no, it's different. If this power is only bestowed upon a few specific people, it will seem like it's the choice of the gods. In other words, it wouldn't be a power from an ancient evil force with no origin, but instead a power with a clear origin. The electric ray froze for a moment before exclaiming, what? No. But it's not the choice of any god. This power wasn't given by a god. Rakrak simply smiled slightly. That's not the important part. If people think it's a gift from the gods, then from that point onward, it will be. Those chosen will think the gods have bestowed power upon them, and their faith and reverence will reach the gods. The electric ray tried to argue against Rakrak, but couldn't think of anything to say. What Rakrak said was also correct with the system of the Forgotten World. If those who possessed demonic magic believed it was bestowed upon them randomly, there would be a penalty as the player would earn fewer faith points. Conversely, if those who possessed demonic magic mistook it as a power bestowed upon them by a god, the player would earn more faith points. While the electric ray was still confused, Rakrak continued, then, my second condition, you also need to believe in the gods. The electric ray was stunned and exclaimed in amazement, what, the gods? Rakrak firmly replied, not any god, but trust and entrust yourself to our nameless god of the beetles. The electricity surrounding the electric ray immediately flickered in protest. I am a spirit of demonic magic. I was created from a being that existed longer than your god. Moreover, the gods don't like spirits of demonic magic. Rakrak tapped his tail on the ground in annoyance. Don't judge our god through your lens. You seem useful to us, and the nameless god of the beetles happens to be generous with useful creatures. Our God can listen and fulfill your wishes. Why you were created is unimportant. The reason for a person's existence is defined by themselves, not by those who created them. Sung-woon was surprised to hear this. He couldn't believe how well Rakrak could argue. The electric ray pondered for a moment and began to waver, wondering if your God would accept me. Rakrak clicked his tongue and replied, if you accept my conditions. I don't know all the God's wishes, but I am the one who understands his desires best among all those who know him. After making his decision, the electric ray spoke frankly to Rakrak, the black-scaled lizard man. Actually, I lied to you about a few things. I am not just simply trapped in this ancient relic. Rakrak furrowed his brow and questioned, what is this all about? The electric ray continued to swirl around and explained, a challenger to this relic must defeat its guards, but those guards are under my control. I control everything in this relic. I am also the one who sent those rats to attack you. The reason was to test whether you were worthy to receive my power. Recently, the tribe of frog people came to challenge me, but they were not worthy. Rakrak nodded in agreement. He thought it was obvious because this power should not be given to the weak. The electric ray, seeing that Rakrak wasn't angry, asked, after all, I deceived you, aren't you angry? Rakrak shook his head. No, I can always forgive when I want to. Forgiveness is not a virtue of a warrior, but I am the tribal chief. Forgiveness and reconciliation are truly the virtues of a chief. Actually, he had anticipated this, and he wasn't the kind of lizard man who would easily get angry just for being deceived without any loss. Rakrak looked around the space and continued, I understand why you were so unpleasant at first, not as a warrior, tribal chief, or high priest, but as a lizard man, an individual. It's not unusual to become irritable after living in a damp, dark place like this. Just look at those rats, you'll understand. It seems you should enjoy some fresh air outside and look at beautiful things. Hearing these words, the electric ray shone brightly with emotion. It then asked Rakrak, I still don't know your name. What is your name? Rakrak simply replied with a friendly smile, Rakrak. The electric ray, excited, flew high and spread its two fins. Excellent, Rakrak. The test is over. I will accept all the conditions you have given. Do you agree to this agreement as well? Rakrak nodded without hesitation. Of course. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification to Sung-woon, a demonic magic spirit wants to submit to you. If you accept, you will gain the electric demonic magic area. Do you accept? Of course, Sung-woon clicked yes. The only way to overcome the penalty of possessing demonic magic is to transfer the demonic magic under the control of divinity. Otherwise, each individual possessing demonic magic will be marked as being enthralled by demonic magic and unable to control it. Of course, transferring it under the control of divinity doesn't mean it becomes a kind of divine power. It cannot level up like other abilities in the blessings section. There will be limitations. But Sung-woon thought that not being penalized for faith points in this case was already a victory. Sung-woon thought to himself, as expected, Rakrak was able to succeed like this because of the new skill he obtained. The system quickly confirmed to Sung-woon, the demonic magic area has obtained electricity. 9 years later, in the first land where Rakrak's tribe lived, where there was a sacrificial altar made of bull bones that stood tens of meters high, a new bone tower was built on the foundation of the old altar that Rakrak created first. It was used not only as a way of expressing faith in the green beetle god, the new name for the nameless beetle god, but also as a landmark. Someone is telling the story of Rakrak's tribe, how the green beetle god bestowed upon Rakrak the power of thunder. This is the end of the story about how the chosen ones appeared in our tribe of black-scaled lizard men. There were two figures standing on the hilltop near the bone tower, a black-skinned lizard man and a human. After finishing the long story, the black-skinned lizard man gently brushed the dust off a plaque erected at the foot of the bone tower. This lizard man wore many layers of expensive fabric called silk, indicating that he belonged to the upper social class in the tribe. On the other hand, the man listening to the story looked rather shabby. The man finally spoke up after listening to the whole story. That is an interesting story, but I have a question. The god you believe in is a god of insects, so how is that related to thunder? The lizard man tilted his head, but he didn't seem confused by the question. He tilted his head further to wonder why the man would ask such a thing. Then, the lizard man asked the man back, "What color is lightning?" The man replied, "Blue." The lizard man continued to ask the man, "And what do we call our god?" The man gave a silly smile, "The green beetle god." From his expression, one could see that the man thought the lizard man was always convinced and influenced by strange things. Hiding his deepest thoughts, the man asked the lizard man, "Come to think of it, we haven't even known each other's names while listening to this long story. My name is Wee, what's your name?" The lizard man was about to answer when he suddenly saw something behind the man. Wait a minute. We probably can't talk anymore. I think we have some uninvited guests. The lizard man immediately stood up and walked towards the edge of the cliff, leaving the man staring in bewilderment. Where the lizard man was looking, a group of armed gnolls were climbing the hill. This hyena-like species had protruding snouts and black spots on their brown bodies. They were known for their rough temperament and obsession with power structures, often causing conflict within their own ranks and with other races. Their physical abilities and intelligence were both average to above average. We said to the lizard man, "What are you going to do?" "As far as I know, gnolls and lizard men don't have a very good relationship right now," the lizard man calmly replied. "There's still time until they reach the top of the hill, so we can think about what to do. It seems they haven't noticed us yet. Do you think they are Sawkate's people?" the lizard man asked, picking up his bow and preparing to fight. We was a little surprised, but also a little curious. Sawkate was the chieftain of the gnoll tribe called Stump Ear, which was hostile towards the black lizard men. The black lizard men in the south and the Stump Ear tribe in the northeast were the two largest tribes in the wilderness, so all the other smaller tribes were very interested in them. We looked closer at the group of gnolls climbing the hill and concluded, to be honest, I don't think they are Sawkate's people. It's strange for them to come to this area if they are Sawkate's people and part of the Stump Ear tribe. Rakrak would definitely know they are here, and they wouldn't be wandering around here so casually. They may look armed, but if you look closely, it's obviously a charade. That guy doesn't even have a knife. He's just holding a wooden stick. The lizard man smiled. I agree, but I think it's because they aren't alert to their surroundings. If they were Sawkate's scouting party, they would have searched the slopes first and wouldn't have taken that flat path. They look tired and exhausted, so they must be wanderers. We became more curious as he saw the lizard man raise his bow. What are you going to do? The lizard man gave a friendly smile. Chase them away, we exclaimed in confusion, even though they aren't members of the Stump Ear tribe. The lizard man clicked his tongue and explained, if they were a scouting party for the Stump Ear tribe, they would actually be very friendly. They would know that engaging in a trivial battle like this is pointless, and both sides would want to eat together and try to get information from each other. On the contrary, these gnolls are just hungry robbers. With that, the lizard man began to take aim with a radiant smile. The group of gnolls were moving with their heads down, so they didn't realize the danger was close by. The leader of the gnoll group only realized there were figures on the hilltop when a strong wind blew down carrying the smell of humans and lizard men. The gnoll leader was startled and looked up. In the blink of an eye, an arrow was stuck firmly in the ground in front of the gnoll leader, causing the gnolls to feel a shiver run down their bodies. Their fur stood on end, even though the arrow didn't hit anyone. The gnoll leader shouted in panic, "There's an attack," but it was too late. With a loud boom, a bolt of electricity flashed from the arrow stuck in the ground. The gnolls closed their eyes because of the loud noise, but their eyelids couldn't completely block out the intense light. Immediately after, the electricity traveled to the gnolls around the arrow, causing them to be electrocuted to the point of smoking. The gnoll leader gasped and looked towards the hilltop with a panicked expression. "Lizard man, you rotten lizard man, what are you doing?" Despite cursing like that, the gnolls who had tasted the electric shock were so scared that they ran away instead of attacking. The overwhelming power of the lizard man made we gape in surprise. While the gnolls were running away, the lizard man turned back to talk to we. "Oh, by the way, my name is Owen." We was even more surprised to hear that. "You're Owen?" "Oh, no, I didn't even realize such an important figure was right in front of me." Owen smiled as he looked at the running gnolls. "Oh, my, it's been a while since I've used my powers. Seems I missed." Actually, Owen had intentionally shot at the ground instead of injuring a gnoll. The electric shock would create enough pressure for them to run away. Then, Owen pulled out a long stick from his silk jacket. The head of the stick was round and hollow. He opened a small pouch, took out some dry grass, put the grass in the hollow, and pressed it in with his finger. Then, he gently flicked his finger and created a spark. When the dry grass caught fire, Owen took a deep breath. We knew what that stick was and had more questions. It was a pipe and tobacco, a ceremonial tool used by the chosen black-scaled lizard men. Did they need to smoke that herb after using their powers? We planned to wait for Owen to finish smoking, but Owen noticed we's curious silence and spoke while still puffing on the smoke. "You can ask me anything you want." We hesitated and asked, "Well, why do you travel alone when you have so much power?" Owen shrugged nonchalantly. "I don't understand what you mean. If I didn't have this power, how would I travel alone in this wilderness?" We couldn't find any fault in Owen's logic, so he explained his question more clearly. "What I mean is, why do you have to follow someone else when you are so strong? There will be other people following you in the tribe of black-scaled lizard men, and even if not, you can still find other lizard men somewhere out there and live a comfortable life as a leader. As far as I know, the storyteller Owen always travels alone." Like a wanderer, solitary and dangerous. Owen laughed as if he had just heard a funny story. I have my reasons. I have many sins. We furrowed his brow, wondering, you're a sinner, but I've seen many lizard men respect you. Owen just gave a mysterious smile. No, I am a sinner, but it is also true that I have been forgiven by many people in our tribe. However, this is a more personal matter of atonement. I can't forgive myself, but there is a way for me to atone for my sins, and this is it. As she finished speaking, Owen pointed towards the Tower of Bones and the stone stele. I go around telling stories about the green chitinous god and Rakrak, the tribal chief, through storytelling and writing, and sometimes I spread fear among others. We watched Owen diligently dusting the stone tablet, unable to understand the lizard's thoughts. Even if he didn't do this, no one in this wilderness wouldn't know about the black-scaled lizard tribe. After wiping the tablet clean, Owen asked by the way, where are you headed? You say I'm a wanderer, but you look like one too. Owen turned back to look at his smile full of meaning, as if he already knew what we intended to do and this was just a probe. We scratched his beard, hesitated for a moment, then revealed, to be honest, I'm not a wanderer, I'm from Automation. Automation is an isolated valley located at the southwestern end of the wilderness. A tribe of humans has settled there where a stream flows, and at the valley entrance, there is a fort made of earth. Automation is also a place that the stub-eared gnolls and the black-skinned lizards are keeping an eye on. Owen exclaimed, I see, so you're a messenger from Automation. We nodded frankly. Yes, I'm on my way to the black-scaled lizard to deliver the message of the Lord of Automation. Owen suddenly stood up with a warm smile. Oh, my apologies. I didn't realize you were a guest. All right, then, that's good. We furrowed his brows in doubt. What do you mean good comma? Owen didn't answer. Instead, he whistled and turned towards the empty field as if calling someone. Very soon, from the distant land, a huge creature ran furiously on two legs, heading straight towards Owen and we. When the image of the running creature became clear, it was a ferocious cockatrice standing about 8 feet tall. We was about to draw his weapon with a frightened cry, a cockatrice. However, as the cockatrice ran close, Owen suddenly grabbed the reins on its neck, and it immediately became docile. Owen chuckled and patted its head, telling it's all right. You're only half right, it's a korka, a hybrid between a cockatrice and a chicken. Then, Owen brought the korka closer to we. Korkas are creatures that only a small number of lizard man warriors can ride. Overall, it looks like a cockatrice, but it's smaller and gentler, and at the same time, it's still very brave in battle. We realized then what it was. It was the famous hybrid breed of the black-scaled lizard, but he couldn't guess how the lizard had managed to create it. While we was lost in thought, Owen had already climbed onto the back of the korka. After sitting firmly on the korka's back, Owen extended his hand towards we. I'm also on my way to meet Rakrak. I'll take you to meet our black-scaled lizard tribe. In return, you'll have to listen to me tell stories along the way. We immediately grabbed Owen's hand to climb onto the korka's back. It's an honor, ha ha ha. Then, they rode the korka and continued on their journey. Along the way, they talked about the differences between humans, lizard men, and gnolls. They also talked about the locust outbreak in the southern wilderness, and about the green chitinous god that Owen always wanted to talk about. A few days later, as night fell over the wilderness, thick clouds gradually covered the sky, and the stars faintly twinkled here and there. At this time, Rakrak's tribe was on the move. The Starcatcher had led Rakrak and his tribe from the hill with the bone altar to the place where the frog people originally settled, and after that, Rakrak led everyone to farther places. The tribe had to move with the herd of water buffalo to take care of them, especially as winter was approaching. They had to find warmer areas with more grass for the buffalo to eat. Rakrak had learned how to observe the stars from the Starcatcher to guide the tribe to good lands. This time was no different. Rakrak rode on the back of the cockatrice and led the way. Actually, this giant bird was a cockatrice over 12 feet tall, and the only one that Rakrak had successfully tamed. It was thanks to the success of taming this giant bird that the korka was born. However, not long after the migration began, a bone warrior at the end of the group rushed towards Rakrak with a worried look on his face. As soon as Rakrak stopped, the bone warrior hurriedly delivered the information. The Starcatcher said that his life was nearing its limit, and he thought he couldn't talk to the chief at any other time but now. Rakrak understood what it meant. He quickly steered the korka towards the end of the migrating group, where they had just left not long ago. He also instructed the bone warrior, "Tell the Starcatcher that I'll be there soon. Also, tell him to stay alive until then." As the bone warrior hurried back to the korka to go deliver the message, Rakrak spurred the korka's back and shouted, "Stop the group, prepare to rest here tonight." When Rakrak shouted, "You're in the lizard man," warriors in the middle of the group repeated his words to all the other lizard men. "Stop the operation. The chief requests to stop the operation. Stop, the chief has commanded." Rakrak's lizard man group was large enough to create dust clouds. They immediately stopped at Rakrak's command. Meanwhile, he sat on the giant cockatrice and ran swiftly towards the end of the group. When Rakrak stopped and climbed off the giant cockatrice, Zale at the end of the group stepped off the korka and asked, "Rakrak, is something wrong?" Rakrak replied solemnly, "The Starcatcher wants to see you." He also said that his life has reached its limit. Zale also understood what it meant. Rakrak nodded and instructed Zale, "That wise old man has predicted correctly the days ahead of us as well as his own, so I think this time he'll be right again. I'll leave the preparation of the funeral to you, Zale." Zale bowed his head thoughtfully. "I understand, tonight will be a sad night." Then, Rakrak handed the cockatrice to Zale and went to the Starcatcher. Meanwhile, outside the Starcatcher's tent, other lizard men were kneeling down to pray for him. They all knew that his time was running out, and everyone felt grateful that the Starcatcher had taught them so much about the sky and stars so that they wouldn't get lost every time they migrated. The Starcatcher lay on the bed with weak breaths, waiting for his last meeting with Rakrak. Very soon, Rakrak returned and entered the Starcatcher's tent. "How is he?" A herbalist sitting next to the Starcatcher's bed immediately stood up. "Chief Elder has lived a long time, and now he's very tired." Rakrak heard this and felt his heart breaking. Because they had been together for a decade, he had learned a lot from the Starcatcher. With his eyes half closed, the Starcatcher murmured, "I'm so tired." Then, he began to speak with nostalgia about his life. "I've studied a lot and taught many people. I've traveled back and forth, here and there, even to places I've never been. I lost an arm, was cast out, and was a loner for a long time, but then I met the chief and your tribe. I taught everyone how to look at the sky." The Starcatcher paused, looking up at the sky through the large hole in the tent roof. Then, a satisfied smile spread across his lips. "However, then there came a day when I felt very tired and exhausted. As far as I know, there is only one cure for this disease." Rakrak slowly nodded and acknowledged what he didn't want to admit. Only an eternal sleep could cure this disease for the Starcatcher. The herbalist said nothing more but quietly left the tent. Only Rakrak and the Starcatcher remained in the tent, along with a torch. Rakrak bowed his head towards the Starcatcher, trying to suppress his feelings of sorrow. "I hear you want to see me." The Starcatcher chuckled to lighten the heavy mood. "I want to enjoy a little luxury before I leave. I'm not sure what you think, but I think time is very precious. I've lived my life without being greedy and trying to take as little as possible from others, but this is my final moment. So, I want to steal time from the busiest lizard men in this tribe." Rakrak laughed in response. "That's funny, but I don't think Elder would call me just to tell a last joke." The Starcatcher continued to chuckle at his little joke. "You're right. I want to see you because I have a question. Anyone else besides you wouldn't be qualified to answer. Think of it as a question not for Chief Rakrak, but for High Priest Rakrak, the first chosen one, and the closest to the god." Of course, Rakrak didn't refuse this request. "Elder, ask away." Under the light of the crackling torch, the Starcatcher's eyes lit up with curiosity and anticipation. "What would happen after I died?" Rakrak was silent. He was also not sure. There were theories that people made. In the past few years, black lizard people fought in great battles, and many warriors died. However, Rakrak there was no way of knowing where the dead had gone. He prayed for them to go to a good place at their funeral, but it was impossible to know whether they actually went to a good place, at least until when Rakrak himself died. The Starcatcher continued his question. "Where will I go? Will I dream because I am sleeping, an eternal dream? Will I dream an eternal dream without knowing who I am or why? Why am I there, and can't understand anything? Or?" The Starcatcher looked worried, but the Rakrak didn't know any better than he did. He hesitated for a moment then replied, "I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not even sure why you think I'm worthy enough to answer that question." The Starcatcher just smiled kindly. "I thought this way. The green insect god saved us when we were lost. So I believe he will also guide us even after we die. Do you think this is against God's will?" Starcatcher's question. Not only Rakrak heard it, but also Sungwoon who was watching from the sky also heard it. Rakrak pondered for a long time, then replied, "No, I think you're right, Starcatcher. Our green carapace god will gladly guide us when we're lost, even after we die." Just as Rakrak and the Starcatcher expected, Sungwoon sent down a blue butterfly, hovering where the torch smoke from the hut was rising, as if waiting for the Starcatcher's soul to fly out of it. The Starcatcher seemed quite satisfied, and his smile became even more serene. "You think so too? What do you think it'll be like?" Rakrak tilted his head, pondering, you're talking about where we'll go after death, right? The Starcatcher nodded. Yes, I think we'll sit like this, and the god will sit before us. Do you think it will start with an awkward greeting? Rak crossed his arms and began to imagine. I'm not sure, I think it'll be less boring than that. First, there will be a vast space where we can run freely, a space where every step will make a soft crunching sound, and our tails will glide comfortably through the grass. The Starcatcher chuckled in amusement. I'm too old to run. Rak shook his head. You'll be better, won't you leave your old body behind? Besides, there will also be a large rock where you can rest when you get tired. The Starcatcher nodded and asked, what do you think the weather will be like? Rak continued to let his imagination soar and described, the weather will always be good. No, it wouldn't be fun if it was always the same, so, sometimes it will be gloomy and rainy. Now that I think about it, it would also be good if there was a river. The Starcatcher also pondered for a while and expressed his wish. I would like to have a house where I can rest. Rak asked him, will they be made of mud, wood, or a tent? The Starcatcher replied, honestly, I don't really like tents. This old man is tired of moving. A tent means having to move again to somewhere else. The Starcatcher had also been a guide for the tribe for many years, so Rak felt sorry for not knowing his feelings earlier. I apologize for not knowing that you didn't like tents. The Starcatcher simply shook his head. But I have found a place where my heart can rest, so I have no other complaints while I'm still alive. It's only after I die that it's a problem. Rak patted the Starcatcher's worried heart. The house you desire will be there, a sturdy house. No need to move anywhere, maybe it'll be a house built of stone. The Starcatcher looked up at the sky through the hole in the hut's roof. Do you think there will be stars there too? Rak replied as if it were obvious. Of course there will be. Haven't the stars guided us? There will be wanderers lost there, so the god has definitely placed the stars in the sky, so they can easily find their way back. The Starcatcher smiled contentedly. You're right. At this moment, a blue light was approaching Rak and the Starcatcher's eyes through the hole in the hut's roof. The blue butterfly sent by Sung Woon entered the hut through the hole in the roof and slowly landed on Rak's hand. It was a sign, an answer from the green carapace god, a sign of positivity that made Rak chuckle. Starcatcher, can you see that? Rak slowly brought the blue butterfly before the Starcatcher's eyes so it wouldn't fly away. However, there was no response from him. Rak was about to shake the Starcatcher, thinking that he had died, but then he realized he was whispering something. It's getting dark. Rak realized that the Starcatcher had lost his sight. Death was approaching him, and he didn't get to see the sign that the green carapace god had listened to their conversation. The blue butterfly was known in the black-scaled lizard folk tribe as a sign of positivity and a miracle. Even if it wasn't this particular butterfly that emitted the mysterious blue light, the lizard folk always rejoiced when they saw any blue butterflies, thinking it was a good sign. Rak felt a pang of grief as he suddenly remembered the little joke he would play on the Starcatcher. Rak often gave gifts to thank the Starcatcher for continuously teaching young lizard folk with his wisdom, despite being old and tired. But the Starcatcher always refused the gifts, so Rak would quickly hide his gifts in the Starcatcher's hut while they were playing. When the Starcatcher found the gift, Rak would deny it. They spent years creating these little jokes. Rak realized that those little jokes would end, and he felt like a part of his heart was breaking. This time, he repeated the joke with a sorrowful expression. Starcatcher, I have a gift for you, I'll leave it here. The Starcatcher chuckled with weak breath. A gift, you're going to hide it again, Rak. Rak silently brought the blue butterfly closer to the Starcatcher, suppressing his sorrow. You're going to refuse my gift again. The Starcatcher mumbled and smiled. This time I'll find it right away. As the Starcatcher's last breath touched the blue butterfly flapped its wings and began to fly high. When the butterfly left Rak's sight, he knew that was the Starcatcher's last breath. Rak gently shook his body while calling, but he was no longer breathing. The blue butterfly flew out of the hut and continued to fly towards the sky. Soon, cries echoed from outside the Starcatcher's hut. The whole tribe was mourning and busy preparing for the funeral of their most respected elder. Eventually, the blue butterfly flew to a distant place, landing on another palm, belonging to Sung Woon. He had listened to the entire conversation between Rak and the Starcatcher, as well as their question, what would happen after they died? Sung Woon knew the answer because it was similar to the Forgotten World. At that moment, the system displayed a new notification to Sung Woon. The condition to create the afterlife has been fulfilled. Do you want to create the afterlife? Of course, Sung Woon did not hesitate and clicked yes. He knew that one day he would be able to create the afterlife. After the player chose their first tribe and the surrounding NPCs were defeated, the player's divinity level would reach level 11. This was one of the required conditions to create the afterlife, and the player could reach this level if they played correctly from the start. Then, they would be called demigods and enter a time when experience points would be very difficult to gain. But that wasn't important. The most important thing at this moment was the afterlife. Sung-won knew that one day he would be able to create the afterlife. There were 4 conditions to create the afterlife: reaching the required level, killing NPCs like abominable creatures and demons to obtain special resources, having enough faith points, and finally, having enough dead people who believed in the god. Then, Sung-won opened the afterlife creation support system. He knew what kind of afterlife each race preferred from his previous experiences playing the game. Among them, lizard folk particularly liked green fields with humid air and sun-drenched plains. The afterlife was a very important element in the Forgotten World because it was a factor that determined the view of life after death for those who believed in a god. For example, if hell in the afterlife was created, a god could show the priests images of hell through dreams. Then, the priests would learn that the wicked would suffer eternal punishment, and they would spread that truth to other believers. In this way, the priests could ensure that the believers maintain their morality and ethics. The concept of heaven is also often used in conjunction with hell. There would be no reason to believe in a god if hell was the only destination after death. Punishment always has to come with a reward, but currently, Sung-won could not create an afterlife that included both heaven and hell. He could only create one temporarily. The issue of reincarnation judgment was also difficult because it required a judge. As a result, Sung-won could only create one type of afterlife. This afterlife was like Valhalla, Hwangkwan, Styx, Limbo, all of which were worlds where souls would go after death. These worlds were like training grounds for warriors. Souls would be immortal as long as the afterlife existed. When the game progressed to the later stages, souls would become very useful for players by being reincarnated back into the real world. But Sung-won had no intention of rushing to build the afterlife because many things were still in their early stages. He named the afterlife he was about to create the primordial grasslands. The souls of those who died while still believing in Sung-won would still be there, not gone, but whether he wanted to collect them was up to him, and collecting them was the only way to create an afterlife. Sung-won opened his ownership window and dispersed all the souls into the primordial grasslands. Hundreds of souls transformed into blue butterflies, wandering around. Rakrak brought the blue butterflies into the afterlife he had just created, like a god who ruled over death, but the souls in the form of butterflies would not remember who they were. The primordial grasslands was a place true to its name, a warm, humid, and verdant land with no visible end. The blue wings fluttered over the fields, enjoying the fresh air suitable for butterflies. But as soon as the souls in butterfly form believe themselves to be butterflies and land on grass, flowers, or the ground, they will remember that they were once lizard people. And then they would return to their original form before death. They would soon discover that they were not injured, exhausted, or suffering from any serious illness. The lizards closed their eyes for a moment to see if all this was a dream or reality. Some fell asleep in the warm sunlight, while others closed their eyes just in case it was a dream and eventually fell asleep. Some also opened their eyes again, eager to see what they would see next, and the star catcher was the first to wake up with that feeling. He thought he would sleep forever, but when he opened his eyes, he felt strangely refreshed. The star catcher moved his severed arm. Now it was as complete as before. His arms, legs, and tail also moved easily at will. He never thought that the pain in his joints would disappear, even in his dreams. Of course, the fact that his arm grew back was truly unusual, making the star catcher blink in astonishment. The star catcher sat up. Immediately, he witnessed a scene even more astounding. It was a green meadow, a gentle breeze blew, and the star catcher felt the damp but cool air on his nose. At first he thought his nose was cold, but soon he felt the warmth of the sun on his face. Everything was beautiful. The star catcher easily remembered his last conversation with Rakrak. The conversation seemed like a dream, but at the same time it was very real and vivid. Looking at the vast landscape before him, the star catcher looked towards the rainbow with curiosity. Rakrak, you were right, this is the prairie we imagined, but there are no stars or houses made of stone, right? Meanwhile, in the world of the living, Rakrak's black lizard tribe was holding the most solemn cremation ceremony for their elder. The star catcher's body was wrapped in white cloth and burned on a wooden pyre. Rakrak and the whole tribe were kneeling around the pyre. They murmured prayers for the star catcher's soul to rest in peace, and in Rakrak's mind, memories of the star catcher and his questions about the afterlife before he died kept circling. People don't always get what they want. It's likely that this place won't need houses, so the Starcatcher wasn't disappointed or resentful towards the gods. The Starcatcher was probably the one with the highest level of knowledge and cognitive ability among all the lizard souls that Sung Woon had collected, so he also had a deeper feeling for this new world. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, the Starcatcher remembered his last joke with Rakrak and chuckled, "This is truly a wonderful gift." The Starcatcher began humming because he was in a good mood. It was the melody that everyone sang after the black lizard defeated the frog. It had a good rhythm, so everyone liked it, but the Starcatcher always hummed it because he wasn't a good singer. He was even embarrassed to hum it, so he only did it when no one was around. After enjoying the new atmosphere for a while, the Starcatcher began to sense other presences appearing near him. He stopped humming and glanced around. Turning his head to look behind him, the Starcatcher realized he wasn't alone. There were other lizards lying on the grass. They were facing the sky with their eyes closed. The Starcatcher tilted his head, wondering they weren't awake yet. Then, he wandered around wondering if he should wake the other lizards up. They seemed to be sleeping soundly, so he thought it would be rude to wake them. Among the sleeping lizards, the Starcatcher saw some familiar faces. Oh, this child. That was one of the warriors of the tribe. The warrior who fell asleep in front of the Starcatcher was the one who led many other warriors in the tribe to learn mathematics from the Starcatcher, but that was a sad memory for him. The Starcatcher remembered that one time, the black lizard people were attacked by a tribe of goblins 4 times their size. 2 groups of goblins cut the Rakrak tribe's formation into 2. Rakrak was in front and Ur was in the back. Both of them brought their people back into formation and started fighting. However, the children and the elderly in the middle of the lizard group had no way to deal with the goblin stabs. The Starcatcher, old and weak, couldn't protect the children, so he could only stand in front of them. Hopelessly, this was the end. As the goblins charged fiercely, the lizards who weren't protected by the warriors all knew that their lives were in danger. At this moment, a few warriors ensured that the formation would not be broken without them, so they apologized to their fellow warriors and charged towards the goblins who wanted to attack the elderly and children. Sacrificing 1 life would save 2, these warriors thought this was a good exchange, so they acted against Rakrak's orders. The soul of the lizard man warrior in front of the Starcatcher was one of the warriors who dared to break away from the ranks, and before charging into battle against dozens of goblins, he said to the Starcatcher, "I think I learned math very well, thank you, Elder." The Starcatcher wanted to stop the warriors from disobeying Rakrak, but he couldn't. Some warriors would resist the chieftain's orders if they thought it was necessary, and no one could stop them. Thanks to those brave sacrifices no one wanted, the lizard tribe was able to defeat the goblin tribe. Some lizards survived their heroic actions, and some didn't. Of course, the soul of the lizard man warrior in front of the Starcatcher was one of those who didn't survive. Rakrak was furious and yelled at the survivors and even the dead at their funeral. He was even angry with the Starcatcher. It was all because of math. Hadn't he taught the warriors math? The Starcatcher replied in great pain, "You just said it was because of math." Rakrak couldn't control his words and uttered harsh criticisms. "Yes, all the intelligent and good at calculating people went against my orders and attacked the goblins. They were stupid." The Starcatcher looked at Rakrak silently. "So, do you think the warriors were wrong to confront the goblins?" Rakrak was silent for a moment, then replied in a bitter voice, "No." The Starcatcher asked again, "Then why are you angry?" Rakrak yelled as if he were tearing his lungs apart, "That's why I'm angry, because they were not wrong. There's nothing else I can do but be angry." However, what made Rakrak uncomfortable didn't stop there. Someone overheard his conversation with the Starcatcher, and then other warriors who weren't interested in math initially came to the Starcatcher to learn. From then on, the warriors who were good at calculating always died first. The Starcatcher had secretly taught them, because he knew that mathematics was not evil. The soul of the sleeping warrior in front of the Starcatcher was the one who led many other warriors in the tribe to learn math. Delighted to see the warrior, the Starcatcher put his hand on the warrior's shoulder, but then retracted his hand without waking the warrior. He felt he should wake him up later, because he was sleeping soundly. After all, there didn't seem to be anything to do here, so there was no need to ruin anyone's sleep. The Starcatcher also thought that he woke up faster than the others because he had just recently died. The feeling of existence and consciousness waking up after a good night's sleep was normal for him. The others still hadn't escaped the lingering effects of death, meaning they were still dreaming, not sober enough to wake up. Looking around again, the Starcatcher said loudly, but his voice simply disappeared into the green field. After all, the gods weren't here, were they? The weather seemed hot after a while in the sun, but there was a shade in a forest not too far from the field. It was the place that caught the Starcatcher's attention when he heard a rustling sound. There was a lizard's tail sticking out from among the trees. The Starcatcher hesitated, then asked, Who is there? There was no answer. The tail wagged back and forth before disappearing. The Starcatcher yelled, Hey, wait. Then, he quickly got up and followed the lizard's tail, so there were others awake. Who are you? Are you someone I know? Wait. The Starcatcher entered the forest when there was no answer, and soon, he saw the tail again between the trees in the distance. The tail disappeared when the Starcatcher called out again. He started to walk faster, afraid he might lose the lizard man. Walking fast seemed difficult because it was something he hadn't done in a long time. Then, he started running and quickly chased after the lizard man. The lizard with the graceful tail kept appearing and disappearing among the trees, but never stopped or revealed his face to the Starcatcher. He could only run and call out, Stop, where are you going? The Starcatcher didn't feel too bad about following the lizard. The tail led him somewhere, seemingly with a purpose. The Starcatcher's eyes lit up. He excitedly thought to himself, If there is a God here, there are many things I want to ask him. When he crossed some tall trees, a small clearing appeared, with a stone building, a building the Starcatcher had never seen before, a cylindrical building, made of rectangular stones and with a vaulted ceiling. The tail of the mysterious lizard wagged at the entrance of the building and suddenly disappeared as if it was sucked inside. The Starcatcher, his whole body burning from running, entered the building with burning curiosity. Walking along the pitch-black corridor, a series of questions that the Starcatcher had held in his heart for a long time began to arise. He couldn't understand why the green carapace god saved the lizards, protected them and helped them with miracles. Yer said it was because lizards were better than other species. But what made them better than other species and whether that was actually true, nobody knew. Other species seemed to lose to lizards because they had no god, or their god was not as strong as the lizard's god. Zale said that the god chose the lizards because they were useful, but the Starcatcher wondered whether they should rely on the god, because if one day they are no longer useful, would the god abandon them? At this time, there was a blue light at the end of the dark corridor. The light was very familiar to the Starcatcher. It was the light of the blue butterfly representing the deity he always revered. The Starcatcher continued to walk with thoughts about his questions. Rakrak once said that it could be a coincidence, that maybe the deity had no other choice, like not being able to find better species on a better land. Maybe the deity had done everything he could. In a way, this seemed disrespectful to the deity, but the Starcatcher thought it was okay, because it meant the lizards had the best test results in the eyes of the deity. As he reached the end of the corridor, all the worries in the Starcatcher's mind suddenly vanished as the sight before him overwhelmed him. On the ceiling was the night sky of the world the Starcatcher was familiar with. The stars were not drawn, but real stars shining on their own, and the depth of the sky on the ceiling was no different from the real sky. In the middle of the room, there was a strange mechanical device that looked like it would be found in an ancient relic. The Starcatcher's attention was drawn to the night sky, not the tail of the mysterious lizard anymore. He walked up the steps towards the ceiling. The sky was even moving the way he remembered. The Starcatcher became more excited, muttering, Rakrak, you were right, there is a stone house, and now there are stars. The Starcatcher approached the strange device and examined it with all his curiosity. It was a long cylinder made of brass, and there was a round crystal attached to both ends of the cylinder. It was placed on a platform with a chair to sit on, silently inviting everyone to look at this strange device. After touching different parts of the device, the Starcatcher cautiously put one eye into the crystal glass at the bottom and closed the other eye. He quickly saw the true shape of a star and exclaimed in amazement, Oh my God, how is that possible? A star, is this the true shape of a star? The Starcatcher repeatedly looked away from the crystal lens to look at the night sky with his naked eyes and looked back into the lens again. He also kept loosening and tightening the handle on the cylindrical device with a look of amazement. The Starcatcher kept looking at the mechanical device without getting bored. It turned out this was the true shape of the star. That star will go in that direction, and this star will go in this direction. My calculations were right, but I should double check. The more the Starcatcher looked at the stars through the telescope, the more interested he became, immersed in the research and forgetting other worries. A thought flashed in his mind, it would be great if I could pass on this knowledge to those who are still alive. From the Starcatcher's point of view, knowledge about stars is one of the ways to calculate, and if a person knows how to calculate, they can find the size and position of everything in the world. This will allow them to predict what will happen in the future. But as far as the Starcatcher remembers, there has never been a case of the dead returning. But the Starcatcher thought, if the soul cannot return to the real world after death, why would the god create a place like this? Just to see an old lizard happy is too wasteful. The Starcatcher knew that couldn't happen. he stroked the mechanical device and encouraged himself. The deity always does his best. He doesn't do anything without a reason. This knowledge will surely be useful in the future. The Starcatcher was lost in thought without realizing that the god he had wanted to meet for so long was right behind him. Sung Woon was very satisfied with his speculations. You have been following me closely, Starcatcher. The Starcatcher's speculation was right. In the end, the afterlife would affect the perspective on life after death and the values of those who believe in the god. If the warriors reach the afterlife, their race will dream of Valhalla. And if the immortals with special powers enter the afterlife, their race will dream of a beautiful and peaceful place. Sung Woon looked at the Starcatcher, who was lost in his thoughts, and thought to himself, what if a scholar enters the afterlife? They will devote themselves to the development of science. Sung Woon looked back at the Starcatcher's back one last time before stepping down from the platform and out of the observatory. The afterlife will sometimes change and create unintended consequences due to attacks from other players. But so far, the afterlife that Sung Woon created has had a perfect start with a promising scholar, so he is very satisfied and begins to calculate his next plan. A few weeks ago, Sung Woon wanted to take over the entire southern peninsula first to eliminate any risk of the Rakrak tribe being attacked later, but before they could do that, the Stump tribe suddenly appeared. They are a large tribe and a nomadic tribe, not an agricultural tribe, so their fighting power cannot be underestimated. The lizards have Kurokas, and the gnolls have saber-toothed tigers. The gnolls can't improve their bows much, but their metallurgy is better than the lizards. Considering the size of the Stump tribe and their calculated movements, Sung Woon guessed that there was a player manipulating them behind the scenes. Just by looking at their progress, Sung Woon also estimated that this player might be at the same level as him. So, he thought it was time to prepare more to be ready for wars with other players. Now that even the afterlife has been created, Sung Woon has more faith points and can spend time calculating plans to welcome other players to confront him. At this time, dozens of screens opened up before Sung Woon. Each screen was a real image covering all the activities of the races on the peninsula where he had control. Sung Woon has been quite busy over the past few years. He has to be careful with the players who are gradually expanding their area while also supporting Rakrak to defeat nearby NPCs. That is why he invested heavily in the insect ward. Sung Woon currently has 3 groups of insects. The first group of insects are swarms of locusts. Unlike before, when locusts were used to help Rakrak, Sung Woon now has more than one swarm of locusts. They are not only active in the peninsula but also in the wilderness connected to the peninsula, the continents and mountains extending from the wilderness, and even the rivers flowing north. The swarms of locusts will go far and wide during the season when locusts are active. They attack the territories of other players that Sung Woon has never directly encountered, but Sung Woon has controlled the severity of the attacks so that other players cannot distinguish the difference between his attack and a normal locust attack. In the Forgotten World, it is impossible to distinguish whether a natural event comes from the system or is created by another player. Experienced players can guess that Sung Woon's locust attack is not an event in the game, but Sung Woon doesn't care because he is hiding in an area outside the peninsula without encountering other players. The bad reputation of Sung Woon's locust group has spread among agricultural players in the center of the continent and along the northern coast. They all suspect that there is someone with an insect ward, but they only look at the players around them and never think that it would be a player who doesn't even benefit directly from the attacks because he is too far away. Sung Woon wants to make the players suspicious of each other so they are less likely to form alliances. The second group of insects is a mixed group of insects. Sung Woon once used them to attack the frog tribe by the lake, but now they are almost inactive. However, they still continuously collect various diseases that Sung Woon wants to have because he believes that this special group of insects will become very useful later. His last group of insects is also a mixed group. Sung Woon created this group to gain experience points for the insect ward. This group mainly consists of anthills and beehives that are taking over the ecosystem on the southern peninsula located in the farthest reaches of the wilderness. Over the past few years, there have been no major problems. Sung Woon intends to take over the entire peninsula and gather all the lizards. In the wild, the Rakrak tribe is currently known as the Black Lizard Tribe, but in reality, Rakrak's lizards are divided into many groups. Rakrak has conquered the upper part of the peninsula, trying to gather all the other lizard tribes he can find, and he has succeeded with his leadership. Some tribes remain where they are, but most tribes will be willing to switch to becoming herding tribes if necessary, as long as Rakrak asks them to do so. However, a Knoll tribe suddenly appeared from the north, forcing Sung Woon to temporarily abandon his goal of taking over the southern peninsula and leading the Rakrak tribe north to deal with them. Moreover, there is another issue that arises related to automation that he needs to carefully calculate a solution for. Not long after the Starcatcher died, Owen took his guests to the tribe's campsite. Not only we but also Owen was surprised to see the tribe preparing for the ceremony. Looking closely, Owen knew what kind of ceremony it was, because the black-skinned lizards had held many different funerals for different individuals with different statuses. After asking a member of the clan, Owen learned that the person who had just passed away was a Starcatcher. We shyly wanted to back away as she approached Rakrak's tent. I've heard about him before, I don't think now is a good time to. However, Owen waved her hand to reassure we, no, it's okay we don't consider it bad to have guests at a funeral. Instead, we think it's a good thing. It's nice to have someone to share the sadness with, right? We'll talk about the Starcatcher all night. When the sun rises tomorrow, you will understand our sadness, so come here. Convinced by Owen, we thought for a moment then quickly nodded. Owen and we walked past the tents and reached the place where the funeral was taking place. All the black-skinned lizards recognized Owen, so the two of them were able to attend the funeral without any problem. We saw a corpse wrapped in white silk lying on a burning platform. Closest to the body was a lizard with a beautiful physique and a pair of buffalo horns on his head. Rakrak didn't wear anything too eye-catching or have unique colors, but we could tell from the way other lizards treated him that he was the highest-ranking person here. At this time, Rakrak was shedding tears for the respected and close elder of the tribe. But we was surprised by that and whispered to Owen, Chief, can he actually cry? Hearing those words, Owen's eyes blinked as if he couldn't understand we's meaning. Aren't humans the same? When you're sad, don't you cry? We whispered back, no, we do, our leaders also cry, but human leaders will not cry in front of others, because they have to maintain their reputation. Owen thought for a moment then nodded, reputation, I know what reputation is, it's not too hard to understand. If the tribal leader exposes his weakness, then the warriors under him will think their leader is a weak person, right? We just silently nodded in agreement with Owen's explanation because he couldn't find a more understandable explanation. Owen instructed I can understand, but don't try to explain this to other lizards, they won't understand. We was amazed and asked, why not? Owen looked at Rakrak as he walked towards them and whispered to for us, there's something we value more than fame. When we was about to ask what was more important, Rakrak stood facing them. Owen, welcome back. Owen nodded slightly, I'm late. Rakrak comforted Owen, yes, you're late, but not too late, you still have a chance to see the Starcatcher off. Owen smiled slightly, relieved, your words make me feel a little better, leader. Rakrak squinted at who is this human friend of yours? Owen quickly explained, I met him on my way here, he's a man from automation. He says he's here to deliver a message from the Lord of Automation to the leader. We immediately bowed politely to Rakrak. I am from Automation. Rakrak looked down at and gestured for Owen to come closer. Rakrak and Owen whispered a few words to each other, and with his excellent eyesight and hearing, tried to eavesdrop on their conversation, but couldn't hear anything. The only thing we could hear was Rakrak's I understand, and the strange, mischievous look in his eyes as he looked at him. This made uneasy. But he couldn't turn back. He was somewhat prepared for anything that might happen. He wouldn't be surprised if lizard warriors jumped out and attacked from inside the tent, or if Rakrak drew his sword. However, none of that happened. Instead, we was invited to enter the largest tent with Rakrak. As soon as they sat down, Rakrak politely began, you must have traveled a long way, but please forgive us, we have to stay up all night. Please understand that this is our custom, and I also want to get straight to the point, we replied with a polite smile, it's okay. Rakrak directly asked, so, what brings you here? We respectfully took something out of his bag and handed it to Rakrak. First, please accept this gift. This is a gift for the chieftain, sent from the Lord of Automation. We placed the small white bag on the ground in front of Rakrak. He immediately opened the bag, and inside was a piece of opaque white stone. As soon as he held it in his hand, Rakrak knew what it was. This is salt rock. We nodded with a bright smile. Yes, this is something we in Automation are very proud of. This is the first salt rock the Lord of Automation has given you without asking for anything in return. With his face partially obscured by his beard and hood, we smiled subtly and friendly. Rakrak replied with a friendly smile, a first time means there will be a second, a third, right? We then smiled deeply, there will be many more after that, please accept it. Rakrak nodded and rolled the salt rock in his hand, all right. Immediately, he clenched the salt rock, and it shattered, with small pieces flying through his fingers. We was stunned speechless by Rakrak's actions. But Rakrak calmly brushed his hands and told him, "Tell your master I've received it." We gritted his teeth as he watched the salt grains fall on the rug. "What are you doing?" Rakrak clicked his tongue. "Oh, you wouldn't know this because you don't worship the gods, do you? This is just one of our rituals. If you sprinkle a little salt on the ground, well, the spirits will be pleased. That's all you need to know." "That's it." Rakrak was indifferent, as if the salt was worthless, even though he knew its value. While the humans of automation did not worship spirits, we knew it was a blatant lie. He immediately expressed his displeasure to Rakrak. "That's a gift from the Lord of Automation." Rakrak responded indifferently, "It's just a small piece of salt, and I used it well. Is that not enough?" We glared angrily at Rakrak. "You must know that this gift is not meant like that. Haven't I told you? The Lord of Automation said there will be a second, a third time, even more, and the scale will be even bigger." Rakrak scratched his chin with a calm expression, continuing to provoke. "I heard that the Lord of Automation is very wealthy, but it's a bit extravagant for him to send someone to deliver this small amount of salt. But you're right. I hope you'll bring more next time to trade. Thankfully it's not the rainy season right now." We almost wanted to scream in anger. This guy, he seemed like a seasoned lizard. We understood that Rakrak had broken the salt rock as a way of refusing. While his action was forceful, it wasn't necessarily rude considering diplomatic protocol. After all, Rakrak had received the salt and used it in his tribe's own way. There was nothing the Lord of Automation or a messenger like we could complain about. They didn't see things from the same perspective because they were from different races, so there was nothing they could fault Rakrak for. We swallowed his anger. "Let's be serious. Why are you refusing the gift? Don't you need salt?" Rakrak sat there, uninterested, and looked outside the tent. "Aren't you going home?" We snapped. "I can't just turn around and go back." Rakrak clicked his tongue. "All right, man from Automation, let's speak frankly, honestly. I don't really like figuring out hidden meanings in words." We furrowed his brow. "Are you talking about diplomacy?" Rakrak nodded. "Yes, I don't really understand it, and I don't like it either. I prefer straightforward conversations." We sighed and agreed with Rakrak. "All right, Rakrak, let's speak plainly. Why did you refuse?" Rakrak folded his arms and raised a finger. "First, I don't like accepting offers that others have refused. I don't like picking up leftovers. If someone rejects something, it means it's not worth it. It might be a better offer for me, but it's still something to reconsider." At that moment, Rakrak's eyes sharpened, causing we to shiver momentarily. However, he tried to remain calm to avoid revealing any weakness and affirmed to Rakrak, "No, my master is only making this offer to you." Rakrak chuckled sarcastically. "No, you really think Owen happened to meet you and brought you here because you're lucky?" Rakrak continued with conviction. "Owen told me you came from the north, not the west. That means you came from the wilderness, not automation." We gritted his teeth, hit where it hurt, but couldn't refute him. He only then realized that Owen had seen through his intentions from the beginning. Seeing Wee's awkward expression, Rakrak became even more convinced of his judgment. "Across the wilderness is the Deaf-Ear tribe. I bet you made the same offer to Sock 8, but he rejected it." We could only listen to Rakrak without saying anything. Then Rakrak extended his hand towards him with friendliness. "Now, why don't you be honest with me, we from Automation?" We remained silent, trying to figure out a solution, but Rakrak said something he hadn't expected. "Maybe Sock 8 refused for a second reason that I'll tell you. Want to hear?" Rakrak knew this was not just a simple gift. Salt itself was valuable, while giving a fist-sized chunk of salt as a gift was an insult. However, Rakrak knew that the Lord of Automation didn't intend to insult him with this, because the context of the gift was special. Automation has a real wall that cannot be found in modern times. Some agricultural races built wooden fences to protect their villages, but the fences were not very secure, and because earthen walls required so much effort to maintain, they were not a good option either. Until suitable construction techniques and fortress architecture were developed, these types of walls were used to protect agricultural races, but they still came with many disadvantages. On the other hand, Automation is a crumbling ancient fortress, over 5 meters high, and full of mysteries. At the earthen ramparts of Automation are mud warriors with self-repair capabilities, allowing them to automatically rebuild the fortress in case of damage. The mud warriors are slow and not intelligent, so they are not very useful in battle, but in case of emergency, they can be used as soldiers to defend the fortress. In this fortress, where no one knows who built it, many humans and other tribes live together, and humans currently hold the dominant power here. Both Rakrak and Sungwoon knew that automation also had a geographical advantage. There are two routes to take from the north to the northwest of the peninsula, one is through the wilderness, and the other is through a rugged mountain valley below the automation fortress. Ordinary wanderers would find it difficult to choose between the two, however, those who know both routes usually prefer the mountain valley. First, although the road is rough, it's easier and safer to travel through compared to the wilderness, where it's easy to get lost. Second, the mountain valley is the shorter route, and last but not least, it's because the automation is there. In the wild, when a wanderer runs out of water and food, they would have to pray for a stream to appear like a miracle, but when going through the automation, it at least provides water for the wanderers. Of course, this means the automation can cut off access to the mainland's interior. Their fortress itself doesn't completely block the mountain valley, but if they have enough troops, they can pressure those passing through here. And another important thing is that the automation is not just an ancient relic built in a remote place. Inside the automation is a salt mine. The people inside the automation are not very strong, so the amount of salt they can mine is not much, but it's still a valuable asset. Salt is an important resource, especially for livestock. Salt from the distant coast is too expensive to transport inland, and the supply from salt lakes is not enough because there are not too many salt lakes around. This makes the automation the largest salt producer in the region. Rakrak understands that although his tribe and the automation have a neutral relationship, if the people of the automation believe they can benefit from the lizards, they will not hesitate to take advantage of his tribe. That's why he looks at the automation's gift with deep suspicion. After making me tense, Rakrak continues, the second reason, there is no such thing as a gift without a price. I don't believe that. I guess greedy Sockate can also recognize that. We tries to deny it. No, the automation lord just wants to provide salt for you, they don't demand anything in return. Rakrak laughs as if mocking We's clumsy play. There's another important reason, I don't respect liars. We immediately retorts, I'm not lying. Rakrak bluntly exposes him, you're not some subordinate of the automation, you're the lord of the automation, we SEO. We silently bowed his head again, neither admitting nor denying it. Rakrak smacked his lips and shook his head to continue exposing the truth. Not reacting. Okay, let me tell you how I could come to that conclusion. I discovered it thanks to the name We, and I assume you deliberately used that name to test how much the lizards know about the automation, am I right? Rakrak casually says while adding more wood to the fireplace to keep it warm, but we remain silent. Rakrak has no intention of stopping his sharp words there, he continues to analyze. It is said that the Lord of the Automation hides and conceals his real name, he is only called Lord, however, this only happens outside of the automation. We is almost speechless because he didn't expect Rakrak to know so much about the automation. He even knows about the 4 families who serve the Lord of the Automation. They may act as the Lord's servants, but only a few of them know his real name. And Rakrak also knows that those with blood ties to the Automation Lord all have the character We in their names. He also heard that the Lord has 4 sons and 3 daughters. However, We is not a woman, and looking at the wrinkles on his hands, he is not young anymore if you calculate by human age. That's how Rakrak found We's full name, We SEO. Originally sitting in front of Rakrak in a polite manner, We suddenly takes off his hood and stands up straight. You're good. Now that his disguise has been discovered, We, with the responsibility and authority to lead the people of the automation, has to face Rakrak at the same eye level. He holds his head high with a proud smile. Yes, I am the Lord of the Automation, We SEO. We Seo's face is fully revealed as he removes his hood. It's the face of a middle-aged man, with fierce eyes surrounded by wrinkles and a thick beard. He is quite thin and has a scar on the top of his nose, looking like a large cut. After sitting down, We SEO curiously asks Rakrak, how do you know all that? There are no lizards among those close to me. Rakrak pushes the issue back to We SEO. Is that so? Then I guess there is a snitch among those humans. We SEO understands that Rakrak is kicking the ball back to him, so he doesn't answer. Instead, he returns to the topic they were discussing earlier. Anyway, I intend to provide salt to you regularly without asking for anything. Rakrak still resolutely shakes his head. No, I'm sure there's a price somewhere. For example, if we accept your salt, we have to protect you. Am I wrong? As he finishes speaking, Rakrak's eyes glance towards We SEO, shining with cunning and clarity in the flickering firelight. We SEO is caught again by the second trick of Diao Chan, unable to deny it. Rakrak is even more certain of his assumptions. Whenever you are imprisoned and besieged in the automation fortress, we will be worried about the safety of the salt. If we play according to your diplomacy and you get into trouble, we will have no choice but to pay attention to wars that have nothing to do with us. Even if the war is initiated by your side, isn't that your intention? As he says this, Rakrak's face clearly becomes grumpy and displeased. But we SEO still boldly argues, that's called diplomacy, Rakrak, it's the basic principle of trading. Rakrak calmly replies, I know. We SEO frowns and asks, okay, it doesn't have to be a gift without asking for anything in return, but we're having a decent deal, so why are you rejecting our offer just because of those reasons? Rakrak smiles and asks we SEO back, you really don't know, I'm sure Sock8 has told you already. Why don't we take over the automation? If we drive the humans away, the salt mine and the automation fortress will all be ours, right? Rakrak says, squinting his eyes with a sly smile, looking no different from the leader of the earless tribe. At this point, we SEO is completely stunned listening to the same answer he heard from the leader of the hot-tempered gnolls. We SEO suppresses his anger and asks Rakrak again, you mean you're going to attack us? Rakrak still calmly speaks in an even voice, no, I'm just asking you a question. I'm just saying that would be better for us than making a diplomatic deal or anything else. Rakrak says this without even looking directly at we SEO, making him even angrier. His eyes immediately turn sharp, warning Rakrak, humans aren't as weak as you think. Rakrak still confidently replies, I never said humans were weak, but if my calculations are correct, we'll be able to take over the automation, although there will be some casualties, for sure. I know there are other secrets in the automation that I don't know, that's why your humans can stay there for so long without losing their home. I'm worried about how much my warriors will have to endure because of those secrets. However, taking over the automation won't be a problem, because we follow the Blue Beetle god. If the god helps us, that tall wall and all the mud soldiers will turn into rubble. We SEO doesn't know what to say because Rakrak is right. We SEO has heard of the guardian god Sratus, the giant mantis monster that disappears after helping the Black Lizard tribe fight in difficult battles. Even ignoring that, there are many other resources that make Rakrak so confident, and we SEO knows that he won't be able to deal with him easily, except for the 4 warrior families serving the Lord of the Automation. There are no real warriors in the human army, and they are not blessed either. We SEO has to admit that he has already lost this war before it even began. But he's not sure if Rakrak knows what he's thinking. Then suddenly, Rakrak asks, I have a question too, even though we have a neutral relationship, aren't you afraid to come here alone? We SEO suddenly chuckles, I'm very scared, but just like your confidence that you can take over the automation by force, regardless of whether my true identity is discovered or not, I know you'll let me go. Although we SEO feels the imminent danger deep down, his expression remains strangely calm. Without waiting for Rakrak to ask why, we SEO takes the initiative to explain, I know that the black-scaled lizards are very kind to guests. Rakrak listens, then wonders if he should change that kind of culture, but he doesn't find a good enough reason to do so, so he stops thinking about it. Rakrak leans towards we SEO and threatens, I told you that the black-scaled lizard tribe would benefit from attacking the automation, and the way I see it, the 4 families will panic if the automation lord dies. It will be easier to win a war without a commander, so, what will you do if you're wrong about our hospitality? We SEO doesn't even blink as he continues, you don't know who will succeed me if I die. Rakrak curls the tip of his tail as if he just heard something that sparked curiosity. Interesting, but why do we need to know who the successor of the automation is? I don't see any relevant reason. We SEO smirks with a cunning smile, maybe it seems that way to you, but Rakrak, do you know how to play Go? It's a popular game at the automation, we play on the ground or on a table. We SEO explains the rules of the imaginary Go game. On the board, there will be many diagonal lines intersecting like a grid, then, players take turns placing black and white stones. The stones are placed at the intersections of the lines, and if 4 stones of the same color surround one of the other stones of the same color, that stone dies. It is eliminated. Keep playing until there are no more spaces to place stones. Finally, count the squares that you have surrounded with your stones on the board, as well as the number of opponent's stones you have eliminated. Whoever has more points wins. Rakrak furrows his brow in doubt. I can't understand it completely just by listening to the explanation. We SEO picks up a small white stone. Sorry, but that's not the important part. Rakrak still doesn't understand we SEO's thoughts and asks further, so why are you bothering to explain? We SEO places the small stone on the imaginary Go board. The important thing is, I am a piece on this board. Rakrak's pupils contract as if he realizes something, and his eyes seem to sparkle. He stares intently at the empty space where we SEO placed the small stone. We SEO states his deduction, I know the game has begun. It's a game that 2 gods are playing with their tribes as pieces, and the wilderness is the board. One god controls the gnolls, and the other god controls the lizards. The gnolls and the lizards on that board have started their own game, and that game is called automation. Rakrak doesn't say anything at this moment, but his silence is enough to confirm Weseo's assumption. Weeseo feels that he has grasped the core of the issue and laughs gleefully. Alright, just like your lizards know about me, I know what you're trying to do. I have to choose a successor soon, and recently, you have been approaching my children. I don't know when they started talking about the guardian god, the giant mantis known as one of the manifestations of the blue beetle god, and the others talk about a blue butterfly. News of the earless tribe's brutality has started spreading, but the legendary stories about the black-scaled lizard tribe are also widely known. Perhaps thanks to people like Owen, wooden statues made in the image of the mantis can also be found in the market at the automation. As a result, my children have started believing in the gods. Hearing Weeseo say this, Rakrak's face immediately darkens. After a moment of silence, Rakrak smiles slyly and says, well, I can't do anything else, right? That's less harmful to us than attacking the automation. Actually, Rakrak doesn't think taking over the automation will be easy, especially because hostile actions will make other tribes dislike the blue beetle god. Faith is something that comes from the heart, so Rakrak's tribe has decided to conquer the automation in such a unique way. After searching for his second race for a long time, Sungwoon found the automation, but at that time, they were already a very large tribe, which meant it would be very difficult to spread faith to the humans through miracles. The Lord of the Automation preached secularism among the humans in the fortress. He was very wary of gods, so trying to pull in humans would only be a waste of faith points without Rakrak's help. Therefore, before conquering the automation, Sungwoon wanted to completely occupy the southern peninsula first to eliminate any risk of being attacked later. Unfortunately, 3 weeks ago, the earless tribe suddenly appeared, showing the competition of another player, and Sungwoon had no choice but to deal with the automation much faster than expected. When Sungwoon led Rakrak north to the edge of the wilderness through a revelation, Rakrak's scout group encountered the earless tribe's scouts several times, leading to a clash of civilizations. It's worth mentioning that there was also a message from the system, warning of a hostile species with faith. The enemy faction with faith means that they belong to another player. Sungwoon wasn't surprised, as he had a hunch about it before. What surprised him was that the opponent was a familiar face, Hegemonia. This time, Hegemonia sent a chat request first, and Sungwoon had to accept it, even though he didn't like it at all. Despite being called a video chat, only their avatars were displayed. Hegemonia started the chat with a teasing voice. Oh, you scared me. Sungwoon squinted at Hegemonia's avatar with a sarcastic look. It's funny that you're the one saying that, he replied. Hegemonia continued with a mocking laugh. Long time no see, Nebula. Sungwoon casually responded, don't pretend like we're close. Hegemonia felt a bit embarrassed, so he quickly explained, well, I couldn't talk to you until now because you always prefer not to talk to anyone, but we've met in the game quite a few times. Don't you remember playing the final game of the Forgotten World together? Rakrak replied with a smirk. I remember, but we've been here for 10 years now. Besides, that match was boring. Hegemonia exclaimed in surprise. What? It was boring? Rakrak didn't hesitate to salt the wound. I countered your sacred orc meta tactic and you lost, didn't you? It should have been a more exciting match, but it ended that way. Hegemonia looked down in confusion and hugged his helmet. Sungwoon thought that Hegemonia was probably a weak person in real life, unlike what his avatar was trying to portray. Embarrassed, Hegemonia raised his head and declared proudly, alright, I've made up my mind. We'll see who the real winner is. Nebula, I'll definitely defeat you. Rakrak shook his head in exasperation. You always say stupid things. Why do we have to fight now? For whose benefit? Hegemonia hesitated for a moment. Rakrak emphasized the situation. The Forgotten World is essentially a free, diverse game. Everyone is fighting for their lives. And do you want the top 1 and 2 ranked players like us to lose from the start? Of course, if we can continue playing more matches in the future, then fighting now to get the feeling of victory is worthwhile. It would be a gamble worth taking. That way, a strong opponent would be eliminated, and their technology, territory, and part of their area would be taken over. If the war ends without causing much damage, the winner will also have an advantage over the remaining players. However, we won't have any more matches to play after this one. Hegemonia, this is our final match. Rakrak's words left Hegemonia unable to deny or refute them. A destructive war between two powerful players needs to be reconsidered, especially when it occurs in the early stages of the game like this. Rakrak's reminder made Hegemonia awkwardly scratch his head. I know, I was just a little too excited. Looking at Hegemonia acting strangely in his magnificent armor, Sung-Woon suddenly felt confused. He couldn't understand how someone as foolish and impulsive as this could have a top 2 playstyle for such a long time. Sung-Woon still remembers Hegemonia's playstyle. It looked simple, but he fought with an instinctive, animalistic attack. He was also very good at multitasking. And when Sung-Woon looked up Hegemonia on the real-life stats page, it said that Hegemonia benefited from fighting others from the beginning of the game. Sung-Woon thought he could do that too, but in the Forgotten World, the way the game was played at the beginning determined the course of the middle and end of the game. Small losses at the beginning of the game would sometimes become severe damage at the end of the game. Even if they could compensate for small losses, there would be no way to catch up if other players had progressed much further technologically. There was no reason to apply a strategy that benefited other opponents. After all, chatting was also part of the game, which is why Sung-Woon agreed to connect with Hegemonia. Hegemonia had no idea about Sung-Woon's intention, so after a moment of silence, he asked, "So you want to decide who wins with a different method, right?" Rakrak immediately nodded, "Yes. It seems we both want to take the same thing, doesn't it?" When Rakrak's gaze turned towards automation, Hegemonia also followed his gaze and clicked his tongue. Automation and humanity. Sung-Woon pondered for a moment and suggested, "What about using a conflicting prophecy?" Hegemonia immediately agreed without hesitation. That would be the best way. Afterward, the two players silently looked at each other, trying to read the expressions on their faces. However, there was no way to really do so with their distorted appearances.